What is up, everybody? We are live again here for day 2. Got Moxley and Colin with me. We'll have Felix, Jarek, and Alfred for sure bouncing in and out with a ton of other guests. Matt Waldman, former players, Cam Bradfield, and Brandon Carr. We've got other analysts such as Kevin Coleman, Brandon Haye, Damien Parsons, Samantha Holt, Nick Whalen, Noah Hills. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody, but
did you say Brandon?
I did. Brandon Haye. It's Haye, right? I always want to say the Haye B because that's his Twitter name. I always want to say Brandon Haye B, but it's Brandon Haye. Both him and Damon will be joining us here in a minute.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think we're going to be here for the entire 80 hours that the second round is going to take. So, enjoy. We appreciated everybody tuning in the other day. That was round 1 was a lot of fun. You guys got to see some arguments, and I think a lot of fun. It's only going to get better. We got a lot of really good players still left on the board. So I know Moxley was telling me before we started going live here, Colin. You guys stayed on for a little bit because I had to jump off. What were you guys' kind of thoughts about those last few picks in the first round? Since I missed that stuff when you guys were going over it. Specifically, Rashad Bateman went right as I jumped off and I started crying. That was what I was replying back to a lot of people as I was hoping to go to sleep and I didn't. I was just crying for all of my love for Rashad Bateman going to Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the most discussed pick afterwards there too. But we also kind of went off on tangents on other things too. But no, as far as Bateman goes, I mean, we don't love Baltimore as a landing spot, but at the same time, he's the best wide receiver that they have on the team. He's the best wide receiver that they've drafted in recent memory. So I'm not super worried about him. You know, he doesn't fall in my rankings because of this landing spot. I like the first round draft capital as well. That's big. So, you know, he's holding steady for me at wide receiver 5, or wide receiver 4. I'm sorry. He's holding steady at wide receiver 4 for me. So I probably won't end up with a ton of shares of him just because there's other guys that I like in that range that are a little, you know, depending on the league settings or anything like that. You know, I may end up with a Pat Freiermuth, depending on where he ends up. I may end up with a Javonte Williams, depending on where he ends up. But I do like Bateman, and I would still take Bateman in the back end of the first, early second.
Do you agree with that, Chris? Are you all on board on Bateman?
Yeah, I'm in on Bateman. I think he is an excellent prospect, and I think that the landing spot really isn't. I mean, it's not great, right? You don't want a wide receiver in Baltimore if you could pick, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I mean, he's going to be the centerpiece of that offense, and if he can be efficient, I mean, I don't see why he can't combine 2 words, succeed there. And I mean, Lamar Jackson's not a bad intermediate and deep passer. He just doesn't do it very often. Like his depth adjusted completion percentage is fairly good, so we know he can do it. I just think, you know, if they're going to draft a guy in the first round, I think they're willing to throw it more and involve him.
Yeah.
Marquise Brown opens it up a little bit. I don't think it's the worst landing spot in the world. He was my wide receiver 2 coming in. Him and Waddle are basically tied for 2-3 at this point, and I have to probably think about it a little bit more, but it's close.
All aboard the Waddle train.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, I love it. I'm just a little worried about Tua. So they both are ready to go right as I was getting ready to throw this up. So there is Brandon. What's going on? And we've also Damien, right? I'm horrible with. Okay, I just want to double check because it probably was the easiest pronunciation, and I'm horrible with names. So I just wanted to make sure
it wasn't a hard pronunciation.
Well, trust me, I could mess up John. I'm really bad with pronunciation. That's what I've become famous for on the other podcast. So thank both of you guys for joining us here in the early part of the second round. I think, has Jacksonville even jumped up on the clock yet? I haven't looked. I was trying to pull my stuff up really quick.
Yeah, I don't think it started yet.
No, not yet.
So we were just talking before you guys jumped on about Rashad Bateman. If either one of you guys have thoughts on that, and then I'll ask you guys some other stuff about some of the landing spots. Damien, I know you spend most of your time when you do your scouting and everything. You don't look at it from a fantasy perspective like we do. You're purely NFL. So what did you think about Bateman, though, going to Baltimore? For us fantasy guys, we're a little worried about it just because of the lack of volume he may see on the receiving side because there's such a run-heavy offense. What do you think Bill Bateman brings to that offense?
I mean, he's going to bring a bigger catch radius than what Lamar Jackson's used to. He makes the wild catches, strong hands, extends those windows. And when you look at Lamar Jackson, one of the main issues I have with him is his deep ball accuracy. And there are a lot of times through the first couple weeks last year of the 2020 season where Marquise Brown is wide open with his speed downfield. Lamar Jackson completely overthrows him. He has to get better in that regard. And I think Bateman can help with that. Now, Bateman isn't, and we talked about this on the Croc Report live stream last night when the pick actually transpired. When you look at Bateman, he's not that twitchy, explosive athlete at the receiver position. So it's kind of like, okay, and I said that last night, in order for me, when I look at his success panning into the NFL, he's got to be a pure technician at the line of scrimmage. Against press coverage, you don't have to be Jalen Waddle to beat press coverage. You have to be good with your hands. You have to have the right release package, timing, pacing, and we call it the cat and mouse game, playing mirror and matching with DBs. So if Bateman can really master that at the NFL level on the outside, it's going to help him. Once you can stack a DB, it makes your life a lot easier when you get a step or two on them. And now, again, Lamar Jackson has to hit him. I think he's going to be more so because there's two ways to be vertical, in my opinion. You could be vertical, strictly vertical, 9 routes, fly routes, straight downfield, or you look at the bang 8, the post route, the deep over, the double moves to come back inside. Those are the type of routes where you can still be vertical, but it's more vertical across field. And kind of almost like Robert Woods in a way, how the Rams use Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. Those aren't guys that you're going to put against, Stephon Gilmore, and they're going to beat them. He's going to beat them on the 9 route or straight down the field. But on those deep overs, those crossers, deep 15, 20 yards downfield, they still get those chunk plays. And that's kind of what I see with Bateman. Actually, the main thing for his success is going to be Lamar Jackson. Like, it's a conversation most people don't want to have. And I'm always ready to talk about it because Lamar Jackson's such a great talent. But you have to take that next step. You can't run the ball 50 times a game. We've seen that in the playoffs, right? We've seen it in the playoffs. We've seen it against the Chiefs, the team that they traded their tackle to, which I think was a bad idea. I think it was a horrible idea. You don't trade. That's like my Patriots trading with Peyton Manning and the Colts back in the day. Absolutely not. You're going to suffer. We're not trading anything to you. Like, that's just what it is. But I think that's the main thing is with them. Like, Pat Mahomes puts up points so quickly. Lamar Jackson hasn't been able to throw them back in games. Adding weapons will help that.
I love that you said that about Lamar. I was crucified last year for saying, and again, now we focus on things on the fantasy side, right? But I said in some of it is obviously an easy target to make, right? Like he's going to regress after what he did the year prior. He had a phenomenal season, but I've always said I feel like he's still struggling to throw the ball accurately at times. And not something I don't think he can improve on, whether it was game planning or the weapons they added around Josh Allen. We've seen Josh Allen be able to bring that accuracy up. And not all of it is just based on what he's done. Again, I think some of that is the offense. Do you see that in Lamar's future? Because all we hear is that he's, one of the hardest workers. He spends all this time learning the playbook. So do you think that's something he can do moving forward? Or, because I feel like we haven't. Yes. Okay. Because I was worried. We've seen small steps every single year, but it's hard to say, right? Because Josh Allen took such a big step last year, and you wonder if that's real or if, again, that's a product of the offense. So I'm trying to figure out where Lamar falls in that kind of
with Lamar, and I've scouted him since he was at Louisville. Lamar was, to be completely honest, he was a terrible deep ball thrower at Louisville. And one of the main reasons why is because his footwork. If you go back to his tape, watch his feet. His feet were so narrow in the pocket where he couldn't generate enough torque to get the ball downfield. And when he did, it was just literally over, like just little pop flies. It just went over the receiver. It was overthrows a lot. What he did come into and worked on was his footwork, being able to slide and shuffle and step into throws a little bit better. One of the main things I've noticed with him when I'm watching him, Lamar Jackson is kind of a see it to throw it type of quarterback. So especially downfield, like he's so comfortable between the hashes, like that chemistry he has with Andrews is phenomenal. Lamar Jackson is comfortable in the middle of the field. It's down the numbers is where he's a little less confident. So when I see him, I'm like, okay, you can watch him kind of double hitch. He's watching it. He's seeing the receiver take a step past the DB. He just doesn't let it go. And I think that's where he has to get that confidence in himself to know that, hey, I can put this where it needs to go. And a lot of times when you have a guy like Marquise Brown's, be honest with you, sometimes you just lob it up there. You don't have to be completely accurate with it. He can go run underneath it. And like I said, now having Rashad Bateman, me personally, I wanted Terrace Marshall for him. For me, I think Terrace Marshall from a frame standpoint, from a strength standpoint, at the catch point, in his route running, strong, violent route runner as well. He can get off of coverage because in the NFL, it is a lot of press a lot of times. So you have to be able to fight through it. And he has that ability, and he's inside, outside versatile. I just think that he would have made a lot more sense to me. I like Bateman for them. I just think I really think Terrace Marshall would have been a better pick for Lamar.
Brandon, where do you have Rashad Bateman now that you know his landing spot? Colin said you kept him at 4, right, Colin? You didn't move him down? Did you move him at all? Did you move him at all, Brandon, once you saw the landing spot?
No, I didn't. I had him at 6 before, behind Elijah Moore. I guess I could move him up depending where Elijah and Rondale go. But I know in the Discord I was talking, and Chris was, me and him were talking, and kind of echoing the same things about Lamar. Just they don't throw it enough. But I think that at the red zone it might help because a lot of times he's inaccurate. And he kind of needs someone that can, make crazy catches, kind of like Bateman can. So I think that could be good. It's just I don't know if he'll get enough targets with Andrews and Marquise Brown there to, be a pretty high fantasy relevant player. I think it's a better NFL move and a better move for Lamar than just, individually for Bateman.
So I know, Brandon, you're a Jags fan, so I'm not sure what Damien's going to say here. So I apologize if he upsets you. I don't know if you listened to our talks last night about Travis Etienne, but I found that to be a very interesting draft selection by the Jags because I being a Buckeyes fan and watching college football as long as I have, I love Urban Meyer. We all know that he loves to run his running backs. I particularly do not think that that's a great landing spot for Travis Etienne. Do you agree or disagree with that, David?
It's a twofold thing for me. I think it could be a good fit if they use him properly. At the end, with prospects going into the NFL, the main thing is how are they going to be used. Because I even posed the question. It was weird because I actually posed the question on Twitter a day or two before the draft. I was hearing rumblings that Jacksonville wanted a running back early. And I was like, man, James Robinson came off a great year. I'm like, you really want to go early, like high on the running back? I was hearing as early as round 2. Then he goes from round 1 and it was like, oh, okay. Like that was a shock. But I feel like they have to use him. And I said this last night on our live stream, use him kind of like Alvin Kamara, because he's so advanced now if you go back his early years in Clemson as a receiver, there's a quote where he said he was afraid to catch the ball. He was not comfortable with it. Now there's a clip. I can't remember which game I actually studying. They motioned him out into the slot. He ran a wheel out of the slot, tracked it well, high pointed like a receiver. He's confident now as a receiver out of the backfield, and I feel like you use him in that regard. You don't just try to pound him with the carries. You use James Robinson for that. Let him be your Mark Ingram, and you use Travis Etienne. That's the best way to get the best out of Etienne is using him like Alvin Kamara. For me, scheme wise, like as in running and because anytime I'm scouting running backs as a former running back, I look at what scheme they fit. To me, Travis Etienne as a pure runner is more of a zone runner. I wanted him in San Fran in that wide outside zone scheme where he's one cut, get upfield, use that burst, and get going full speed. Let that Ferrari hit the open pathway. I don't love him between the tackles. I do not. Like, he has good contact balance. I don't trust his vision nor his feet in between the tackles. So I feel as if you just kind of remember if you go back to when when Mark Ingram was there, they would share the field. Mark Ingram would be in single, it'll be single back. He's back there by himself. They have Alvin Kamara out in the slot and then motion him to jet sweeps, motion him on pitch plays. They got real creative with him, and I think that's what you have to do with ETN as well. So it could be a good fit. It could be a terrible fit if they don't use him correctly. That's the main thing. Urban, I'm not as high on him coming into the league from college as everybody else. I'm just not. Like, his scheme in college was very, I'm not going to call it remedial, but it was on the lower end. Like, it wasn't extremely complex. And you kind of watch like the route combinations, how his quarterbacks were reading one side of the field only, like a lot of those different things. And Trevor has an issue with that even in college because that's how Dabo's offense was. In the NFL, you get picked off like that. You know what I mean? So you have to know how to come off of one read. Don't stick to it too long. Hit the open guy. Like, I'll call it being a sprinkler. Like that was my thing for Tua last year. When Tua's healthy, he's like a sprinkler in the pocket. It's tick, 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 hit. And it's like that's how he operates. That's not the same way for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is like, where's Amari? And he just he locks in on it. And it can be an issue, but he has enough weapons on that Jacksonville offense where I really don't think he's going to have an issue with that because you have Marvin Jones, Visca, DJ Chark. Now you got ETN. They do need a tight end. Pat Fryermuth is probably the choice for me if they do decide if they use Tim
Tebow?
No. I was really shocked when I saw that report. I was like, what is he doing? You're 10 years too late, bud. You're 10 years too late. Like,
it's going to be a big deal in Jacksonville because, we've been begging for him forever.
Right.
I said he could possibly make the team at the end. And I promise you, Urban's going to find a way for him to do a jump pass or catch a touchdown, kind of like Vrabel, that kind of stuff. But a lot of the stuff you were talking about, I'm so glad you talked about because late at night last night after I had quite a few cocktails, I got into some pretty heated arguments, on Twitter because everyone was like, J-Rob's not going to see the field and all this stuff. I was like, if you look back at ETN, he's not going to carry the ball 20, 25 times. And also, if you look at how the Jags ranked 28th in NFL in rush attempts last year, I mean, just with a better offense, that's up to 20, which is 80 more carries. So I think, like you said, it's going to be a Mark Ingram and Kamara type thing. And I think it's good for both of them where they're both going to be, have their own role and be able to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, they could share the field, man. And I'm just looking at the pick you guys make. Great pick here. Tyson Campbell out of Georgia, cornerback, to be completely honest with you. I view him better than his teammate that went in the first round. Stokes is very stiff to me. Incredible athlete, tight hips, not a great mover in terms of change of direction. But to me, he's more of a zone fit. I like him more in a cover 3 type of scheme where he can click and close, use that athleticism to jump down on and bait quarterbacks into shorter routes. But Campbell is the one that's a man, kind of more versatile. He's good in man coverage. He can play off as well. Another legit athlete. Pairing him with Henderson from last year, you have 2 long, tall, athletic corners where you can go and play press man, get physical, disrupt timing, let a healthy Josh Allen and those boys on the D-line get after quarterbacks. That's a really good pick. I know that they have another pick come up in a couple picks. It's like I said, it's got to be a tight end for me. You have to finish what you started. You have to finish what you started, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I'm a little surprised because at the second first-round pick, to be totally honest, I wasn't in love with the ETN pick. Part of that is because I've wrote some stuff on James Robinson about how I didn't think they were going to get someone that early. But as a team, it's starting to grow on me. But the thing was, all these defensive players kind of dropped to them. I thought they might go after Barrymore here because they need some help on the defensive line. But I think also moving to the 3-4 frees up Josh Allen and they could put Chase on, on the outside where they were trying to put him in places last year where he just shouldn't have been. Coaching was a definite issue. And I do agree with some of the things you said about Urban, but the one thing Urban's going to do is he's going to put his players in good positions. He's going to get speed on the field where they didn't really have that. So, for once, the Jags won't be talent deficient when they go up against other teams. So
you guys are heading in the right direction for sure. Like, I love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, one question we had last night on the show was over under 2.5 seasons until Jacksonville is a playoff team. So let's kick that one over to you first, Damien. Where would you put that one? Like over 2.5 seasons, under 2.5? Because the AFC is pretty tough right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. I could see it taking 2.5, 2 full seasons. And I love what they're doing offensively, especially if they use this second rounder. Go ahead and finish the job. Get Pat Fryermuth and give Trevor Lawrence his tight end option. Now he has a plethora of receivers. He has 2 legit backs. He's got a tight end. The offensive line seems to be pretty rock solid as well. You got to figure out what you're going to do with Cameron Robinson in terms of his contract. I think they franchise tagged him. But the offense to me will be fine. What you do then heading into next offseason with the cap going to be higher, thank God for the vaccine and stuff. People are starting to be able to be allowed into these events. It's going to bring some more revenue back. The cap will be larger. So now there will be defensive players on the market that you can go and continue to retool this defense, bring back Saxonville, because that's what got you where you wanted to be in the first place. Bring back Saxonville, get that pass rush going. You have some young secondary players that I really like. I love Miles Jack. I do think they need another linebacker though, and this is a good class. I do want them to get another linebacker in like the 3rd, 4th round, as well to kind of be that running mate with Miles Jack. But if they retool the defense properly, yeah, I have no problem seeing them in the playoffs in 2 years.
All right, Brandon, what about you?
I would say under. I would say my only worry is Urban. It has a history of he's good for a few years, so they don't have a ton of time to me. I'm fine with him staying 5 years, but he doesn't have a ton of time. So I think if they can build the groundwork this year, maybe win 6 games, then build another couple pieces, they could make a run, next year. Because who knows what the Texans are doing. The Colts look good, but who knows what Carson Wentz is. The Titans, Derrick Henry, we never know when his body's going to break down and what they're going to do. And they've added that, 7th playoff team. So I think that gives them a great chance. And with the Steelers, too, who knows what's happening with Big Ben and their quarterback situation. So a lot of teams are kind of, up in the air. So I think they could definitely make those moves. Damien, I wanted to ask you because they just signed Griffin as a corner, and they have Henderson, and they got another guy from Philadelphia last year. It just seems like a lot of corners, and they need safety help. Do you think any of those guys could play some safety?
So I think the guy from Philly you're talking about, Sidney Jones. I was high on him coming out of Washington.
He was really good last year.
And he when he got drafted to Philly, I think he got hurt and his confidence was shaken. And just Philly is Philly, I mean, we just got Philly's Philly, man. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. That was, man. Elijah Moore to the Jets. That's one of my favorite receivers in this class. Now I hated that he's in my division. As a Pats fan, I really don't like this. But
I don't love it for Elijah because I'm not very high on Zach Wilson. So I guess I got to root for Zach Wilson a little bit because Elijah Moore is one of my favorite receivers in this class.
He's one of mine as well. I think the plan most likely will be. I think Jamison Crowder is still there. He will see the field. He can be he legit be a returner for you early on, but put his locker right beside Jamison Crowder's. Let him be a sponge because that's what Jamison Crowder is. That slot receiver, shifty in tight quarters. But he brings so much more juice and speed and explosiveness. And the main thing for me I like Zach Wilson, but one thing that a lot of people really didn't talk about, he has some issues with anticipating throws, and especially outbreakers. Zach Wilson, you pop on his tape, I won't lie to you, I watched him throw 4 consecutive outbreakers. All of them, the receiver had to take 2 steps after they turned before he let it go. In the NFL, that's a pick six. Like you cannot wait you can't wait for the receiver to square up the sideline on the out route. Like you need to get that out there and anticipate the throwing window. So he's got some things he needs to work on, but they're doing a good job they're doing better for him than they ever did for Sam Darnold. And it pains me because I'm a Sam Darnold guy. He was given a bad shake over there, but yeah, no, I mean, back to your point, Brandon, when it comes down to those DBs, if I could see anybody possibly shifting over to safety, it would be Sidney Jones, because he's got the length, the athleticism, the ball skills. Because one thing I always talk about with DBs, you need to find guys that you can be versatile with, because the NFL is all about matchups. Tight ends are the biggest mismatches in the NFL right now. Everybody that has a legit tight end can dictate your coverages. I watched it so many years with Rob Gronkowski in New England. Brady will look at the defense. All right, he thinks he sees something. He motions Gronk. Oh, they're in zone? Perfect. I'm hitting you right at the seam. Play action, seam ball. You know what I mean? Drive throw. We will not be seeing too much of that with Mac Jones because his arm isn't that good. So I don't expect to see the drive throws with Mac Jones. But, those are the things that tight ends do for you. Then, especially when you got guys like Kittle and Kelsey that you can motion out to the X, and either now you have a tight end, a linebacker that has to go out there, or a safety that can't cover has to go out there. But when you have DBs, as many as you guys do have now, like that's good to have, because now you can come out in nickel personnel and you can alternate how guys kind of play. Where if you have a safety that's more so at the strong safety position, he's more so in the box guy. You pull out a linebacker, you put him as your big dime backer. You put Sidney Jones at safety or someone like that, and you can kind of mix and match your coverages. Sidney, I want you on Kelsey for the next couple plays, or I want you on this tight end. I want you on this slot receiver, especially if you play like a team like Denver with Cortland Sutton. They move him around a lot. So when he gets into a nasty reduced split and he's close to the line of scrimmage, close to that tackle or tight end, now you can bring Sidney Jones, or if he's at safety, you can bring him in the box. He can play man-to-man, and you're comfortable with what you have. So I think if any of them, I think he's the guy that could actually benefit pretty well from a move to safety.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I think you can already see the imprint of Urban, because you saw at Ohio State, they would bring in all those corners. They could just keep popping them in. And I think that's something that we obviously had trouble once Jalen went off reservation and, was doing the Jalen thing. And, and then Boye is not a number one corner. He's as good as the second one. Pretty much with what I saw with Boye is if they allow him to get his hands on those receivers, he can be good. But if they throw those flags, he's going to get a flag every single time. Single reason Sammy Watkins even had a season that a couple years ago, he had like 3 touchdowns. That first game was like all of his fantasy production. So yeah, but that's good things to hear that Sidney Jones could possibly do that. So that's some good stuff.
Denver's traded with Atlanta.
Yeah. So Damien, you were talking about the tight end there, and I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan.
Mm-hmm.
I did not love taking Pitts that high. I love the player, but 4th overall is really tough for me. But I liked hearing what you were saying about, the tight end dictating coverages, and it gives me maybe a little bit of hope. What were your thoughts on the Kyle Pitts pick there? Put my mind at ease a little bit.
So when it was first rumored like a couple weeks ago, I was like, man, can they really go Kyle Pitts? Wow. Javonte Williams to Denver.
Oh.
Wow.
All right.
That's right. That's a shock, because to see Atlanta trade out of that spot, I know they brought in Mike Davis, but that was the guy I figured they would go after because they need a running back. Like, wow, that's a shock. But to your question, Colin, like I had so much fun because I'm an offensive minded individual. I had so much fun thinking about the possibilities of coming out of the huddle. You see Matt Ryan go under center, and you have Kyle Pitts at tight end. You go 12 personnel: Kyle Pitts, Hayden Hurst, Calvin, Julio. then you start to get a little, like Jalen Hurts said last year, you get a little freaky with it. You start playing around with your packages. You're like, okay, we're in 12. It puts stress on the defense because, and I said this last night, defensively, you have to figure out, okay, do I come out in my base defense or do I come out in nickel because Kyle Pitts is on the field? If I come out in nickel, Kyle Pitts can block one of my DBs and we can get the run game going. If they come out in base, I'm like, okay, I still can destroy you with Kyle Pitts because your base defenders are not going to be able to defend him. And then you can, like I said, you get real freaky with this because then you can go from 12 personnel, just base, single back, and it looks like normal to where now you detach Kyle Pitts from the line of scrimmage. You kick him out at the X or the Z. You push Julio into the slot. You have Calvin at the X or on the opposite side of the formation. You push out Hayden Hurst into the slot. And now it's a situation where, okay, because we used to do this in New England when we had with Gronk and Edelman, we would motion out of those sets and then we would put the tight ends out wide, put the slot receivers inside. So now defensively, you're like, okay, do I leave my corners on the tight ends because that's probably the best situation? But then I got my linebackers on two slot receivers, which is a terrible situation. So it's like it creates so much. And you also got to think about it. Who do we just watch win the Super Bowl? You're one of your division rivals, right? They have a ridiculous defense. Let's combat that with a ridiculous offense. And I think what Kansas City did, and I always compare Pat Mahomes to Steph Curry. Steph Curry came into the league, and now every kid from peewee basketball all the way to high school are taking 50-foot threes. Everybody's trying to master the long three shot, right? He's a game changer, a culture changer. So is Pat Mahomes. So the Chiefs defense were solid when they won the title. Even last year, they were solid. They weren't good. They weren't great. But we can outscore you so many more games than you're going to outscore us. And it's kind of like being on the field with somebody like that and that type of offense, it puts pressure on the opposite offense to say, hey, we cannot go 3 and out 2 times in a row because Pat Mahomes is going to put up 14 on us. Like, we can't do that. So, like, I think that's where the league is kind of headed in a way to where defense is important, but it's like, okay, do I get a corner? Do I take this all-time talent at tight end or receiver and build an unstoppable offense? So you know what? We may not be able to keep you under 30, but you're not going to keep us under 35. You know what I mean? And that's why I think is where it's headed. So I think Pitts is a great pick for you guys. Like I said, I really wish they would have stuck to the gun, stayed there, take Javonte Williams, and now you look at it from that because at the end of the day, if you put Javonte Williams in the back of that offensive line, as a defensive coordinator, you cannot say, okay, we're going to play single high. We can't. With Calvin and Julio and Pitts, we're not playing single high. We have to play a cloud coverage. We have to play cover with 2 deep over the top. What does that mean? As a running back, that means I get 6 or 7 in the box instead of 8, 9. Oh, I'm taking that all day. Like let's audible to a run. Let me get my physical body downfield. Let Javonte Williams just start bulldozering guys. So I think that would have been the perfect situation. But Kyle Pitts to you guys it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun because, like I said, he's a hybrid. He's a unicorn. You know what I mean? He's a receiver. He's a tight end, and you can use him so many different ways. So you guys are in good hands. And then at the same time, you paid Matt Ryan. So I knew that you guys weren't. I really didn't believe you guys were going to go quarterback. I possibly would have.
With Fields on the board.
Yeah, I possibly would have. And I think the dynamic thing is in the locker room. Okay, how do I keep the young guy happy for 2 years and say, hey, listen, this is going to be your team in 2 years, but I need to let Matt Ryan play out these 2 years to use up some of this money and then we ship him off, or he retires or whatever. I think that was a dynamic that they might have been worried about. Arthur Smith is a first-time head coach. That's not really a situation you want to put yourself in. Like, hey, I got to keep Matt Ryan healthy. I got to keep the young first-rounder healthy. happy. No, I'd rather go Kyle Pitts. Like it's a lot less stress on the mind to go ahead and take Kyle Pitts. But best way to revive Matt Ryan, man. Give him so many weapons.
Give him that Tony Gonzalez that he used to have, that he used to love.
When he had Julio and Roddy and Tony and Gonzo, that was that was a tough offense to deal with. So I definitely think you guys are going to be one of the. I mean, I'm there to say you guys are going to be one of the top 10 offenses in the league this year. And if you don't, it's going to be Ryan's fault. Like it's going to. There's no way you can't walk out the huddle and see these playmakers and be like, I don't average 400 passing yards a game. There's just no way. We got to score 35. Now, don't get me wrong. Offensive line better make sure that they keep him upright. They have to, because you don't want to be an offensive lineman on a stacked offense in terms of weapons, and it's you that's keeping us from being a high-powered offense. Like, yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and get rid of you next year. Like you are the weakest link. We don't need that. So definitely, man, you guys are in good hands. I think you definitely need to defense. Needs to be defense needs to be a couple picks in this in today. Actually, would be nice for the defense. I'm watching very closely at New England as a Patriot fan, and as a contributor for the Cardinals. I'm watching to see what they do. Wasn't particularly pleased with the Zaven Collins pick yesterday. I love Zaven Collins. You lost Patrick Peterson. Byron Murphy is not a number one corner. You have to face DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. This secondary is not equipped to handle that right now. So, and then you still need a running back. I know a lot of people, when they brought in James Conner, were okay with it. I was not okay with it because with that with the way that they run the ball, in a lot of inside zones, spread, everything, play with space. Chase Edmonds is the best bet, if anything, to start the season for Arizona. I'm not starting James Conner. I'm putting him in short down situations and goal line. I don't really want him getting a ton of carries.
So he'll be the vulture.
Yeah, he'll definitely be the touchdown vulture. That will be a lot. There will be a lot of tweets of fantasy football players that have Chase Edmonds pissed off every game because once they get in the red zone, yep, here we go. James Conner has 400 yards rushing. He has 22 touchdowns in the season. Like it's just like why are we here? Like who asked for this? That'll be those tweets every week. Who asked for James Conner to get a handoff at the 1 yard line? No one. So it's just like that's where we're headed, guys. I'm just preparing everybody. James Conner is going to vulture so many touchdowns from Chase Edmonds. Watch it. Just wait for it. Especially if they don't take a running back in this class. Oh, Philly's on the clock. I wonder what they're going to do here.
Talking about the Falcons, do you really think they're going to trade Julio?
No, absolutely not. No.
You think that was just kind of putting it out there?
Yeah. I think if they were going to trade him, a team – even though he's on the back end of his career, like I could have seen Baltimore. They took a receiver late with that first round that they had. That's a team and they had two because of the Orlando Brown trade with the Chiefs. If Atlanta was going to trade him, they would have traded him last night to Baltimore. Say, hey, here you go. We want to get you out of the conference anyway. You're not on our schedule, as far as we know, until the schedules come out on May 12th. You're not on our schedule. We don't have to face you. We won't have to deal with a revenge game because we traded you and you try to drop 300 passing yards on receiving yards on us. That would have been the move because they would have got an extra first-round pick. They could have gotten the running back, used the second-round picks to get better defensively. I don't see it.
Eagles pick is in here. I haven't seen this one yet. I might be a little bit behind here.
Yeah, you've been ahead of me so far. You've been ruining my viewing by telling me what's going to happen.
I'm gonna let you guys see it first.
I like that they have Golick announcing the pick at least.
Golick's amazing.
Yeah, I'm a big Golick fan.
I mean, I love the pick. It's so smart too.
That's good. They're trying to build something up around Hurts and let him see what they have. I like it.
It's good because from what I've heard, this will be Kelsey's last season, and
makes sense.
You legit, he's coming out. Landon Dickerson has a large injury history, so you redshirt him for this season. Like you just let him sit, let him sit, let him deal with the strength and conditioning, get healthy, get stronger, and then you deploy him as your center in 2022.
So, Javonte Williams and Elijah Moore, huh? Remember going through the comments here. I apologize, guys. I had
no, you're all good.
A little bit of a spill over here with the kiddos, and everybody was freaking out. So,
my little man's not here, so I'm good.
What do you think that means for Jalen Hurts? Do you think that he has a shot to continue being Philly's quarterback? I mean, he was really only given a couple games last year, so I know a lot of people are judging him on that. I don't think we should. What do you think his future is with Philadelphia?
What? Okay, my bad. Patriots just traded up. I'm really
interesting.
My Bill Belichick come from the draft. Bill Belichick gives me anxiety, which he gave me a lot of anxiety last night.
You're a Patriots fan. We need to talk about that Mac Jones pick and them not getting Fields. I saw your tweet when they didn't go up for Fields. So
dude, I thought that ruined my night last night. That ruined my night. I was upset all night. I was really upset that we did not win him. What? Oh, okay. But back to your question. What was your question? This just threw me off.
Jalen Hurts. We can wait and talk about Jalen Hurts if you want.
You're good.
You're good. What the pick is. I've got it up. So
you're good. With Jalen Hurts, they're doing the right things. Getting Devonta Smith, getting Landon Dickerson. Like I said, I would redshirt him just to keep him healthy and let him take over next year. The thing for me is Jalen. It's weird because I feel like they're putting pressure on him in the same regards. Like, okay, we moved Carson Wentz and we're building around you. We cannot end up in the top 10 again.
So, I mean, he's got to win, like 6 or 7 games? Or Hurts to get another – well, I guess it depends, like, how his play is with those games.
Long as they're not picking anywhere close to the top of the draft again, I think he's safe because it's going to be real – it's going to be real interesting if they're in Spencer Rattler territory to say, okay, Jalen Hurts is solid. He's okay. Spencer Rattler has a talent to be elite. We legitimately screwed up once when we drafted you, Jalen, and destroyed our locker room with Carson Wentz, which that was a terrible idea, especially in the second round when you had other holes to fill. So if they go and they're in, like, say they're top 7 in the draft. They had the 7th pick overall or somewhere in that range. In next year's class, you got Sam Howell, Spencer Rattler, Carson Strong, most likely, Jaden Daniel from Arizona State. It's going to be tough for them to say, you know what, we're going to pass up on another quarterback. Like I think he has to play well enough to keep them out of range for a quarterback. You know what I mean?
Well,
and I think that would be good for
them. They did that trade with Miami because they got that extra first. So they have the potential if, Hurts kind of fails this year or doesn't expectations, they can be like, we really like Howard Rattler. We can go up and get him and then kind of, I guess roll it out and have a competition, or something like that.
Which would be so weird because Spencer Rattler came in at the end of Jalen Hurts' tenure at Oklahoma. So that would be very awkward for them to be on the board next year. Like, Spencer Rattler's the pick. And it was like, okay, Jalen, thank you for your services.
Traded up.
Like, you know what I mean?
There's a lot of trades going on here to kick off the second round. Well, so you being a Patriots fan, what was your thought about them taking Barrymore there? I mean, I know a lot of people, just listening on the radio all this morning while I was at work, were talking about they thought he was one of the top players left on the board. So are you happy that they got him, or no, you're not as big on Barrymore?
I like Barrymore. I think he's an unfinished product. I'm okay with it mainly because Bills wants to run this hybrid 34 defense. And my biggest knock on him last year was like, okay, we don't have any linebackers, right? So you're playing safeties at linebacker, but you don't have a front line to occupy multiple blockers so that in the run game, these 200-pound safeties don't get jacked up by guards. And that started to happen, especially late in the season last year. Teams started running the ball right at the gut. It's like, you guys can't stop it. Barrymore will help that big time. And because, we needed an interior D lineman, and I'm fine with it. He has upside as a pass rusher as well. So I like that. My personal pick, if we were going to go D line, I would have waited to round 4 and take 350-pound Tyler Shelvin from LSU. Big, physical, quick off the ball. He gives me Vince Wilfork type of vibes. That's your zero tech. That's your nose tackle in your 34, where he can two gap and take and command double teams from that center and that guard, which allows your linebackers, whoever that may be this year, off the ball to kind of be clean. The one thing you don't want is for your linebackers' jerseys to be dirty, because that means they've been getting pancaked all game.
All right, so I want to talk about Mac Jones because I feel like I was the only one defending him on here last night for our whole group. There was 8 of us, and I was ended up arguing against myself at times as well, because I do think that he can be. It depends, I guess, on what you think. I think he can be a good quarterback, not only in the NFL, but for fantasy as well. I'm not saying he's an elite or top guy in the NFL or fantasy, but I think he can be a good. Everyone compares him to like a Kirk Cousins type, and I think he could be that. What are your thoughts on him? I know you wanted Justin Fields. I would have loved it too. I'm such a massive fan of Fields. I'm a fan. I was going to be a fan of wherever he went. I won't lie to you. I would have cried a little bit inside if he went to the Patriots, because I feel like Bill and you guys have won a lot. Let some of us have some fun. But if he'd have gone there, I'd have been a huge fan. But what are your thoughts about getting Mac Jones?
It ruined my night. I was not happy. I was upset. I was upset the moment I knew what it was. The moment I saw Chicago pop up on the screen, I was like, that's it. It's Fields. I was like, Bill, you sat there and you played and you twiddled your thumbs, and Chicago's going to get an elite prospect, and we're going to get dad bod. And I'm not happy about it. I'm not. Mac Jones is a solid QB prospect. He's not terrible or anything. My thing is this. I've been on this take for the longest now. When I think about offense, I love when people are like, oh, he fits the scheme. Okay, cool. That's fine. You can scheme up certain things, but eventually you're gonna have to. The player has to elevate the scheme, and that's why when people were talking Mac Jones to number 3 to San Fran, I'm like, okay, yeah, he may fit that scheme, but he's not gonna elevate that scheme. Justin Fields or Trey Lance, they elevate that scheme because they bring a type of play calling that Kyle Shanahan has never been able to use. Right? He's never been able to use the RPO to the extent he can now. The read option, the triple option, whatever he wants to go with. With Mac Jones, I think he's a limited quarterback where he's not, because what I keep hearing is people keep bringing up Tom Brady. I want everyone to stop doing that. Like, Tom Brady is a unicorn in his own right, because as we talked about, while you were off air, we talked about one of my issues with Mac Jones. Go back to his pro day. He had 2. At the end of the first pro day, scouts wanted him to make the drive throws. Those tight window throws up the seam, push the ball. He didn't do it. Second pro day on the broadcast, they brought it up. He said, "Oh, well, we're expecting more drive throws." What did we see on the second pro day? A ton of overthrown balls. He's trying to overcompensate and show everybody he can throw the ball deep downfield. He wouldn't attempt the drive throw. Kyle Trask, who everybody kills him for his arm, he comes into his pro day and he's drilling the drive throws. He's making them and he's attempting them. The confidence in the arm strength. My thing is this: Mac Jones, he's intelligent. Mind you, he ranked 2nd in the nation in screen passes. I think almost 150 screen passes thrown last year. And like I said on our broadcast last night, everything looks good when Devonta Smith has 3 yards of separation, when Jalen Waddle has 4 yards of separation. What looks bad is those deep balls he throws, and it goes from this is a touchdown to this is a contested catch, because now these receivers have to come back. They have to slow up. Even John Mechie, on a lot of his deep balls, he beats the bang 8. He kills the corner. He turns around, looks for the ball. He's like, you can see it. He's like, I got to stop. I got to stop running. I got to wait for the ball. Those are the things that trouble me, because you can't anticipate every throw. And on the move, Mac Jones is terrible. Like he on the move, his accuracy plummets. So it's like what? And then you look at what Miami did. Such a Brian Flores move, a former Patriot. He's like, oh, you drafted a quarterback that can't move. We're going to get one of the best pass rushers in this class. See you next year. Like, you know what I mean? See you in the fall. Like, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure he moves. We're going to get him off his spot. And that's kind of my thing, is just And then I look at the receivers that we have. We're going to run 12 personnel with Hunter Henry, as long as he stays healthy, of course, and Jonnu Smith. But I'm not a fan of N'Keal. I was never a fan of N'Keal Harry. I really did not. I was hoping he would be a jump ball guy at best, for Brady. Yeah, he never materialized into that either. And he is one of the worst route runners I've ever seen in my life. Like he was always too high. He's stiff. For a guy that jumped high and ran like a 4.5, he runs like a slug. Like that's why I always say play speed over 40 speed, guys. I don't care what you run in the 40. If I pop on that tape and you look like those old folks in the mall walking in at 7 o'clock in the morning, no, absolutely not. Like I don't care what you ran in the 40. If you look like one of those mall walkers, I don't want anything to do with you. So it just is what it is. But I want to see. It's going to be interesting when we talk about his accuracy. He is accurate. He is. He's an anticipatory thrower. My thing is going to be, what happens when your receivers have maybe 1 yard of separation? How accurate are you? And that's where I'm on a wait and see type of scale. If Justin Fields was taken by Carolina, I wouldn't have been so upset. But Justin Fields was 4 picks away. We wouldn't have had to given up the farm to move up 4 picks. A team 5 picks behind you trade up and get their quarterback. And that's where I'm pissed. Like, that's where my frustration comes in at, is that we were this close to getting a quarterback that not only elevates the scheme, but he shatters the ceiling. When he meets his potential, Justin Fields in New England meets his potential, he shatters the ceiling. And now we're really talking about, well, the dynasty's still rolling. With Mac Jones, the dynasty has died. It's done. We got to see if we can even rebuild anything at this point.
I don't feel so great about arguing for Mac Jones now last night. I might go back and delete some of that video if I can, because that feel great.
Yeah.
A lot, yeah. There's a lot of arguing to go back and delete now last night. So
I just think they need to go get a couple receivers, because I always thought Matt Jones was the type of guy that if you put a lot of talent around him, like if you went to like Denver or something that has all those receivers, tight ends, but the Patriots don't have that. They have the 2 tight ends and a lot of crap. So
exactly.
They got
Defensively, this is how I said this on the broadcast last night. How would I defend a Mac Jones led Patriot offense as of right now? Single high, press man. You're gonna have to throw in the tight windows, bud. Like, that's it just is what it is. You don't have the receivers that scare us, especially vertically. I know a lot of Patriot fans are like, oh man, look how many deep passes Nelson Aguilar caught last year. That's great, fine, and good. He also had Darren Waller pulling coverage from him. So, and Gruden did a lot. They did a great job scheming him open against coverages as well, to where they got those good matchups, those advantageous situations. 1-on-1 for him, tight split, nasty split, close to the line, close to the end of the line, where he has a lot of room to work on his releases. N'Keal Harry, Jacoby Myers, Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, basically Jacoby Myers 2.0. It's just from a skill set standpoint, it's if I'm Mac Jones, I say, listen, I don't want to play at all this year. Like, you're going to play Cam all season. Let me learn while we go into next offseason, and we either use some more money or some draft picks and get me some weapons, because I don't want to trot this out. I mean, the offensive line is good. The run game is going to be the strength of the offense. But again, that's why I say I'll play single high, stop the run, make them throw on 3rd and 8, and I'm playing tight coverage all game long.
Is there a wide receiver that you hope they can draft? I didn't get to see what they traded to move up to grab Barrymore there. So I don't know if they gave up
2 fourths. 2 fourths.
Okay, so they still have their 3rd then, right? I would assume.
Yeah, I think that 3rd was one of their comp picks. I think we had 3 fourths, so I think we still have a 4th rounder, which is good if that's the case. If receiver wise, man, I really wanted Elijah Moore. That would have been perfect. But
they could get our boy Nico there.
I love Nico Collins. I love Nico Collins. I would Nico late round, like 5th round. Josh Palmer out of Tennessee. He's one of those guys where you throw the stat sheet out of the window because his quarterback play was subpar, and that's me being nice about it. Being professional. The quarterback play was pretty bad. It was pretty awful. So in Tennessee last year, so there were a lot of times where Josh Palmer was wide open on routes, and quarterback didn't even look at him. You know what I mean? It was just like that sucks. So I think Josh Palmer in the 5th round could be a good option. Nico Collins. I personally, this is how I look at it. One of the Patriots writers, somebody asked a Patriot writer today about adding another receiver, and his response was, "Where we have, unless they're trading Nikhil, we have Gunner who has potential." And for me, that's when the tweet ended. I was like, "We're talking about Gunner Olszewski? Like, we're really hyping him up right now? Like, let's not do that. Like, let's not be foolish here and say, oh yeah, we got Gunner and we shouldn't look at." No, Gunner would be undrafted in this receiving class. Let's be completely honest. He would be undrafted. You understand what I'm saying? So there's many receivers in this class better than Gunner. Gunner is a punt returner. It is what it is. He's a return specialist. I think he's a Pro Bowl return specialist. Let's not confuse the two, because returner and receiver, they begin with R, but they're not the same. So I would prefer them not to make that mistake again. But yeah, no, I think like I said, Nico. I would love Rondale Moore. To just be as creative as possible with him. I would love it.
I hope
Where do you think
as a Rondale fan,
goes?
I hope he doesn't.
Huh?
Where do you think Moore goes? Because I love, again, us in the fantasy community, we love him because we see him as a unicorn, right? What he was able to do as a freshman at his size, he's able to squat. What was it? Is it? I don't want to sound outrageous. I thought it was 600. I didn't want to say that. I mean, he was squatting 600. He single-handedly destroyed the Buckeyes 3 years ago. Yes. I mean, it was ridiculous against some of the best. No, Brandon, I will kick you off stream, Brandon. Don't you dare put your thumb up. I will against some of the Akuda. Denzel Ward was on that team. Haye was just destroying those guys. So we hope that he's going to be, but I also think he needs to go to an offense that's going to work toward his skill set as well. So where do you think he may go in this NFL draft?
I think it's going to be. I think it's 2nd round. I cannot imagine him falling to the 3rd. Now he does have some injury issues that he's had in college. He's kind of gadgety in a way as well, which isn't highly regarded in the NFL. They like you to have a little bit more polish especially if you're going to be 5'7", 180. Like, when you look at Jalen Waddle, he's a much better route runner, much better release versus press coverage. Plays the ball better in the air and just as explosive, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. What I wanted Cincy to do, I wanted Cincy to go Penny Sewell, and if Terrace Marshall and Bateman were off the board, go Rondale Moore. Because I believe that much in T. Higgins. Tyler Boyd is a stud at the slot receiver. They're missing they let go of John Ross. When John Ross had that 4-game stint when he was healthy and started with the 2019 season, he had some breakout games against Seattle, and he was out there torching that defense and showcasing that speed. They don't have that now. Honestly, I mean, people are going to say, well, they got Jamar Chase. They still don't have that. Like, it just is what it is. They still don't have that legit deep threat where it's easy speed in the regard. So it's like I would have loved to see Rondale Moore use like kind of early days Randall Cobb in Green Bay. You put him in the backfield, hide him there, pre-snap, motion him into the slot, get a linebacker or a safety on him, terrorize, just barbecue chicken, like Shaq says, torch him. And that would have been fun to see. Another landing spot I could see, Carolina. They don't have Curtis Samuel anymore. And Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore is going to be your outside guys. You have Sam Darnold. Why not throw Rondale Moore into the slot? And let's really get explosive, right? Let's cook with some gas here and turn it all the way up. Let's have some fun with it.
I love the Green Bay one. I've been saying I hope that they got him in the 2nd round because I didn't think he was going to go 1st round, and I was hoping they'd get Elijah Moore possibly in the 1st, but then there was a lot of talk. Obviously, he may go to Tennessee, and now we've seen he's gone to the Jets. Then I was saying I think that'd be a great just having him in the slot and everything he can do, like you just mentioned, and then Devontae Adams on the outside. Now, obviously, we don't have to worry about if Aaron Rodgers is leaving, because I don't know if I love that for Jordan Love, but I still think it's going to be a fun offense to watch, assuming that he goes there. Who just went?
Colin.
Okay.
What about New Orleans? I would like him in New Orleans. How Sean Payton can cook things up. I know we don't know what the quarterback situation is, but he could get him out in space, and I would really like that with him and Michael Thomas.
Absolutely. I think one thing for me, whenever I look at like quarterbacks, man, to really know what you have, put as much around them as possible. That's why, for me, I was more on the side of the Jets, keeping Sam Darnold, using these picks to build that team up around him. Give him this year to showcase what he can do. If he takes you to a 10-6 season and you're like, okay, we're going to accept your 5th-year option, do it again. He does it again. Now you can start talking long-term deal with him. It's hard to assess a quarterback when he's surrounded by marginal talent. It's hard. It's really difficult to be comfortable in your assessment, to say, okay, this quarterback is subpar. Well, his receivers rank bottom in the league in terms of separation, and that's what I dealt with Tom Brady's final year. I had a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of people that knew me, they would hit me up like, man, Tom Brady's done. He's washed, man. I'm like, do you see the receivers that we have? We have no tight end production. Our receivers are marginal at best. Julian Edelman, what I believe, if I remember correctly, was coming up on 30 drops in 3 years. Like, unreliable. Like, those injuries, hands weren't reliable anymore. And it's just like, yeah, no. So it's just like, you couldn't assess Tom Brady. Then you look at last year with Cam Newton. He played well early. He ended up getting COVID. And from someone I talked to, COVID definitely played a big part in how he played the rest of the season. But then again, you look at N'Keal Harry. It was just like, how accurate can I be when there's no throwing window, right? Like, Jacoby Myers stepped up. I love what I saw from him, kind of stepping into Julian Edelman's role as that slot receiver. Damiere Byrd was good for what he was as a, big player to a game, deep downfield type of guy. But that was really it. You doubled down on tight end in the 3rd round of last year's draft just to double down on tight end in this free agency period. So it's like we just wasted 2 3rd-round picks where you could have improved the defense with some athletic linebackers, which last year Logan Wilson and the other young man that went to Cincy, both I think were available at the time. So you disregard linebacker Bill Belichick to say, I'm going to take 2 tight ends that I'm not even going to use, and I'm going to replace them the following year. So it's just like, like I said, it's hard to assess quarterback play with bad weapons, That's why I said for Mac Jones, I'm like, if I'm him, I'm like, yeah, I want to sit. This year. I would love to redshirt Bill. Cam gets hurt, put Jarrett Stidham in. Don't put me in. Let Stidham go out. He knows the system, Bill. Like, I'm still learning here. Let Stidham go out there, do his thing. We get a top pick because of it. We can take Treylon Burks next year, and now I feel a little bit more comfortable with Mac Jones, because at least somebody can catch his. Never mind. No,
don't. It's okay. Mac Jones is going to be all right. I'm the only one holding on. I'm the only one holding on to scenes. He's going to be all right. I still believe in him.
I'm gonna come around. Once we get some weapons around him. I'll be a little more comfortable with the pick. But Bill Belichick has not been the most reliable in drafting receivers. So, Treylon Burks could be on the board, and we have a top 5 pick, and Belichick's going to take a guy that should be picked at the bottom of the 1st round. It's like, that's our wide receiver 1, guys. Like, but Treylon Burks is a elite receiver, Bill. Like, no.
No, I mean, I get it. I was weirdly kind of hoping to see him go to the Patriots. Just, I know a lot of Patriots fans and Fields I'm talking about, and it would have been just, I think Bill's the greatest of all time anyways, but just cemented it, because then you're just starting a whole new dynasty, in my opinion, if they would have gotten Fields. So yeah, it'd have been
absolutely.
Who did the Cowboys just pick? Or is he still talking?
He's still
okay,
talking.
Never mind. I was trying to turn it up.
He's going nuts.
Yeah.
Huh. That's an interesting one. Man, look, little bit of a project to me.
Who did they take?
Cornerback from Kentucky, Kelvin Joseph. It's a solid pick. I don't hate it. He's got the ball skills, good athleticism. The framework to be a good corner is there. But one thing, Croc, in our group chat, before I watched film on Joseph, the one thing he threw out there, he's like, he has what you would want, but his eyes are bad. Like, his eyes are bad. And that's, I mean, and it's coachable. It's fixable. But it's like, man, you know, this is thinking about the fact Asante Samuel Jr. is still on the board.
Yeah.
I'm taking him all day long over Kelvin Joseph. Like, twice on Sunday. Like, that's okay.
What did you think about the Raiders pick? Because again, I don't pay that close attention to the defense. I don't play. I mean, I play in a lot of IDP leagues for fantasy, but for college, there's not a lot of people who do it. So I watch and see some guys, but I'm going to be honest, I don't sit there and like look and pay that close attention to him. Now,
Right.
Oakland, Las Vegas seemed extremely excited to get him. Everybody's talking about that was a great pick. I'm living down here in Texas. I actually went and saw TCU play a couple times. Was that a good pick by them getting? I don't know how to say his last name. Trevor, is it
Morrig?
I wanted the Jags to get him the second first-round pick, so
I
to get
did
him
too.
here. So get him here, and I thought we were going to get him, you know, on that first pick of the second round. So I think that's for once the Raiders pick didn't reach on a pick, I feel.
Right. Yeah. I like the pick for them because Morrig is a versatile safety. He could play that center fielder, the post safety, single high, but he also can come down in the box and play kind of that big nickel, play catch technique in man coverage, guard slot receivers, and even some tight ends. He's solid against the run. Like, I want to see him be a little bit more assertive and more aggressive, but it's like he can make a difference in that secondary for sure. Nice.
Are we happy about that, Brandon? Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked maybe to get a tight end there, but definitely need a tackle because I don't know what they're going to do with Cam after this year. So, you know, this kind of gives him a year, you know, if they want to play Cam this year, and then they can move on with Little. I don't know much about Walker Little. I've heard, you know, he looks good, but I mean, he opted out, so you know, it looks like he had a knee injury the year before, so a redshirt year might be good for him.
Yeah, it definitely will be. He hasn't played a full season, I think, since 2018, I believe. Because then he got hurt, I think, right around 2019. Then he opted out this year. So he hasn't played in, 3 years? So it's like, wow, you know. And I believe from what I remember hearing during the Senior Bowl ramp-up that he was offered to come, but he didn't respond or he didn't go to the Senior Bowl. The Senior Bowl would have been really good for him to go there, get some live action, get back in the flow of things. Because you can only train with trainers and by yourself so much. You need that one-on-one, that team environment to really see where you are. But having him, you play Robinson this year, all year, and you let Walker Little, you redshirt him. Granted, he comes into camp and they battle it out, and he's one of your – because with the offensive line, the main thing with the offensive line is you only get the best 5. It don't matter where they line up, you want to get the best 5. So maybe your best 5 is Cam at left tackle and Walker at the right. And if so, that's good. That's good for Trevor. That's good for ETN and Robinson. But if he redshirts, that's also good, because now you can get him prepared, but you can also see where he is in his development throughout the season in practice against because he's going to see Sam Hubbard, not Sam. He's going to see Josh Allen and those guys. So he's going to see good when he's on scout team while he's developing. He's going to get tested every week in practice, every week. And then you get to see up close and personal, okay, how's his development, every week in practice. So I don't hate the pick at all. Like, I like the pick. I think he'll be a starter unless he wows him in camp. I think he's going to be a starter 2022.
Okay. So I got to ask you a personal question about the Browns here, because I was a little surprised that they went. God, was it Newsome now? I'm like completely locked. I'm trying to see who the Bengals are picking. So, I mean, I'm not sold that Greedy Williams. I still think Greedy Williams can be something. I'm a little worried, obviously, the nerve issue, and it kept him out all last year. And that's always something you got to be worried about, right? Because there's no way to tell how a player is going to come back from a nerve thing. I think Denzel Ward is one of the best cornerbacks in the league. Gives up a big play here and there, but for the most part, he's a lockdown cornerback.
He just can't stay healthy.
Yeah,
he's another one.
Well, I mean, he stayed healthy for the most part last year. I think he only missed the one game last year, so it was better than what we've seen in the past, where he's missed like 3, 4, 5 games. So
I think it's his hamstrings that has those soft tissue things. Is kind of they're giving him some trouble. No, Ward, I call him the Warden. Ward is legit. Like he is so good and so clean. I don't like that pick. But no, not really.
I hate that I'm behind, because like I see all you guys react like, yeah, this is okay, and I'm like, he hasn't said it yet.
Yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind.
Oh, okay. Well, you did the same face, Brandon, so I thought maybe you saw it at the same time. I'm the only one not knowing what's going on here.
It's solid. I would have went somewhere else, but whatever. No. But yeah.
Even the kids what the hell? What? No.
I like Newsome. Listen, one of the things I wanted Cleveland to go linebacker. I still do. Like,
so did I, and that's what I was going to ask the follow-up question on. So
the linebacker position is so bad. I'm sitting there watching them try to drop into cover 2 in a Tampa 2 and drop into their hook zones, and it's like it's taking you forever. You're not getting enough depth, and that crosser just passed you. So now you're beat. And it's just like it was so annoying watching it last year, especially against the Ravens in that Monday night shootout. Like the linebackers truly lost that game to me. But looking at what you did with Newsome. So what I look at now, you have Ward, Newsome. Hopefully, like you said, Greedy can come back fully healthy as soon as possible. So Greedy returns. You got in Harrison at safety. Delpit's coming back. Then I believe you brought in, was it John Johnson, right?
Yeah.
The other safety. So now, and I talked about on the broadcast last night. One of the things I look at, like you said, playing to the offense in terms of mismatches. You're playing against an offense that, like Mark Andrews, you don't have a single linebacker that can cover him, right?
Yeah.
Well, what can we do to combat him? Let's bring John Johnson or Grant Delpit into the box. Let's get physical at the line of scrimmage. Let's play some man-to-man coverage with him. Your secondary, you face the Ravens. I'm completely fine with your secondary matching up against their receivers one-on-one. Nobody scares me. Even with Rashad Bateman, no one scares me. I can put Ward on Brown, and I'm comfortable there. I could put Newsome on rookie Rashad Bateman, and I'm comfortable there because those are two rookies who are going to battle it out. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. But Newsome is so when we talk about cornerbacks, his tape is teach tape in a coaching term. That's a tape you throw on the monitor and say, hey, DBs, watch him. He's fluid. He's athletic. He's smooth. His hips, we always talk about oily hips, like his hips and his transitions. Even when he's beat, I believe it was against Wisconsin. I put the play up on Twitter a couple months ago. When I was watching his tape against Wisconsin, the receiver gave him an inside jab, turned him. He speed turned. They ran the 7 route, a corner route. He speed turns, and when he turns, he's back in phase immediately. That's hard to do. That's incredibly hard to do, especially on a 7 route that's probably like 10 yards. It's not much room for error because once that receiver breaks in the corner, the quarterback anticipates, he puts it at the sideline, toe tap. It's a first down. He gets back in phase, he gets underneath, and he picks it off. He's got good ball skills. He's super intelligent. His football intelligence, his FBI is through the roof, especially in coverages. I really like what you guys are doing there. I'm telling you guys are that defense, man. I love it.
Andrew Berry's the GOAT. I learned my lesson last year when I was upset that I wanted them to take Thomas and they got Wills, and I was like, okay, again, I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about offensive line. So I was going based on what I heard other people say. And then Joe Thomas comes out, I was like, no, he's going to be legit. Well, if Joe Thomas says so, I believe him. I love that man. So, yeah, Andrew Berry's been phenomenal. My question, the follow-up one was, I love Zaven Collins out of Tulsa and Owusu out of Notre Dame. That's who I was hoping the Browns were going to take in the first round. Now, obviously, Collins went before them. Now, Owusu's still on the board. Why?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a tweener, right? So he's 215, 220. I think he's like 6'1". Teams are worried about how they are going to deploy him. And some people view him as a safety. Some view him as a linebacker. I view him as a will in a 43, and that's what you guys run, a 43-4-3 offense. I view him as a will. The will linebacker, he's not the inside linebacker. Inside linebackers are the guys who have to take out those ISO blocks when you're in I formation and that fullback comes barreling up the A gap. No, that's when that middle linebacker has to stick his face in there and take that punishment to blow up that run. With Jeremiah, I really view him as a will in a 43. I think he can work so well sideline to sideline, just run and hit, chase type of linebacker. And then you look at his coverage ability. He's in the slot against tight ends and against against slot receivers. And he's playing some lockdown coverage, loose coverage, tight coverage in nice pick against slot receivers. So I can see him being deployed there, but that's really why he's falling. Teams just don't know what to do with him. It's kind of Isaiah Simmons like for the Cardinals.
Yeah, that's what
and when everybody, including myself, when he was drafted last year, that's a good pick. It was a really good pick. When Isaiah Simmons was drafted last year, everyone assumed that Vance Joseph had a plan. He did not. Like, once you got to the halfway from week 1 to week 8, they didn't know what to do with Isaiah. They kept trying to pigeonhole him into just playing off-ball linebacker. If I can find the graphic to pull up on Twitter, he played some odd snaps at slot corner, safety, edge rusher, inside linebacker, outside linebacker. He was so versatile. And you think about this is how they nearly ruined Hassan Reddick. They had him playing off ball, and they didn't know what to do with him early on. They finally, okay, we're going to let you rush the passer, and he was their best sack artist last year while Chandler Jones was out, and that's how he ended up getting paid by Carolina. For me, just like Budda Baker, people didn't believe Budda Baker was a full-time safety, but he does everything. He lines up at linebacker, he rushes the passer, he lines in the nickel, he lines up at wide. He does everything. Do the same thing with Isaiah. Don't pigeonhole him. With Zaven Collins, I think they're going to have a similar situation. You can play him off ball inside. Me personally, I think he's better on the edge. He's a more athletic and better in coverage Kyle Van Noy.
Okay. So let's see here. What's up, Felix? You get a chance to say. Oh, we can't hear you. There we go.
What's going on, sir?
DP, what's up?
What's up, man?
Moxley, what's going on?
How are you, dude?
Thank you to everyone who's watching. I was a little bit late. Parenting can be a little tough. So
yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. Nah, like I said, I appreciate you guys bringing me on. It's a lot of fun. This is what I like to do. I love to talk draft. So this is
it comes right out of you, DP. It comes right out of you.
It's my passion, man. I love it.
Hey, when does your Patreon open up?
Man, I'm planning on launching it next Friday. I also have a YouTube channel will be coming. Whenever I do, especially when I do whether it's prospect interviews, analyst interviews, everything will go to the YouTube channel. I'm also going to put on there film breakdowns for the Cardinals. I want to break it down, especially this draft class. I know a lot of Cardinals fans are going to wonder what can we do with Zaven Collins. So I'll be able to kind of look at that, look at some of his tape, show his versatility, his physicality, and just have fun with it, man. Just broaden the horizons pretty much.
DP, you add JJ Watt, you add Zaven Collins. The offense is going to be firing on all cylinders. Are the Cardinals – I mean, that's a tough division.
Yes.
But are the Cardinals a contender in the NFC?
Not yet. Until not yet. And the main reason why, and I was telling the guys earlier, I didn't hate the Xavier Collins pick. With Greg Newsome on the board still, a lot of DBs on the board, you lose Patrick Peterson. And like I said, you legitimately twice a year, you're going to see DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. You're going to see, Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. You're going to see George Kittle and Debo and Brandon Ayuk.
A lot of offense in that.
A lot of offense in that division. And it's like Collins can help you in the 10 to 5 yard range. But going backwards, how do we put that stuff away? How do we stop DK Metcalf? Byron Murphy cannot guard DK Metcalf. That's not a good matchup. He can match it with Tyler Lockett, fine, but I'm not. I'm not really okay with that. So that's really what I want to see is and they're about to come up on the pick. I think next. What do they do? Do they go corner here? I talked about getting the run game going will help the defense as well. Starting to control the clock more. Stop Kyler Murray from having to be the de facto RB1 and having to run for his life to keep the offense on schedule. James Conner is not the answer. He's a touchdown vulture, which I talked about. Fantasy, he's going to have about 500 yards rushing, 22 touchdowns at the 1 yard line. That's going to be his niche. But they need to find a running back for sure in this class that could be their bell cow.
We got Trey Sermon, we got Kenny Gainwell.
Yes, Gainwell.
Gainwell? I was just about to ask who you want.
I want Gainwell. I want Gainwell in Arizona so bad. Like that is.
Would you be happy if they took him right here with their pick?
I would mainly because they don't have a third or fourth rounder. So after this pick here, it jumps to the fifth round. They have a fifth rounder, then 2 7s. Their draft capital is slim. Granted, the third rounder was traded to Las Vegas for Rodney, one of the best centers in the game, Rodney Hudson. That was a position they needed to upgrade because Mason Cole, God bless him, he was 290 pounds, going up against Aaron Donald and the rest of these defensive linemen in the NFC West. That wasn't a good situation. So with Rodney Hudson, you can go one-on-one and then you can combo block with other guys. So if they went corner here, I wouldn't be mad. If they went Gainwell here, I wouldn't be mad. And even in my mock, the one player I think that they can get in the fifth round at running back, if they wanted to go corner here, is Kylan Hill from Mississippi State. Kylan Hill will be a very good fit to this inside zone running scheme, especially the way that they spread defenses out with 4 wides or 3 wides in the tight end, 3-by-1 sets. Get as much, force guys out of the box. As a former running back, anytime I break the huddle and we get set and I start head counting and I say, okay, that's 6. I'm tapping my quarterback we need to audible this inside zone.
He showed this past year that he can run. That he can catch the ball too.
Yeah, he destroyed LSU before he opted out, and he has the hands. He can run routes out of the backfield. He can play all 3 downs in pass protection as well. He's got to work on his patience a little bit. He gets a little too amped as a runner to where he doesn't let the entire, which is one of the main things I want to highlight on my Patreon, talking about running backs. Everyone thinks, okay, Isaiah Spiller and Breece Hall, RB1, RB2, they can go anywhere. That's not, until you watch the tape, you got to figure out what schemes these guys fit. And so you can't just say, that's why I'm not doing RB1, RB2 anymore. I'm doing tiers. And I'm going to break it down into scheme fits and what I think these guys fit the best. Oh, my. Okay. All right.
Let me take snap.
Oh yeah.
Let me take this opportunity. I want to reset the room. For those of you who are watching, you are watching CampusToCanton.com's coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. We've got Damien Parsons on. My boy, thank you for coming on and spitting all your knowledge. I was watching in the car. For those watching, do us a favor. Go to our YouTube page, search Campus, 2 Canton, and subscribe to the YouTube. Do one more thing. Smash that notification bell so you can know every time we go live, like we do every Wednesday night for the Devy Debate. The schedule for tonight. In about 8 minutes, we're going to have Brandon Carr, former Dallas Cowboy, former Baltimore Raven, former Kansas City Chief. Cam Bradfield, former Jacksonville Jaguar. They're going to be joining us to talk about their NFL draft story. Later on at 9:15, we'll have Matt Waldman on to talk about his observations and talk about maybe anything from the RSP that may whether his analysis has changed. Later on, we're going to have a party. There's going to be a lot of people. Kevin Coleman, Samantha Holt, Noah Hills from Breakout Finder. It's going to be very fun. If you are watching this, go ahead and smash that like button on YouTube. Retweet it. Tell people, hey, you're having fun over here at campus2canton.com. About 7 minutes now. Again, Brandon Carr and Cam Bradfield, former teammates of mine at Grand Valley State University. DP, I mean, Rondale Moore going to Arizona, that's ridiculous.
Listen,
I could have thought of a better fit because we want him to be with a creative offensive mind. What is your reaction to that pick?
That changes some things. That changes some things there. You're going to trot out DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk, AJ Green, Rondale Moore.
Oh, God.
Andy Isabella. You still got Andy Isabella.
Listen, and me personally, like I keep saying it, I would opening snap week 1. I want Chase Edmonds in the backfield. I want as much speed on the field. When we space these defenses out, I want it inside zone, RPO. I want these defenses to have headaches all 4 quarters, trying to figure out. And we've seen what Rondale Moore has done. Now you motion him into the backfield. Like I said, I would use him like Randall Cobb, how Green Bay would use Randall Cobb early on, motion him into the backfield early pre-snap, make the defense kind of figure out what are we, because I remember when, as a Patriot fan, when we had Darrelle Revis that year, we won the Super Bowl, we went to Green Bay. Bill Belichick, one of his theories was, I'm going to take my elite corner. I'm going to put him on your number 2. I'm going to take my number 2 corner, right, and my safety. I'm going to double team your number 1. So he was trying to put Revis on Cobb, and Mike McCarthy was like, I got one better for you. Cobb's lining up beside Aaron Rodgers in the backfield, and with like maybe 7 seconds left in the play clock, he would motion out into the slot, and now you got him on a linebacker, and it's like it's trouble. And now that's how I would use Rondale Moore as well. And even give him some handoffs, man. Like get freaky with it, play with it. Like just really listen. Pete Carroll is going to be like, he's going to be okay. How do we defend this? My secondary isn't the best already. How do we defend this offense? That is a great pick. The value of what you're getting with Rondale Moore in the 2nd round, and like I said, 5th round, Colin Hill.
You gotta like their draft to this point. DP. Yeah. I mean, it's 3 good teams in the NFC West. Can all 3 of them make the playoffs?
Man, I mean,
who's sitting at home? I guess it's got to be. Let's see: Arizona, Seattle, L.A.,
and San Fran.
I guess it's San Fran that's going to be sitting at home.
If Jimmy G's starting all season, I think so.
But if those Jimmy G's starting. I mean, those 3, I would put them up there among the NFC's best. I'd put Washington up there. I would put, Green Bay, considering hopefully, they get that stuff worked out with Aaron Rodgers. I'd put them up there. I don't know. There's somebody that's going to come out of the NFC South, but I don't feel like the NFC South has a haymaker.
It's going to be Tampa. It's going to be Tampa again.
Look at Tom Brady going from New England and going through the Jets, the Bills, to get to the playoffs. And now he's in Tampa Bay going through the leftovers of New Orleans. Carolina, who should have taken Justin Fields. That was very surprising to me. That Carolina passed on Justin. That doesn't make any – you got a new owner there. You got an aggressive head coach. I didn't think – I could see Detroit passing on a quarterback thinking that – their rebuilding plan is 2 years, but I thought Carolina was going to be much more aggressive, and I did not consider they would pass on.
I was shocked. Fields. I was shocked. Justin Fields is staring you right in the face, eyeball, like you're, it was time for him to say, I'm the captain now. And you decided, like, nope, we're going J.C. Horn. I'm the captain.
I was just watching that. I was watching clips of that movie today.
Listen, that's one of my favorite gifts, man. I'm the captain now. I love it. Like I said, I'm fine. I'm still fine with the J.C. Horn pick. Like I said, it's just J.C. Horn or Justin Fields. I'm picking Fields. I'm picking Fields, but I love Horn. Horn's going to bring something to that secondary. That leader, that dog, that number one
physical
corner.
Can tackle at the quarterback position, can guard in the slot if you needed to, guard outside. He's physical.
Those matchups with him and South Carolina and Bama all over again, him and Julio, him and Calvin Ridley, when they play Atlanta twice, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of fun to watch. Hold on one second. I'm going to go grab me a drink. I just realized I didn't have my water.
Colin, I mean, we got some fantasy impacts. I can't see the picks live. Like, I'm just turning and I saw Rondale Moore taken by Arizona. That has to make – I mean, I wish Austin was here. That has to make you happy. That has to make you happy, does it not?
It's bittersweet. I love the draft capital. Early day 2, like early second round, that's great. I don't love him going to Arizona just because they already have an established stud in DeAndre Hopkins. And then they also have Christian Kirk, AJ Green. So there's like some other pieces there. So I think Rondale's a guy who's not going to break out in year 1 in the NFL. I think you're going to have to be patient with him. You're going to have to give him a year, and then maybe year 2, then at that point he may have like a nice breakout year. But I do like the draft capital, the investment that the team made in Rondale Moore. That makes me feel a lot better about having Rondale Moore as my wide receiver 3.
Chris, you've been quiet, man, over there. Are you not feeling the draft this evening? What's up, Chris?
No, I've been listening to the conversation. It's been high quality, but I've enjoyed kind of the whole conversation with Brandon and Damien. It's been good stuff. But I do want to say I was worried Rondale Moore was not going in the second. It's been a big concern of mine, and it finally happened. He went in the second. I feel validated in Rondale Moore. I think the analytics profile's here. It's here.
Let me. I see that we got our guests coming in, so I'm going to clear you guys out, and I'm going to bring them on. Okay, or I'll catch you guys in a second. All right. For those watching, we're really in for a treat tonight. I got 2 guests. The first is a former 5th-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs in the 2008 NFL Draft. He is also a former member of the Dallas Cowboys and Baltimore Ravens. He's the founder of the Cares Foundation. The second was an undrafted free agent in 2011 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He also spent time with the Cardinals, Falcons, and Cowboys, and he once bought me a McDonald's meal that where I had not eaten for 2 days. So, ladies and gentlemen, Cam Bradfield and Brandon Carr. What up, BC? Oh, look at the jacket.
Ooh. Hey.
What's up, man?
What's up? Hey, man, you caught me. I'm over here. I'm at a wedding. I'm at a wedding right now, so I had to step out. They just finished up, jump in the room, so good timing, bro. Great timing.
Okay. Cam, what's going on, baby?
Man, hey, B, you looking sharp over there, boy. Man, Felix, what's going on?
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I ain't been at the house in a while, man. So
BC, let me start with you. BC, let me start with you. At Grand Valley, I think that everyone knew that you were the best player on the team, but I'm not sure that we knew how good because, like, you never really had to exert yourself. I remember one specific one-on-one rep where you were going with Eric Fowler, and for those watching, Eric Fowler spent time with the Steelers and Lions. We were at the 20 going into the end zone. You were impressed, and you missed the jam. And Fowler had to step on you immediately. And because we're in the red zone, that ball is already in the air. Usually that would mean a touchdown. But I have never seen somebody recover that fast for a pass breakup to make a play on the ball. When did you realize that you were athletically different from, your peers?
It took a while, man, because you gotta think. In growing up, I was like always the smallest kid, from basketball to football. By the time we got to high school, I stopped running track because everybody hit puberty, got faster than me. So I was like a little squirt out there. I finally got my first trainer going into 11th grade, right? And I had a trainer that, everybody got trainers nowadays, but I had my first trainer that myself and a couple of my friends had. And that first day I went to train with him, and I was convinced that I was like, you know what? Football is not for me. I'm going to be a pediatrician. I'm going to play basketball. I'm done with this. Then the second day, my friends beat down my door, ran past my mom, and got me out of hiding to come train. So after day 2 of my 11th grade, going to my 11th grade season, I was like, you know what? I think that I can do something with this, but I didn't know what, right? So we get to 11th grade season. I'm playing cornerback for the first time, not playing quarterback anymore. Had a pretty good season. So going into my senior year is when the light bulb finally clicked, like, hey, you can get to the next level. Now, I'm not saying NFL yet, but I was like, you can get to the next level. You can get a scholarship, the whole 9. So that's when, about going to the 12th grade year, is when I finally figured out that, man, I love basketball, but I'm gonna be a 6-foot point guard or a 6-foot cornerback. And at that moment, I was like, you know what, Brandon, if this is what you want to do, then you got to, exert yourself. And that's when, the legend was born, so to speak.
Cam, you had a little bit of a different story too, because you started, well, first of all, you were an all-city tight end coming out of Creston High School in Grand Rapids. Then you played tight end to start off in college, and then you switched to tackle, I think your sophomore year. Was that a switch that you enjoyed? Did you know that that would provide you the foundation to make the jump to the next level?
No, man. I mean, you never really know, right? It was just, it just ended up being a gamble. But I think in any position, you know what I mean, the competitor in you, when you feel like you are kind of going down a little bit on the athletic hierarchy, you know what I mean, it's kind of a tough pill to swallow a little bit, you know what I mean? So that's kind of, the initial onset is a little bit of ego, but kind of similar to what Brandon mentioned, people ask me how tall I am. I say 6'5" on a good day, growing up, I played a lot of basketball. So, I got to kind of max out at my height level. So it's like, playing forward, you know what I mean? Am I going to be able to, make it long enough to be able to compete against these 7-footers? So it was kind of a decision and just saying, I'm going to give it a shot. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you never know what's going to happen, but you know what I mean? It was just kind of making that decision and everything just clicked, right? I matched my grind with that. I matched, you know what I mean? They say it's the stuff you're doing on the field, the stuff you're doing away from the field. And, everything just kind of clicked at the right time.
Well, we're obviously here celebrating. Go ahead, BC.
Hold on, Felix. Hold on. Hey, Cam, bro, I remember it like yesterday. The first day I saw you come to that 707, you and Crump came to. They were still in high school. Big Cam and Crump came to the 707. Like big, Crump was a big name from Muskegon. Got this receiver coming in. I was like, who is this big African dude? Cam, summertime. Sam got you. I was like, who's this big African dude? He came as a tight end. Bro, you came as a tight end. I was like, no, he's not a tight end. But fast forward, I'm like, I've been blessed to be able to play with my dog in the NFL. We got some tight end was good, but the basketball helped him out. He got good feet. You know what I'm saying? He got good hands, good placement, and smart guy. So, man, just it's crazy how I can just go back to seeing when you came in, Cam, and Felix, seeing when your little young self came into Grand Valley. I was like, that's the next one up, bro. So, I just got a little flashback talking to y'all youngins out here, man. Appreciate it.
BC, I came up to those spring practices too, and I caught a TD on you. Let's not forget that. You had your hand all in my face, and I caught a TD on you. And you said, no, you didn't. I said, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
It's like, before the NFL, even the NFL, man, ain't too many touchdowns being caught, man. I can say that. It's okay. It's okay, Felix. You got me, bro.
BC, we're celebrating the NFL draft. Back in 2008, April 2008, you go to the Kansas City Chiefs. Tell us what that day was like for you. You were coached by Herm Edwards. Did you get a call from him Talk to us about your draft day.
So man, that day, the draft back then was what? It was what, 3 days? I want to say it was the first. I don't know how the format was. Anyway, it was a Sunday call, right? So by that time, that week, my family want to have a whole family gathering. Everything you see on TV, everybody at the house trying to bring a news crew over. I'm like, bro, no, I'm coming from D2. I don't even know where I'm gonna land. Everybody, you're gonna be a preferred free agent, you're gonna be a fifth round, you're gonna be this year. I'm like, bro, I don't know what that means. I just want opportunity. So I was like, I'm not really worried about that. Anyway, I had a couple people over at the house. I didn't really watch the first day. The second day, how many days is it?
I was watching for you.
Is it 3 days now? Is it 3 days now?
It's 3 days now, yeah.
It was 2 before?
I can't remember. It was 1. It started off as 1 on Saturday, and I don't remember when it switched to 2.
The first day I didn't watch because I was like, man, I'm not going. I can look online and see how many corners got taken to see, kind of see where what the mindset was for this year's draft. Day 2. Okay, by the time we hit the third round, I was at breakfast, right? So I'm just at my phone. I said, okay, if corners going, I said, oh damn, there's a lot of corners going off this board, right? And so we get to the fourth round, I see some names going off, like damn, I know they went to max schools and bigger schools, but come on, bro, like I'm a sleeper. But anyway, I kind of had a feeling I was going to Kansas City because after I had like a few visits, and that visit, it was like the city, the style of play was everything like Allendale. Allendale like ducked off in the cut. It's kind of country in the backwoods and the sticks. Kansas City to me was like real slow. I'm like, this is an NFL team, but it's like I can manage this. The style of play was shuffle, cover 2. I was like, it's the same thing we do. So in my mind, I was like, I'm gonna go here, and I had a great time as far as breaking down film on the board for the Herm Edwards and all the GMs and stuff. Like I went to work on that board, breaking down film, the plays and all that. Like I had my best film study. So I put that in the back of my mind. But by the time the fifth round rolled around, by fourth round, I was outside shooting hoops. I was like, man, I can't deal with this. It's nerve-wracking. It's the Sundays. It's do or die day. Got people over, the whole 9. So my dad almost fall out the screen door with the phone in his hand, like, Brandon. So I already knew what time it was. I was like, oh, shoot. I was like, who is it? He was like, it's Herm Edwards. I'm like, oh, sheesh. So I get on the phone. It's talking to Herm. Then I'm talking to Carl Peterson. They like, hey, we gave Herm a pick for his birthday. And I'm just like, what? So I mean, afterwards I understood this, like the meaning of like how special it was. I was his birthday pick, and I was the guy, like I was his flyer. So he took a chance with me, just seeing my film, D2 film back in them days, bro. You couldn't even see the damn numbers on the back. So it was hella grainy. But from what he saw, I guess just my length, my size, the whole 9. He took a chance on me. And then they say you're gonna be a Kansas City Chief or the whole 9. I go in the house, my whole family looking at me like, what's going on? I'm like, just be quiet. And my name go across the screen. Everybody go crazy. I'm like, oh shit, they got my name. But then the next piece is like, all right, your name got called, but you heard all the stories, but make this damn team. Nah, bro. So I was like, I smiled for about 2 seconds. I was like, okay, let's go, B. Gotta make it. That's my story, bro.
Which day was in Cam? I'm coming to you because I remember part of your story. But BC, what was the better day, your draft day or when you signed your contract with the Cowboys?
Oh man. So check it out. After I got drafted, I finally got my, got the signing bonus, the money they give you. And that was my first introduction to Uncle Sam. So I got the nice signing bonus. And then when I got to the office, they cut my check. I said, where the rest of the money at? Like half of it was gone immediately. So I was like, oh, so what I see on TV is not really what these guys make, so it's a little different. But to answer your question, the bigger day, more exciting day for me was that Dallas day for 2 reasons. For one, it was it was free agency. You hear all the stories about you make the free agency, you get paid, you get this and that, but it's always a gamble. It's always the unknown, right? So I was just in free agency, like, damn, what's going to happen to me? And then the second part, I was so happy because that was my childhood team. Even though we're from Michigan, Detroit Lions, like my dad, that was his team, but by halftime, he was pissed off. I love the Cowboys, Deion Sanders, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, all those guys. So that was always my team. So be able to go over and to represent the star was a big accomplishment for me.
Cam, I connected with you right before the draft because I remember you went to a combine. I think it was on Michigan State's campus, if I remember correctly. And I came to talk to you. You were staying in the hotel. You obviously were an undrafted free agent. Talk to me about your draft day and then what it was like to head down to Jacksonville.
Man, it was a crazy time, man. So I kept it low key. Like I was, projected to go 6th, 7th round, or free agency. So coming from Grand Valley, you never know. You know what I mean? Obviously, we were all around to see Brandon get drafted, and that was definitely a spark for the program. Like recruiting, everything that comes in it. You know what I mean? But to be in that position to potentially get drafted, you never know what's going to happen. Kind of I don't know if it's in the secret sauce, but as the 6th round went on, and I kind of started to get that feeling, like maybe not. Teams are calling my agent. I'm just staying on the phone. He's saying, we'll look out here in the 7th, look out this pick, look out from this team, look out from this team. So what basically what teams are doing, they're trying to build a relationship because they're putting the probability on you not getting drafted in the 7th. So they want to say, we called you in this round to potentially draft you. So, we want to sign you. So after the 7th round went on, I took one pre-draft visit to Jacksonville. So I think I talked to Brandon beforehand, to kind of get some advice, to get a lay of the land to know how it would go. But so anyway, after the draft, I had about 5 or 6 teams, call me and say, hey, you know what I mean? Like, we want to offer you a contract, yada, yada, yada. So, out of those 5 or 6 teams, Jacksonville was already, my favorite, simply because of that pre-draft interest that they showed me. But that was a unique year. That was in 2011, which was the year of the lockout. So after the NFL draft, no free agents could sign. So kind of after, those guys got drafted, it went to, kind of no communication, no nothing. So I had to go, the draft is in April. I had to go, May, June, working out, just kind of in the same similar situation like when I went from tight end to offensive line. I had to, kind of go on faith and just, believe that, it was never to me a question of if, it was when. When is, the NFL going to end the lockout and get back to it. So it was basically just, staying in shape and being ready when, when my number was called, literally. So we went through the summer. It was, towards the end of July, lockout ended like immediately after I saw it on ESPN. Within the hour, teams are calling my agent's calling me saying, hey, we got this opportunity. And fortunate enough, man, Jacksonville was one of those teams. We felt, me and my agent felt like that was the best place for me to get an opportunity. Every undrafted free agent, you're looking to go somewhere where you can make the team. The opportunity is great, but you want to, you there. It's a business at that point. That's the difference from college to, from to the NFL is college people. Freshmen might want to make the 2D. When you're a rookie, you coming for that starting spot. You scratching and clawing, getting every piece you can.
And you eventually did become a starter as an undrafted free agent. But talk to me about, so I guess a significant day for you had to be when cut down day passed your rookie year and you either didn't, we've all seen Hard Knocks. You either didn't get that call or you got a call from somebody saying you made the team. Talk to us about what that was like.
Woo, man, I never forget. I was still in the team hotel, so I'm a rookie at this point, all my friends, they're still around, my fellow rookies, they got drafted, they, looking at apartments and stuff like that. Man, I'm still in the team hotel, like pretty much day to day at this point. But honestly, man, I was confident in my play. My last preseason game, I played a first round draft pick, and I had, probably my best game of the preseason. So I was like, if they, make that decision, that, I was confident somebody else, you know what I mean, would have picked me up. But we went, man. I'm sitting around that hotel. I think I went to the movies, man. I just went out walking. Like, it was similar to how Brandon was saying on his, you know, the experience was on the day he got drafted. I was just doing whatever I could to stay busy because you have an idea when the cutoff time for cuts is. So you just, you know what I mean? You really don't want nobody calling you. So it's kind of the opposite. Draft day, you want your phone ringing, and cut day, you don't want nobody to call you. You know what I mean? Your friends calling you saying what's going on. You like, man, you know what I mean? Get off the phone. So I can't remember the time. Maybe it was 5 o'clock was the cutoff time. I got a call from a 904 number. That's Jacksonville's area code. I get a call from a 904 number. It's 502. I'm like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's the GM. He pretty much, you know what I mean, called me, congratulated me, and kind of just, you know, explained his, you know, what he expected of me moving forward, man. So it was definitely a crazy day.
Did you talk to? I mean, did you call your mom like as soon as you got the call, or?
Oh man, they was waiting by the phone, man. It was, you know what I mean, everybody screaming and going crazy. It was a ride, man. Like that. It's, you know what I'm saying. I look back on it now, and obviously, you know what I mean, it's every kid's dream to get drafted. You know what I mean, first round, going that stage, or you know what I mean, 7th round, just to see your name on that screen. You know what I mean, it's a dream. I didn't get, you know what I'm saying, that opportunity, but I wouldn't, you know what I mean, if I could go back, I wouldn't change it for nothing in the world.
There's a picture, I don't know where I saw it. Maybe it was on your Twitter, Cam, of you two standing on the field together after a game. And that was, I felt really emotional, you know, watching y'all, you know, just being on the field together. Let's take a left turn here. BC, J.C. Horn out of South Carolina, Patrick Surtain out of Alabama, and Caleb Fairley out of Virginia Tech. Do you have a preference for those three? A young buck that you like?
So I'm biased to Surtain because when I got to Kansas City, his dad was there.
Oh,
so
yeah, damn.
It's funny, we laugh now, and Pat probably remember because after his dad left, like I didn't see him anymore. But it's funny, he was like my son's age, like 7, 8, when I first saw that young man, and now to see him for the last couple of years wreak havoc out there on the island and do his thing. I'm like, damn, that's pretty dope to kind of, you know, see a kid. You know, I heard a story about Fitzgerald and how he was a ball boy, all that good stuff. But to see a kid on my own eyes when I was a kid as well into the league, and now as I'm exiting, this guy is coming in about to, you know, make some good money and do some great things. I think it's pretty solid. So that's my favorite as far as just like my bias, a pick that I know. But I've been able to just watch just some of the highlights of these guys this last year. And they're kind of different bodies, man. You know, Pat I feel like he's a complete cornerback, and you got Horn that is very explosive. I think he's an upriser, man. He's got a lot of potential, and I think when he gets to the league, you're really gonna see his game. It's kind of like he's a fast guy, so I mean, he's gonna be like, you know, he's gonna be able to cover a lot of guys, and you know, the league, you make a lot of money, play a lot of good man to man, bro. So you know how it goes. And then my guy from VTech, I didn't really check on VTech too much, but knowing what I know about Virginia Tech cornerbacks, like my Brandon Flowers and those guys that I've been able to play with, this is gonna be coached up pretty good.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be solid, man. I just think that just as I look at the next crop of cornerbacks, man, I'm just impressed with just the skill set, how these guys have really honed in on just to change direction, just becoming complete cornerbacks, and just having the movements down, man. Because you know the whole footwork thing is kind of new. A new science for people to make money off of and train guys, and guys taking advantage of it. So I just see a lot of great footwork, a lot of guys coming out just eager to be the next great corner, man. It's exciting to see.
If anyone has any questions for Brandon Carr or Cam Bradfield, put them in the chat box. I'll get to them, and we'll ask them. Cam, Penei Sewell goes to the Detroit Lions. I have to figure that he's going to play left tackle, given that he was taken that highly. That's going to force Taylor Decker over to the right. How difficult of a transition would that be to move from left to right tackle? Because you did the same thing in college.
So I went right to left. So it's kind of tough to say. You know what I mean? There are some people that are, you know, some tackles are able to make that transition. Some aren't. You know what I mean? Some, you know, their body is just kind of conditioned to play on the left side because they've been doing it, you know, for X amount of years or whatever the situation is. So everybody can't do it. You know what I mean? But you know, we'll see. In today's
when you bring I think people would assume when you bring a player in of that caliber, even if somebody has to switch positions, it makes everybody on the line better. That's what people in the public would believe. Would you agree with that, or would you disagree with that?
I don't watch a lot of film. I'm no NFL specialist or anything of the sort. But I have, saw some of his games when Justin Herbert, was still at the helm, and I think they went to the Rose Bowl in some games, and I've seen him play, and I think he's not the sexy pick, but I think he's gonna make the Lions happy for the next 10 or 15 years.
BC, you've had to guard Travis Kelce. You had to guard some of these tight ends. How are you going to handle Kyle Pitts? Are you playing off of him? Are you jamming him at the line of scrimmage? What are you doing with Kyle Pitts?
If he's anything like Darren Waller, that's with the Las Vegas, because he was in Baltimore under the radar for a couple years before he finally a team plucked him off. They plucked him off of the working out before the game. They saw him working out, was like, damn, who is that? The boy is that fast. So if he's like a 4.4 guy like that, my goodness, the safeties have changed, as you see, right? When I first got in the league, we had a lot of big safeties, 230, 220 pounds hitters. Now them boys about my size, you got to run and cover. So with him, I would tell my defensive line, hey, bro, get pressure. We need that pressure right now because we ain't covering this guy 50 yards on the field. So get to the quarterback about 3 seconds to make my job easier, man. Crazy. It's some freaks coming to this league. It's all these glorified receivers playing tight end, man. Some guys block, but most of these guys want to catch balls like your Jimmy Grahams, and they catch a lot of balls and they hurt a lot of defenses, man. So I'm with it, but it's going to be a problem for a lot of coordinators throughout this season. But I guess the biggest thing right now, they're going to try to beat that boy up and make him run block, I guess. I don't know, bro. We'll see. It's going to be fun.
You need a Mike McFadden to put pressure up the middle, right, for your defense. Is that right?
Hey, shout out to my Grand Valley Dogs, man. The two championships, man. It was a good run, bro.
It was. Cam Bradfield, BC, I appreciate you all taking the time to come on with us. We do a podcast every Wednesday. I'm probably going to have to get both of you on so we can talk to you a little bit more, but I appreciate you coming on, gentlemen.
Man, thanks for having me, bro. It was good to see y'all.
Yeah, all right, Cam. All right, BC.
No doubt, bro. Appreciate it. Hey, check me out on the Iron Horse Pod, man. All your social media platforms, Iron Horse Pod. And then get me back on your pod so we talk about some other stuff too, bro. We got some stories too, man. So let's get it.
We do. I told Cam, I said we got a lot of Cam, do you remember when I lost my lunch card and I didn't first of all you was laughing at me. I didn't eat anything for like Saturday and Sunday, and then on Sunday you were like, man, let's go that's back when the dollar menu meal had just came out. And we went to McDonald's and I got a double cheeseburger. That's still like one of the best meals I ever had after not eating for 2 days.
Couldn't let my dog go hungry, man.
Felix,
all right, so all
right, man.
all right.
Yeah.
Chris, how was that, man? Was it good?
Oh, I love the Herm Edwards birthday pick story. That was awesome. That was a great story by Brandon. It was so funny.
I usually, try to do my homework and try to know everything, but I didn't know that. I didn't know the birthday part. So that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool to reconnect with those guys. Did I miss any picks? Did I miss anything? What did I miss?
Pat Freiermuth to the Steelers. Love the fit.
Ooh.
Think it's a great fit for him. Think he's an awesome tight end. Love that he got second-round draft capital. Surprised it took it so long. Dwayne Eskridge also just went to the Seattle Seahawks above De'Ami Brown, above Terrace Marshall.
It's almost like they took they love those types of players. They've got Tyler Lockett there. That makes sense. Let's reset the room. Let's reset just a little bit. You are watching campus2canton.com's coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. I got my boy Chris Moxley with me. Do us a favor. Go to our YouTube page, search Campus, the number 2 Canton, and subscribe to the YouTube. You'll be able to see every time. First of all, subscribe to the YouTube and then smash that notification bell so that you can know every time we go live like we do every Wednesday night for the Debbie Debate. I'm Felix Sharp. You can catch me at Sharp Review. Chris Moxley, you're at Chris Moxley 19, right?
You got
Chris
it.
Moxley's been hammering out that content for us. We're a startup website, started in March, at the beginning of March, and we're doing big things. We've had Lewis Sharp on, All-Pro, 3-time Pro Bowler. We've had Damien Parsons on, football analyst extraordinaire. We've had Brandon Carr, former Dallas Cowboy, and Cam Bradfield, former Jacksonville Jaguar on. I don't think that there's another site or platform out there that's covering the NFL draft the way they are. If they are, just let me know. Hit it in the comments. Say these guys are doing it better than you guys are. In 15 minutes, we're going to have Matt Waldman on. Matt Waldman is going to join the stream, and I'm going to ask him about Zach Wilson, damn it, because I read the RSP, with a glass of wine and just shed tears reading his analysis and conclusions on Zach Wilson. And then later on, again, the party, we're going to have Samantha Holt of the One-on-One with Samantha Holt podcast and Fantasy Focused. Kevin Coleman of Hammercast and Fantasy Pros. Who am I missing here? Nick Whalen. I forgot about Nick. Nick Whalen will be joining us later on. So we got a lot of things in store for you. Make sure you smash the like button if you like what it is that we're doing tonight for the draft. Giving you the NFL players takes, giving you the analyst takes. We are doing it big. 15 minutes. Matt Waldman is going to be joining us. In 10. Let me add my brother, Mr. Bruning, back into the stream.
How about them Cleveland motherfucking Browns, baby?
Who did you get, Matt?
They took Jeremiah Wusu. I don't know how to say. I don't remember what his
Cohen
full
Moore.
last name is. They took Joke though, who I wanted them to take in the first round. So the fact that they got him in the second after getting as Damien, because again, I fully admit I don't pay as close to defense as I do the offense. So I was asking Damien about Newsome, because I've heard all these great things, and for him to say he's one of the top cornerbacks, get a top cornerback in the first round, and then to get Joke in the second round, oh my God, Andrew Berry is the GOAT. I don't know how I've lived without him my whole life. I really don't. I want to marry him.
Matt's on cloud 9 right now.
Dude, look,
I
we talked
haven't
about this
been able
last
to pay
night.
attention to any of the picks.
2.5 decades of nothing. And I'm pretty sure I talked about this with Austin and Colin last week on the Debbie Debate, that I'm still hesitant to believe the Cleveland Browns are going to be good next year because they've never shown it 2 years in a row. But what Andrew Berry has done in the offseason and now in this draft, I mean, my God. I mean, at this point, I think it's if they don't produce even a winning season next year, that's on the players and on Stefanski, because the team that Andrew Berry is giving him is just ridiculously loaded.
A couple of players that, and Mox, I just sent you a message in the chat. A couple of players that I'm really looking forward to seeing are Ramondre Stevenson. I love me some Ramondre Stevenson. Went from about 250 to cut down to 230, losing 20 pounds. I think that's probably part of the reason why he didn't test as well as he otherwise would have. I don't care about his athleticism, though. I want to see Ramondre Stevenson get day 2 draft capital. So we're in the middle of the second round. I'm hoping that we get to see him taken in the second or the third round. That would allow me to feel really comfortable with him. I think thus far we've only had 3 running backs taken. Is that we've only had Williams, Etienne, and so what's what's absolutely crazy is how can you have we've had more running backs taken to this point, I think, than we did. No, at this point, the running backs started coming off of the NFL draft last season because
last year,
Taylor went, Swift went early. Dobbins went later in the second round. So, but still, that draft class was so much better than this 2021 draft class, and we only had 1 player go in the first round. So what do we got, Brody?
The fact that Tutu Atwell just went to the Rams.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I love it because I love it from this fact. My brother knows what he's doing when it comes to offensive play calling. So I think he's going to find a way to scheme stuff for Tutu Atwell. Now, will Tutu Atwell survive the first hit he takes? I don't know. But if he's always getting into the end zone, it won't matter. I mean, Sean McVay, I think it's fair to say, is an offensive genius. So adding Tutu Atwell there with Robert Woods and, my God, what am I forgetting? Cooper Kupp, and you got Matt Stafford throwing him the ball, I think he just got second-round draft capital as well, which matters, right? I mean, I'm not big on the analytics and draft capital, Moxley, but that matters, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tutu's a guy that has great analytics anyway. That was never really his question. He's actually has one of the better analytical profiles in the entire draft. I don't really like that he weighs less than I did when I was in like 9th grade, and I'm not a big guy.
Or Colin in 9th grade too, right, Colin? Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, what's he weigh? 155?
I think
it was 149. Was it 149? Oh my God!
No, 149.
Hey, Sean.
It was low.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it was not good. And I mean, you could say all you want about him going second round draft capital. You could say all you want about him going to the Rams, but I'm still out on Tutu Atwell. I don't.
Colin, I agree with you. I have Tutu Atwell in a couple of campus to Canton leagues because I was really, he's right here in Louisville. I was really high on him. However, he is 129 pounds. I mean, I could.
They said 153. PJ said they just said 153.
I could probably bench him about 40 times. But he is fast. That said, in the leagues that I have him, this is going to be an opportunity for me to trade him. Now, I'm not going to be able to because everybody's listening. But if I could get from underneath Tutu Atwell and turn him into, in campus to Canton leagues, turn him into, maybe even a first-round rookie pick, a first-round freshman pick in this, because I like some of the wide receiver in this class. If I could turn Tutu Atwell into Mario Williams, woo! If I could turn Tutu Atwell into LJ Johnson, a rookie pick, or I keep saying rookie, a freshman pick, I would do that. And with second-round draft capital, do you think, do you think I'd be able to turn that trade around to trade Tutu Atwell for a first-round freshman pick? Brody?
I got to pay attention to this pick. I'm really hoping I don't end up eating my words on what I was tweeting out just a couple minutes ago.
Uh-oh.
I'm not big on Terrace Marshall, and I feel like his stands is what I called it when I tweeted it out. Just annoy me on Twitter with how they think he's like the second best wide receiver in this class, which, he's not even in my top 6, which granted, I understand there's people I like who think he's that good. I just don't. And I tweeted out that I was like, so where are we at? Because Dwayne Eskridge has now gone ahead of him. Tutu Atwell has gone ahead of him. And I was like, where are we at? Jefferson stands like, well, we're still on the second round. KC's got to take a wide receiver. Well, okay. Well, we'll see if he goes there. But if he falls into the third round,
Bolton.
I think he's – really?
They just took Nick Bolton.
Where are we at, Terrace Marshall fans? Where are we at? Because KC just passed on him, too.
Green Bay – KC has another pick in the second round, though.
No, fuck. Never mind. I'll take it. No, they don't. We're almost done, aren't we? Tampa Bay's right. They do. Fuck. Oh, well. If they take him there, whatever. I still don't think he's
Green Bay has a pick there. KC has a pick there. So you may eat your words yet, but I'm with you.
Still,
there's a lot of talent on the board.
Why isn't even drafted?
Though. Well, who thinks why is Marshall going to go ahead of those guys?
Seth Williams, Tamorian Terry, Felix's guy. Both guys that I think are right there in the same conversation with Terrace Marshall. I think they're both all three similar archetypes. I think that just comes down to personal preference. I have Marshall ahead of those guys, but do we know the NFL does?
No. Okay. So my argument is more of just that everybody keeps saying that he's a top 3 wide receiver in this class. And again, we were just talking about the draft capital for Tutu Atwell, right, Moxley? If maybe not us, if the NFL considered him that good, he should have come off the board by now, regardless of how deep this wide receiver class is, right?
Terrace Marshall's medicals, I think, they must be just awful. Like, there's no chance that they're good if he hasn't gone off the board. Like, they have to be something like brutal for him to not come off. Because he was in the solidly in the first for a long time. I don't think it's an indictment of his play as much as it is just like I don't know what's going on there. I think it's a medical issue, which just sucks for him, right? Like, you want to see a guy be healthy and be able to succeed at giving like a full bill of health, but I think that something happened when they saw his medicals and everybody got scared off of him.
But that also matters. Because
let me reset the room because I can see that new people are joining us, expecting Matt Waldman's appearance. He will be here in about 5-10 minutes or less, about 5 or 8 minutes or so. But you are watching CampusToCanton.com's coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. Do us a favor. Hey, hit the like button on YouTube. Let us know that you enjoy what it is that we're doing. We've had Louis Sharp on, former NFL left tackle, All-Pro. We just had Brandon Carr and Cam Bradfield on. We're a startup company. We just started in March, and we are trying to do the biggest and best and most comprehensive draft coverage that we can. We just had Damien Parsons was tearing it down from the start of the show until about an hour ago. Matt Waldman will be with us here. We'll have a party later on with Nick Whalen, Kevin Coleman from Hammercast, and
Sam Holt.
Fantasy Pro. Sam Holt of Fantasy Focus. CampusToCanton.com is doing it like no other platform is doing it. Go to the YouTube page. Subscribe, hit the notification bell so you can know every time we go live, just like we do on Wednesday nights with the Devy Debate. You can follow, I think all of our Twitters are, all of our Twitters are there so you can see where to follow us. Sports Fanatic MB, Chris Moxley down there in the right corner, Colin Decker, the man who's responsible for essentially creating the website, the Campus to Canton team. And we just got another one, Mr. Why Wait Till Sunday himself, Alfred Fernandez, who got some good news this morning. Let's switch to college just for a second. In Lance Leopold joining Kansas. That's thumbs up for Devin Neal. Is that right, Alfred?
Big time, as you astutely pointed out. He led Buffalo to quite an impressive running attack over the last couple of years. And so if we can install even a portion of that at Kansas, I love it for my guy, Devin Neal.
Go ahead, Bernie.
Go ahead, Felix. Go ahead.
I was just going to say we just saw that Terrence Marshall goes to Carolina. We're going to have to ask Matt Waldman about that. So you've got Robbie Anderson. You've got DJ Moore. You've got Sam Darnold. You got both Robbie Anderson and Terrence Marshall can take the top off the defense. So, as a matter of fact, so can DJ Moore if you need him to. It's going to be a question of whether or not Sam Darnold can bring it all together. I'm still surprised. I'll keep saying this. Out of all the teams that passed on Justin Fields, I am most surprised that Carolina did. You got an aggressive billion, the richest owner in the NFL owns the Carolina Panthers, hedge fund guy. You got an aggressive head coach coming from Baylor and Matt Rule. I mean, we've seen the Cardinals. We've seen the Jets. We've seen multiple teams take quarterbacks back to back to just to have safety at that position. And here it is. We've got Carolina putting all of their eggs in the Sam Darnold basket when Justin Fields was sitting right there. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And Chris Moxley, I see you shaking your head. Talk to me.
No, it was brutal when we passed on Fields last night. I really wanted to see it. And I like J.C. Horn. You know, J.C. Horn and I both went to South Carolina. We went to the same high school even. He's now playing for my NFL team. Really cool story. Love J.C. Horn. But, man, they got to have a lot of faith in Sam Darnold. And maybe Joe Brady is the quarterback whisperer, and he did what he did for Burrow his last year at LSU, and he just whispers some sweet nothings to Sam Darnold, and we're in a beautiful shape. But it was tough to see us pass on Fields like that.
I think Brady, I do think he can do that. I mean, I don't know NFL wise, but if you look at it, Teddy Bridgewater and that offense had a good fantasy year last year. Like, Teddy Bridgewater wasn't horrible, and he produced 3 top 25 wide receivers. So, I mean, they had a good offense. Again, I was just talking about how I didn't think Terrace Marshall was going to get second-round draft capital. It just happens. He goes to your Carolina Panthers, But what does that
One
mean for
pick
him?
later.
Because I would say I think DJ Moore is the better wide receiver. And now, so you've got him. Does Moore move into the slot, do you think? It puts Marshall and Anderson on the outsides. Does Marshall go into the slot? Because the one thing I'll say for Marshall is getting a guy like Brady, who we saw last year was scheming guys open with Curtis Samuel, Robbie Anderson, and DJ Moore. This could be a good landing spot for him.
No, I think that's a good landing spot for Marshall. I'm kind of mixed on how I feel about him, but ending up in the second round, given what I think is a medical issue, it's kind of a to be determined sort of thing. But I think Sam Darnold's actually a downgrade from Teddy Bridgewater. Really across the board, his stats are worse. But
what?
Moxley is a known Darnold hater.
His adjusted completion percentage is lower. His average target is lower. His red zone completion percentage is lower. Sam Darnold across the board, metrics-wise, is a worse quarterback than Teddy Bridgewater. Maybe some of that is Adam Gase, but Sam Darnold is not who I wanted to see in Carolina, is all I'll say. But from a Terrace Marshall perspective, I think that's a great fit for him because I think Joe Brady can really he's the tide that lifts all ships. I like you said, Bruning, I think we had three very close players to being wide receiver twos. And with Teddy Bridgewater, maybe Darnold can capture some of that magic he's had at USC and really put it together. But, I think this is a good fit for Marshall. I think we see DJ Moore in the same role he probably was last year. Robbie Anderson short, trying to get him in yak situations using his speed. And maybe Marshall even starts out in the slot. I mean, he played a lot of slot last year. I think he has maybe 22 or 27 total outside targets over the course of his career at LSU. So it could happen. That's a bad fit for him.
So do you think that Marshall's more likely to be in the slot than DJ Moore?
I do. I know you didn't ask me.
We're always asking you, Alfred.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you watch a lot of his LSU tape, he had some of his best plays out of the slot.
What's up, Jared?
They used him as a deep threat out of the slot on soft coverage, and you couldn't guard a 6'4" guy who could run 4.3 down the field. But I feel vindicated because he was way down the board compared to where some people had him as like wide receiver friggin' 5 or something in the class, and I just didn't see it. And I'm not sure he's like a complete X wide receiver. I didn't see that myself.
Well, let's ask an expert. I see that our next guest has joined the stream. Our next guest has been providing the most detailed fantasy analyst in the form of the RSP for more than 10 years. He is a senior writer at Football Guys, one of the co-hosts of the Audible. It is my honor. Man, I've wanted to talk to this guy for a very long time.
Me too.
My honor to welcome Matt Waldman to our live coverage from the draft for CampusToCanton.com. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. We just saw Terrace Marshall go off the board to Carolina. What are your thoughts about his fit with the team, and can Sam Darnold be the straw that stirs the drink there?
That's a lot right there. But let's just start with Terrace Marshall to begin with. I think it was the best pick of the receivers off the board in the second round so far. And there were some pretty good ones off the board and maybe one head scratcher, but we'll talk about that. But with Marshall, certainly you have a guy who can play inside and outside. You've got someone who understands how to get open in the middle of the field, make some tough plays. Yeah, you'll hear maybe on some of the big draft media commentary that he dropped some passes last year. But what I liked seeing from him is that when he dropped those passes, oftentimes he came back and didn't drop any more at the end, through the rest of the game when he got disrupted a little bit, and he shows that he can take contact. He's skilled after the catch. I mean, he's only going to get better as a route runner. I don't think there's any glaring deficiencies with him where you're going to think he's going to have a tough time figuring out how to be a good route runner in the NFL. It's just a matter of putting in the work and adjusting. Now with Darnold, I think the big issue with him is that quarterback is a confidence position as much as it is a skill position and a conceptual position. And it's one where if your confidence is shattered by a bad experience, it's difficult to get that back. Now, what we're going to find out fairly quickly probably within the first 5 to 6 games, whether Sam Darnold's confidence was shattered or whether it was just a temporary setback. If it is a temporary setback, Marshall is going to be a really nice compliment to what you get from, Moore and then also Anderson, because he can roam the middle of you can mix and match all those guys really with what they do, which is really fantastic. I think it's an upgrade to Curtis Samuel. I know a lot of people love Curtis Samuel, and I certainly like a lot of the skills that he provides, but I think Marshall has the upside to become a better route runner. And they need a type who can win some of those contested plays in a way that Moore's gotten better at it, but that was never his game. Samuel was okay at it. People felt like he was underutilized, but I think that his route running was probably a reason why that he worked better in the middle of the field as opposed to getting off the jam. And I think Marshall's going to be able to develop into that kind of guy. And then, of course, you get Anderson and what he was able to do.
Matt, you shattered my confidence when I got the RSP on the Friday after it came out, and I scroll down to the Zach Wilson section, and I read, your analysis on Zach Wilson. His potential saving grace, as you said in the RSP, was if he goes to a wide zone play action scheme. We have to believe that that's what they're going to do with the New York Jets. Mike LaFleur coming over from Shanahan in San Francisco and in Cleveland. Does your position – he doesn't lack for any confidence, but do you have confidence in him now that he's there with the Jets?
Well, I mean, we've certainly known that this was likely the pick for the past, 4 to 6 weeks. So with that in mind, I think the Jets are better for Zach Wilson than Wilson is better for the Jets if we were to consider all things equal about these particular players. But with that in mind, while I would have preferred, probably 4 players, who were available to Zach Wilson on the board, if you think that this team can build the line up front quick enough and that the young wide receivers it has can mature, and the inexperienced coaching staff in terms of head coaching experience that Robert Saleh arrives in as, if all these all these talents, but inexperienced talents can somehow gel, then yeah, it could happen. But I'm thinking more this is like a Baker Mayfield redo type of situation where, maybe he starts strong because teams aren't scheming against him. But then when you start looking at what teams will do to start, working to try and prepare and looking at his tape, and then they look at this young team as well, and this team hasn't really been through a lot together and been in the NFL a long time, I have concerns. Like, he's not a player I'm recommending to anybody in my post-draft for this year. I'm recommending him either as if you are a trade-oriented GM in fantasy and you're very good at buying low, selling high, that type of thing. He might be a nice sell high after the first 4 to 6 weeks and maybe a buy low by mid-2022.
I can't remember the exact words that you used in the RSP, but I remember that section was the last line of Zach Wilson's profile. And, that was just really the gut punch. I've been a Zach Wilson fan. Let's keep talking about the quarterbacks, Matt. And guys, don't let me dominate the mic. If you guys have questions, you can ask too, but I'm going to ask. So Kyle Shanahan gets Trey Lance. Trey Lance is your second-rated quarterback. Are you going to blink if anyone in Superflex Dynasty League says, I'm going to take my chances at the 101 with Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan as opposed to Darrell Bevell and Trevor Lawrence?
Nope. Wouldn't blink it, bat an eye about that at all, because I actually think that Lance has, as I mentioned even in April when I wrote this profile on Lance, I think he has the opportunity to be the best quarterback in this class when it's all said and done. And he went to the team that Mark Schofield and I basically said would be the perfect fit for him back in July when we first did our analysis of him. And he's used to playing in a West Coast style offense and being able to throw short to deep. Most quarterbacks have to learn how to throw short. I mean, not from an accuracy standpoint, but from a game management standpoint. And the fact that he's already good at being able to go deep off of looking short to deep, tells you that he's a little more advanced than people give him credit for. They look at the small school, the 1 year of production. They see the 0 interceptions the first year, and they're like, oh, this is a fluke. This is a guy who played at a small program. He's going to get, face tough NFL defenses that are more complex. Well, every quarterback that comes out, I don't care whether you're in the SEC or the ACC, you're underprepared for what defenses throw at you. And as Mark noted last night, that I think is a great point, is that a lot of the runs you see Trey Lance make in pivotal moments in games, were him actually changing the play to benefit the team, as opposed to, and you would think of a guy, and this guy can throw the ball. I mean, he has the arm, he has everything you're looking for. I think this year you're probably going to get more out of Trevor Lance. So if you're trying to win this year in the super flex and hoping that you get a quarterback 2 out of this draft this year, I would take Lawrence, because Lawrence is going to be in more garbage time. I think that he has better weapons around him to an extent. The defense is worse than the 49ers. The offensive line has its weaknesses, whereas, this situation, the 49ers might be playing ahead a lot. With this, and I think with Lance, you may see similar yardage totals than what you saw at North Dakota State, and then he winds up, as the years go on, like end of this year, early next year, you start to see an increase in the passing production as he gels with his teammates. But this offense is designed to run the ball. Even the passing plays are essentially, as they're glorified run plays with Brandon Ayuk and folks like that, in terms of how they do it with Debo and Ayuk. But I think that, he and Kittle, that should be a lot of fun.
Yes.
I think it's going to be amazing. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think he could wind up the best quarterback in this class this year's net.
I didn't think that there was any way that San Francisco was trading up for Mac Jones, but you meant Mark posted a video, I think it was on his Twitter or maybe it was on your website, just showing Shanahan concepts in North Dakota State's scheme. And I was like, well, it's Trey Lance then. It's Trey Lance that they have to be trading up for. And you didn't mention this, but your comp for Trey Lance, Steve McNair. Steve McNair, I love that comp. I mean, Steve McNair has to be one of my favorite all-time players. His battles with Ray Lewis between the Titans and the Ravens.
Well, we're automatically friends then, because I have 2 jerseys and that's it. One is a Steve McNair jersey and the other is a Nick Chubb jersey. So you just know that we're pals for life now.
Oh, I'm here for the Steve McNair jersey. That was my family Christmas card one year. I snuck it on.
Is it Titans or Oilers?
It's Titans. Yeah.
I love those old Oilers jerseys.
It sounds like Alfred was going to ask a question and then he cut out. Alfred, let your internet catch up.
Am I back?
You're back. Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I agree with you on Trey Lance. I mean, I tweeted out at some point today or yesterday that, why do people think he's so much more of a quote unquote project than like Zach Wilson? I mean, I think they're both projects in different ways. Like you said, people just see the small school and say, oh, well, he's going to have to marinate for a while. But I'm not sure that's the case. I mean, Zach Wilson has plenty he needs to work on too.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I think what happens is that when you're drafting first round, most of the time, teams like to look at the resume bullet points. We've all worked out in the real world. And when you work out in the real world and you hire people, oftentimes you're looking at the optics of the decision that you made behind the hiring, And what happens there is in the first round, it's that way. All the media attention is based on the first round pick. So I got started in this industry because, listen, I remember seeing Gil Brandt on NFL.com saying there's a player 2 inches taller, 10 pounds heavier. If he was drafted, 2 inches taller, if he was 2 inches taller, 10 pounds heavier and drafted at that size, he would be a top 5 overall pick. And that player was a player who got drafted in the second round by the Eagles, Brian Westbrook, who had 2 ACL tears, went to Villanova, lost his FSU scholarship, and none of those tears happened on the field. And of course, it was all about optics. This guy was a first round talent, but they knew if they failed on him, they'd go, why'd you draft a guy with this whole bullet point history on his resume of two injuries and undersized, maybe not the top speed, compared to the 230-pound guy who, went to FSU or the 215-pound guy who went to, Arkansas and had all these, great stats, but, needs directions, the stop for directions to find the hole. I mean, it's like, this is what happens. And I think that when we look at a guy like Trey Lance, teams are like, well, the risk factor, and I think the fact that John Lynch, let's say his hind parts don't pucker at the idea that he's going to have to worry about what people say about his picks, because he played football and understands, what it means to be a football player, as well as like how to pick football talent. I think it's the great, he obviously looked at Lance as like, I'm not worried about that crap. In fact, I had an NFL person or a guy who's worked with a number of NFL teams and is out of the league now, but he's been an RSP subscriber for probably about 10 years. He wrote me when that pick came, and he goes, I was laughing so hard for all these weeks that the media had bought into the 49ers picking Mac Jones. And he said, literally, he goes, I'm sure there was somebody in that facility who's getting a raise for leaking that, and everyone keeping a poker face for not saying anything else.
Let me sell the RSP here. Every year it is a book. It is the most detailed fantasy draft relevant book that you could purchase. This year, 1,053 pages. And it's not like Matt is like doing a college essay where he's got to meet the page requirement, and he's trying to, have 15-point font. That is not what this is. This is the most comprehensive guide that you can buy. Matt, I've been a fan of yours for a long time, and I bought the RSP the last two years. And usually, I scroll to the players like I did this year. Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Wilson, Elijah Moore, just to see, all right, what does Matt think about the guys that I like? And very inexpensive. Go to Matt Waldman RSP. Speaking of which, Matt, your process for drafting the RSP each year is you go into a shell. You're not listening to what other people have to say about players. Your number one running back, you mentioned Brian Westbrook. Your number one running back is also a player who had the road less traveled, transferred from Oklahoma to Ohio State. Didn't even really didn't begin the season as the starter, finished the season really strong in Trey Sermon. He's still on the board unless I missed something. He's still on the board. Tell us what you like about Trey Sermon, and is there a spot where you want to see him land?
I can tell you right now, I'd love to see him in Atlanta, because I think he could run in that kind of spread field type of system that has some of the wide zone things that they can do. He could be the load carrier for that team eventually. What I love about Trey Sermon, it's the same concept, is that teams want multiple years of strong production. He went to two really good schools. He didn't lose his starting job at Oklahoma. He just was always paired with good backs, just in the same way that all the Miami backs from the 90s and early 2000s were paired with each other. All the Georgia backs were co-starting with each other in recent years. It's one of those things that people sometimes get down on players because of that lack of production. When you look at his tape, what you see is a runner who is extremely efficient with his movement. He understands how not only to make people miss, but he can do it in an efficient way where he either bends around people using a type of movement where he kind of curls around at high speed that Dalvin Cook does extremely well. It's called curvilinear movement. He does a really good job with that. He's also someone that can make the hard cuts and make people miss. When I track players, and I track certain types of data, and one of the things that I track from the film that I started doing this year is the type of tackles that running backs break or avoid. And I have them categorized by hits, reaches, and wraps. And obviously reaches are the easiest, wraps are the middle, and then hits are the hardest. And there's obviously combinations of the two. But I also track it by the type of person delivering the hit. Is it a lineman? Is it a linebacker? Or is it a defensive back? And certainly, you look at Javonte Williams, you look at Najee Harris, any of the backs who played in the ACC or SEC or Big 12, and in the 8 to 12 games that I tracked with each of these guys, they all encountered some sort of hit from a defensive lineman at some point. Trey Sermon was the only back I saw who didn't take a hit from a defensive lineman in the sample that I tracked. But he also was one of the highest in breaking wraps and bouncing off hits, which tells you a lot about his contact balance, also about his vision. He just gets it. He can run the schemes that the NFL are going to ask from him. And from what I'm hearing, and of course it may be just a lot of pre-draft chatter, just like the Mac Jones and all that kind of stuff, is that there are a number of scouts that were kind of saying, listen, this is a guy that we think could be the best back in this class within the next 2 to 3 years. And I just think that teams just don't, they look at production and they feel it's important to draft guys early. He's going to be a steal for somebody.
To follow up on the running backs here, Matt, now I just want to say really quick, thank you so much for writing what you did about Zach Wilson, because I've never seen or heard Felix cry. I am a massive Justin Fields guy, and the day that he read that, he called me and Austin, who is our other co-host on one of our podcasts, and he was in shambles. So I appreciate you just for that. That alone,
I feel like I have to buy Felix a drink or something when I meet him, just as
You're
an
gonna have
apology
to, because
for that.
He is a man of conviction, and I have never seen him waver so much after reading that. He was like, I don't even know what to do anymore. So it was a glorious afternoon, though, when that happened. That being said, you love Trey Sermon, which I love him. He was phenomenal. I wish he could have gotten a full season with the Buckeyes. I think he would have shown more and more how good he really is. We've seen those 3 top guys go off the board for most people. Most people have it Najee, Javonte, and Etienne. Which one do you think landed in the best spot for you and that you would draft highest in fantasy this year?
Probably Javonte. I mean, I know that Melvin Gordon is Melvin Gordon still with the team now after all that? I don't know, but or was he gone before? I've been kind of in the shell, but from once I start looking at all the depth charts there, I would have to say long term Javonte is the best option. Najee's the best option to this year, even though the offensive line in Pittsburgh needs a little bit of help. They say. I think that while they do, I think you've got to look at Harris and probably say he's going to get the most volume right away. Williams could be the guy who's a surprise. I'm sitting here watching that the Buccaneers drafted Kyle Trask, which tells me that they're still going to be seeking. Yeah, they're still going to be seeking free agent quarterbacks down the line here. I mean, so that's interesting. But yeah, when you look at a guy like Harris, I mean, he's. With the way this team is built, I think that, he's probably the safest bet in terms of volume, but the guy with the most upside right now absolutely is Williams. Probably by year's end, he could be the guy with the most upside. And then Etienne, I think everyone's scratching their head about where he went in Jacksonville. That's interesting because I think James Robinson is a better back than he is right now. And they called him a third down back. I feel like that we're watching Urban Meyer slowly descend into Steve Spurrier mode with Washington.
Matt, I want to ask you a question about. Matt, I want to ask you a question about the tight ends. But Jarek, if you could give us your thoughts, we'll filibuster. If you could give us your thoughts on Trey Sermon specifically, and Jarek is our analytics guy, but specifically considering that he was a transfer and split time, I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are, and then where he is on Jarek's magic analytics line. Matt, we've seen Kyle Pitts obviously go off the board, and I believe that he is I don't know if it's he or Chase is your highest rated player.
Chase, but it's close.
Okay. Yeah. And then we saw Pat Freiermuth go off the board. I feel like the perception is that this tight end class is really strong. You still got Brevin Jordan, Tommy Tremble, Hunter Long. Do you agree? Do you see some dynamic playmakers still on the board with those 3, or is there someone that I'm leaving out?
No, I think Brevin Jordan is a nice pickup if you still believe in Irv Smith and what he could eventually do this year. Then Brevin Jordan gives you a lot of similarities to Irv Smith because he's a nice blocker and he's someone that in terms of technique, maybe not his size, but his technique goes a long way. And he's someone that certainly can stretch the field well enough when you're talking about working up the seam and working across the middle. Long, I think, is a workman-like starter, but I think he's got a little more speed than people realize. And, you can use him in play action and get value out of him on, with a number of teams. And he's a guy that should develop into a reasonable starter. I don't know if he'll ever be like, if you're looking from a fantasy football angle, whether he'll ever be like a top tight end, but I think he can be a usable guy who's going to be maybe the third or fourth option in an offense in his best years as a receiver. And Tremble certainly has all the upside you're looking for in terms of how he catches the ball and his athletic ability, how he hits the field. I would say, a little bit later on, there's a lot of intriguing guys like Noah Gray out of Duke, who I think is a lot faster than people realize and is very good as a route runner. I think he's a little bit underrated. I think there's some guys who we might look at, like the tight end out of Iowa. I'm trying to remember his name, Sean Byer, who is a former receiver who has a great catch radius. Pro Wells has kind of that basketball player rebounder mentality and skill set out of TCU, but has a lot more to learn from that perspective to play on, play tight end on a regular basis. But there are a few guys like that in this class, even like, I think that's enough for not Bates out of Boise State is an interesting player too, but more from a standpoint of both blocking and short area receiving.
Before we get to the questions, I didn't realize we had some questions from the audience about your process, but before I've heard you actually talk about your process, so I'm not particularly interested in those questions. But I do want to know, Matt, are there a couple of players? I think in every draft class, analysts have players that they just fall in love with. Are there any players either taken or that haven't been taken yet that you are really intrigued by? Sleepers or just any players that you really like in this class?
Sure. I would say Dwayne Eskridge. I mean, I'm kind of a Seahawks fan for the NFC when it comes to the NFC. So I like the Eskridge pick mainly because it gives him a little bit more versatility. And I just like him. I've called him a little punk, and I say it in a very endearing way because of the way he blocks. He's someone that just he has a real psychological mastery of how to get under his defender's skin. And he's someone that will play really hard and then just let off at the moment where you think he's going to go over the line. And then he ends up making the defender go over the line. But he can also block well. So he kind of instigates and then starts playing within the bounds. And of course, I love what he does with the ball in his hand and with the speed he has. Pat Freiermuth, I'm a big Pat Freiermuth fan. So him going to Pittsburgh, I mean, people call him, Baby Gronk. I call him Rob Slokowski based on what a Twitter guy told me. And I say that also with he's fluid like Rob Gronkowski. He catches extremely well. He's tough. I love his blocking. And I think that he's a good fit for Pittsburgh. And considering Pittsburgh, I know that there was some criticism from the big network basically saying, well, they haven't picked any linemen yet. They're getting there, but they haven't picked any linemen. I'm thinking, well, maybe they don't like the linemen who are available now after all the good ones were gone that they felt strong about, and decided let's get a tight end who can block very well. I know they said that they had some people had issues with that, but I think he's one of the 3 to 4 best blocking tight ends in this class. Not in this class, in the past 5 years, actually. I put him up there with Howard and TJ Hawkinson in terms of blocking ability. So I'm a big fan. And some of my, my cohorts at the Football Guys said they reminded them of Heath Miller. And you can, listen, I get it.
He goes to the Steelers.
Exactly. I totally get it. So there's that. Rondale Moore in Arizona was fun. Like, to me, that's like getting it right after you went with Dance Fever Andy Isabella, which was like.
So I was going to say, is he what we wanted Andy Isabella to always be?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Because Andy Isabella was one of those guys that, and Andy Isabella came from my hometown in Ohio, like when I was first growing up in Ohio. So I kind of wish that things would work out for him. But he's a guy who, you watch him at the Senior Bowl and in practices, and he's the type of guy that makes a lot. Oh, the Vikings picked Kellen Mond. Wow.
Yeah,
that's another head scratcher.
Finish about
yeah, but here's the thing. With Moore is much more efficient with his footwork than Isabella ever was, and people got really intrigued by Isabella's speed, but they didn't realize how inefficient he is as a route runner. And Moore is a more efficient route runner. I don't think he's the next Steve Smith or Calvin Johnson in a small body that I've heard some of the comps to, but he's certainly a dynamic slot receiver who's going to be very hard to stop there.
Well, and they use the slot, running 4 wide. There's probably 2 slots often in that offense, and that's going to be real fun.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
This is interesting.
The quarterback picks are just, honestly, the 2 guys they picked are like 2 of my worst ranked quarterbacks on the board. So it's like, I would have rather seen Davis Mills. I would have, and then after that, I would have waited till about day 3, like mid to late day 3 to even consider any of those guys. And they could have upgraded. I just think they could have gotten much more of an upgrade. And Kirk Cousins, his job is safe. I mean,
he's got time too, right? I mean, he's got years left.
His job's safe now for sure. I mean, like if they had picked like if they picked like Davis Mills here, I would have been better about that. And I get there's potential there with Mond and
Matt, you missed it. Davis Mills went to the Texans.
Oh, he did go to the Texans. I like that pick. I like that pick. Thank you. I like that pick a lot because he's a guy that, you can sit for a year or 2 if you need to, though he may not.
They may need him this year,
unfortunately. But if they need him this year, he's a guy that might be a little bit of a rush job, but he's someone that in a year or 2, if he can survive that, and he's a tough dude. Think of another Stanford quarterback who kind of got beaten down by pressure, but was a promising guy in like the 3rd round in his draft, and that was Trent Edwards way back in the day. And I think that before he got lit up by Adrian Wilson and kind of lost his confidence with, dealing with pressure, he had some moments where you could see him about to turn the corner. And Mills might be that guy.
So, Matt Waldman, I just got one last question for you here before we'll let you hop off. But before I ask it, I just want to say I'm a huge fan. I have to credit pretty much all of my scouting ability to you. Like, I've gotten the RSP for the last 4 or 5 years. I've watched every video that you put up online. I refresh that daily. I love your takes on players, and I love the way you break down film.
Thank you for being one of the 3 people who are like steady viewers. I do appreciate that a lot. I do.
No, I know you have a huge audience here. So like I said, I just wanted to express, how much I appreciate the way you break down film for just people who have a 0 football background like I do.
Appreciate
it. Yeah, I just wanted to ask your thoughts on Rashad Bateman, because I know he was a guy you were a big fan of. I know you had him, I believe, wide receiver 3. And then, he goes to Baltimore, which I think I was, checking your tweets. You said you weren't a huge fan of at first, but you're warming up to. So I was curious on your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, man. The first time when on the show last night, I literally yelled, "I hate this pick." And then with a little bit more thought, I realized that Devin Duvernay I really like Duvernay, but he's someone that isn't the route runner that Bateman is. He's also he doesn't have quite the catch radius and the ability to work across the middle against tough, coverage looks that Bateman has shown. And then you look at Miles Boykin, who I also liked, but is a guy who is really his best traits fit for a type of game that Lamar Jackson doesn't really do, which is that 15 to 40 yards at the boundary in between the deep range and the short range, where that puts defenses in a bind with the power throws on the outside. He's not a power thrower. He and Deshaun Watson are great quarterbacks. They're just not traditional with, from what we've seen in the past with the pocket quarterbacks who have to throw the deep out. You have to throw the deep out to win, and that's not Lamar's game. He wins other ways. And he's great in the pocket and throws great over the middle. Well, Rashad Bateman is great over the middle. And at first I thought of him as a Michael Thomas, Keenan Allen type of player until you saw the weight loss, based on what happened with COVID. And I still see him as kind of a CeeDee Lamb talent who might be able to tie that depth chart together a bit. So I'm starting to think, I don't know where I'm going to have him just yet. That's going to give me a couple days to think about, but I'm starting to think, okay, maybe they looked at Duvernay, maybe they looked at Boykin, and they're like, they just don't fit what we do. We need someone who fits what we do and who can do all these things in one player. And they certainly don't have that Marquise Brown either. So I think Bateman gives you, it's like consolidating the depth chart of guys that they picked the past 2 years, and they're hoping the third time's the charm.
Go to mattwaldmanrsp.com. Matt was so gracious to join us. He's working. He's updating the RSP. I'm guessing that you're doing that right now because you're re-releasing the post-draft version of the RSP. It was a dream for all of us. CampusToCanton.com is a new website we just started in March. And obviously you heard Colin's words, and obviously I've been a fan of yours for a long time. We all are, but we just appreciate you saying yes and joining us this evening.
Man, it's a pleasure. And anytime you guys want me back on, you let me know. I would love to do this. And anybody who's doing like Devy work like you guys do, that's great. And then I get to see that, what you guys are looking at with players and get a chance to know who I need to start watching for the next year. So I appreciate it very much. And it was an honor.
Matt Waldman, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate
Thank
it
you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Take care.
That was awesome.
Yeah, like I said, I love Matt Waldman stuff. I owe a lot of my scouting takes to him. The way he breaks down film is just so great for anybody who has, like I said, zero football background. So, Jarek, if you're ever feeling like getting into the film grinders, great place to start.
I'm gonna be honest here. When I first started getting into Dynasty, I watched his Boiler Room video.
Yes, me too.
Okay.
Yep.
I watched his Nick Chubb video, and where he said he likes Sony Michel, but he likes Nick Chubb just a little bit more. And 2 years ago, in Nick Chubb's freshman year, it like encouraged me to trade. I had Jordan Howard at the time and Mike Evans straight up for Chubb in his freshman year before he broke out and before they shipped off Carlos Hyde. And it was for like peanuts. And I will forever love that trade.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing is with the RSP, I've got a couple editions as well. And I go back and check it years later. I'm like, some guys rising on the depth chart in year 3. And I'm like, well, what did Matt say about him, when he was an incoming rookie? So it's good years down the line. It's not even just that 1 year.
Waldman, Jarek, you'll appreciate this, is the reason that I stayed away from Andy Isabella.
I paid attention.
So I was going to ask him, but I want to let him go early. But his take on Andy Isabella was, why would you take Andy Isabella in your rookie draft when you could take Scott Miller, like, as an undrafted free agent? Because they're really the same. They're like very, very similar players. And his description of Andy Isabella was the reason that I avoided him from an analytical perspective, and that he's one of the guys. My whole process is analytics and then see what the film says. So I'll weed out guys that way. And he was one of the guys who I trust from a film perspective. And he was like, Andy Isabella's catch radius is so poor. He's really, you need to have the ball like within like a yard of him for it to catch it. And it's true, like he's a 9th percentile catch radius. But he was also one of the guys who's promoting Scott Miller, who, same archetype. And, I really appreciate that aspect because I'm more of an analytical guy. So getting that knowledge on film and combining it with analytics is really very, really very valuable. And I think Matt does that. Matt's really a guy that I trust for that aspect.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I said, he's probably my most trusted film grinder, air quotes, but just because of the way he breaks it down and the way he explains everything. I mean, I know there's a lot of other people out there who break down film and they're very good at it, but they don't explain it the way he does. And that just like I said, that like when I was in college and I was bored and I was trying to learn this kind of stuff, like it was so invaluable in just watching it and just learning what to look for. But Brandon, welcome back. You changed out of the Jags jersey into your Jags t-shirt.
I had the T-shirt on under the jersey, and jerseys get very hot, so
yes, they do.
I decided to take it off. I've learned definitely when I go to football games not to wear jerseys because, especially in the Florida heat, you will pass out. So I decided to take it off.
Oh, no.
So we had on Brandon Carr and Cam Bradfield earlier with Felix, and then we just had Matt Waldman on. So we've kind of missed a lot of fantasy picks. I wonder if we should go back through some of those guys and talk about them. And we mentioned some. Matt Waldman mentioned. I'll start there with Dwayne Eskridge. A lot of people loved, obviously, what he did at the Senior Bowl. Is obviously a speed guy. Hasn't played wide receiver his entire career. Was playing defensive back for his first couple of years in college and really kind of transitioned to wide receiver last year. Colin, what do you think about him going to Seattle? I mean, you've got Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and Eskridge there now. And I know that Matt Waldman said that he liked it. And I do think it's a good landing spot. I think the biggest fear for me is he goes to a team with a quarterback that they refuse to let throw the ball. So I worry a little bit about his upside there, but what are your thoughts on him going to Seattle?
Yeah, I'm with you there. I worry a little bit about his upside, just given the run first tendency of the let Russ cook. I worry about the run first tendency of Seattle there, but I also worry a little bit about them already having a guy who fills that role in Tyler Lockett. I think that Eskridge, I like Eskridge a lot. I think he would have been fantastic in any number of offenses. I think this was just about the worst spot he could have gone. I think that he's kind of redundant with Lockett there. It's a run first offense. They don't want to let Russ cook despite how, much they should. So I don't know what volume he's going to get. I don't know what role he's necessarily going to have. So Eskridge is a guy who's falling for me, despite getting this second round draft capital, which is fantastic. And I love that. If you had told me that he was going to get second round draft capital, I would have been 100% on board, except for going to Seattle. That worries me.
Do you think he's just going to take over the David Moore role there and be the deep shot player? Probably. And we don't really want that for fantasy. Yeah.
What about Tutu? I know me and Moxley were talking a little bit about, I think, Colin, you were as well, just with his weight and everything. And I thought it was a good place for him to go, just because I think McVay is going to be able to scheme things open for him. But Alfred, you, Jarek, and Brandon, I don't think we're a part of that conversation. Your thoughts on Tutu going to the Rams?
Man, that is the wonkiest pick. I don't get it. No, I don't know. Honestly, wherever he landed, I was going to be pretty off of him. We get upset with Devonta Smith's 166 pounds, and he makes Tutu look like, or Tutu makes Smith look like, Optimus Prime. So I don't know. It just second round. What do you? Of course, that's the organization that picked Tavon Austin in the first round. So who the hell knows what they're going to do? But he seems gadgety, and you want to get him the ball a couple times a game. But I do not see how he's possibly going to be any kind of volume based anything. And they picked up Van Jefferson last year that some people loved in the second round, and I was like, he is terrible, and he did nothing. And now they picked another receiver in the second round that makes no sense for a different reason, although at least Tutu Atwell did break out.
At least he has production.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just being long-winded. Yeah. I have no idea what to expect with Tutu Atwell. What are you going to use him as?
What scares me with his profile is he kind of seems like a one-year wonder kind of player. I haven't heard anything about injury this last year. And sophomore year, he just straight up destroyed. But then this year he came back down to earth, and that kind of giant difference in production year to year kind of scares me and doesn't give me a lot of confidence in his second year was his actual, ability.
Yeah, I think it's weird too. And Alfred said a lot of things I was thinking with. They drafted Van Jefferson, they got Tutu, they got Deshaun Jackson. My question is, do they keep on trading away all their draft picks because they know they're not good drafters? Is that because they consistently make weird draft picks? So I'm wondering if McVay's like, I don't really know what I'm doing, so let's trade these for players I've seen in the NFL. I'm half joking, but yeah.
Yeah. If you guys are watching live, we are now being joined by Nick Whalen, who's probably one of the happiest people in the world after what's going on for the Chicago Bears here recently. So,
oh man,
I mean, I am now a Bears fan by proxy because I love Justin Fields. How excited were you last night when you see Justin Fields falling? Everybody's wondering if the Patriots are going to be that team that moves up. And then all of a sudden the Bears jump on the clock, and I think the whole world knew what was about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was the move that I wanted them to make. So I was 100% convinced they weren't going to make it. It's one of those things. It's whoever, I think they should take, they'll go the complete opposite direction. He traded up for Fields, and I was expecting him to pay way more than they did. I mean, look at what San Francisco paid up for Trey Lance, and I would say I like Fields better than Lance straight up, and they saved another first and third and et cetera. So that's awesome. And then today, trading up and getting the guy I wanted them to get at 20 if they stayed in the second round. I mean, yeah, they don't have a third round pick, but I mean, that's small things to pay when you get 2 first round players that are day one starters.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were talking a little bit, obviously, on Twitter after they made that pick, and you've been a big Darnell Mooney fan before he even broke out last year. They still have Anthony Miller. There was a lot of rumors that they may end up trading him. Right now, he's still on the roster. Obviously, I think it's fair to say Fields is the best quarterback they've had for a decade. I mean, I think they had good offenses there with Jay Cutler, but Fields has at least been the best they've had there for the past couple of years. Where do you see this offense now going forward with Fields there? You expect him to be the day one starter? You think it's going to be Dalton?
I think they're gonna sit him. I mean, I think that you have that luxury, one, because no one expects you to win this year. So why not make this the best developmental plan they can? And Foles is there too. So, I mean, you have 2 guys he can learn from who say what you want. Both have playoff experience. I mean, Foles obviously won a Super Bowl. I think it's a good situation for him just to, hey, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to learn for maybe it's a half a year. I mean, look what Mahomes did behind Alex Smith. It took him a whole year. And that's what Nagy was there for all of that. Yeah, I like Mooney. And when you look at Fields, that's his type of a player. He's a deep shot guy. That's Olave, that's whomever, Garrett Wilson. It's going to be interesting to see if the offense evolves more into that, because Trubisky, it was don't turn the ball over and throw the ball maybe 3 yards down the field. And now Fields is going to be anything but that. And also, I don't know if they're going to let him run. They didn't let Trubisky run a whole lot, but Fields obviously is a really good threat there. So yeah, I'm super excited right now.
You have to be so pumped. I mean, the Bears have been a laughingstock, especially in their draft choices for so long. And I've got some family up in Indiana, and they're all Bears fans, and it's just a butt of a joke all the time. And like I was like, man, they got Fields, they have some decent weapons. Like, then I agree with you that second round lineman was one of my personal favorite linemen in the class. Most people did have him going in the first, and all of a sudden it's like, are they stringing together a bunch of good decisions all of a sudden?
Well, the best news besides Justin Fields and trading for Jenkins is Aaron Rodgers, because where I'm at right now, I'm in Madison, Wisconsin. My whole life has been ruined by Hall of Fame quarterbacks that play for the Packers. and if Aaron Rodgers retires, which is way better than getting traded, means they get no capital, they can forfeit Justin Fields and everything else in this draft, because it's just going to make my day. So that's all just cherry on top. I mean, think of that. The Bears could go from the worst quarterback in the division to the best, arguably, within a day. I don't see the Packers as a playoff team. And I was like, you get Fields, you get Jenkins. Okay, yeah. So then we can start the rebuild, and you still have Mack and whoever. So like maybe compete. But now if Rodgers is gone, that actually could be a thing. You could actually compete and rebuild at the same time. It's crazy.
Yeah. Very cool. I mean, I'm certainly excited to see the Bears. I'm a big Fields fan, and I've got a bunch of a couple of 102s and some 103s in Superflex, and I'm just thrilled that it doesn't matter what happens. I get Fields or Lance, and I'm pretty jacked about that. What do you think of Trey Lance? I've never talked to you about him.
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
I'm just not. I mean, there's obviously potential there. He has the arm, and you see the athleticism, but I mean, Easton Stick did really well in that offense. Less numbers, but really close numbers for 2 years prior to that. It's just the offense. They're designed runs. He runs with power. He doesn't run in the way that you want a quarterback to really run. I mean, you don't want to run power, QB powers. You want them to like scramble and get away from guys. He's not very accurate, short, middle, or deep. When he is accurate deep, he puts a lot of air into the ball, which allows NFL safeties to get underneath there. I don't see tight window throws. Now, again, small sample size, but I would not make the third pick in the overall, in the NFL draft off of a small sample size. I mean, I want more of a sure thing.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm a Vikings fan myself, living in the Chicago area. And I guess I said this yesterday, but I think the best case I can make for the Bears pick is that I absolutely hated it as a Vikings fan, which means it was a very good pick.
I liked what the Vikings have done, though. I mean, you've gotten. I mean, they just took Kellen Mond. That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
But I mean, trading down, you got a lot more picks. Which, hey, taking Mond is less than because you did trade down. You still got your guy, and it's about building that line for Cook. For Cousins. I mean, that's the smart thing that people don't do. Look at Cincinnati. Cincinnati gave up getting Jenkins to trade down, and even the first round pick. I mean, support Burrow. My goodness, he's limping already.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm happy with the tackle that they got, and I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wish the Bears would get. I kind of thought maybe like getting Marshall or something would be cool, but they don't have that third round pick. So they can't get any of these receivers that are lying around, unfortunately. Yeah, but I guess they don't need it.
Well, they do. I mean, that's the other big thing on that offense. I say would be weapons, but Tylan Wallace is the only guy out there that I mean, unless you want to go 5th, 6th round, then you can talk about Terry or whatever. You'd mentioned
that'd be interesting.
Yeah, you'd mentioned in Superflex. I mean, I just saw this as a question. You don't like Wilson at all?
No, I mean, I would take the legs of Fields or Lance just from a fantasy perspective, I think, over Wilson. He would be my 4. And I think he's fun. I don't know. I know some people, Matt Bruning can talk about this, but I know some people that are pretty down on Wilson and not sure if he's going to be able to hack it with his, unless he kind of reins it in a little bit and gets a little more refined with his decision making.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Nick knows a lot more than I do, but my biggest thing that I did not like about him was his bailing out of clean pockets. And I do think that some of the throws that he made that were completed on the college level, I think will end up being interceptions in the NFL. There's times that I think I don't know if it's misreads plays, but misses wide open wide receivers. And I just have questions about his overall game. I think he has a very high ceiling, and I like the offense he's going to because I like what Kyle Shanahan's done, obviously, and Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. So if they can kind of rein him in a little bit, then I do think, as Michael Jordan says, the ceiling is the roof for Zach Wilson, but I don't know if he gets there. That's kind of my biggest fear with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's it's kind of cool to see him go from like a shoulder injury to like a nobody to doing basically the Joe Burrow. I just love all the small things. He's creative. He finds windows. He does different arm angles. He anticipates. He's got so much confidence and swagger. I love it. But then you look, and then got my 4th wide receiver off the board with Elijah Moore to go with my boy, Corey Davis. And I really love Denzel Mims. I mean, that's a nice little grouping right there.
Dude, I love Elijah Moore to the Jets. I love it.
I mean, because people will have that connotation. It's the Jets.
I don't care anymore. Totally new regime.
Thank you. But people will, right? And that's the problem. But like now, you put Wilson and those weapons. I mean, that's a whole different offense.
And I think Felix was on here. Felix was on here last night. I think we were talking with that offense inspired by, probably a lot of what they do in San Francisco and stuff like that. If they could pick up like Chuba in the 4th or something, or I don't know if they have a 3rd round pick still, another one or something. But I mean, Chuba would be super interesting there, as kind of a one cut and run to daylight kind of guy.
Don't you think they use Elijah a lot like they use Debo in San Francisco with a lot of runs and those, producing those type of plays? So I'm actually not that big on Wilson either, but I think with what they've done, I think they have a much better, environment for him to succeed early on. So, he might be looking up a little bit.
You mean like supporting your young quarterback with weapons and making him thrive? Wow, that's a weird concept.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, I guess it's fair to say we've never seen the Jets do something like this either. It's been a while since they've done this really good in the draft. So I agree the negative connotation on them is there, but like I said, I believe in what Matt LaFleur was at least studying under Kyle Shanahan, and I think I wanted him to be the Browns head coach if they didn't hire Stefanski. So I think they've got a great new regime there in New York. It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, I think when we say we're low on Zach Wilson, it's not that we don't like him. It's hard to be high on him when you have Felix on this show, because I think Felix thinks he's going to be like the next Joe Namath there. So we'll see what happens, but I like him. I think his ceiling's there. I just, for me, it's Fields, Lance, and Lawrence are all ahead of him. And for me, Fields and Lawrence by a little bit more over Zach Wilson. I think he's right there with Lance. And so I don't think that's a unfair thing to say, but I just don't think of him as highly as I do Lawrence and Fields.
How did the rest of you guys have those quarterbacks ranked? Just curious.
I think I'm the same as Matt. I'm Lawrence just because I feel like you gotta Fields, Lance, Wilson, and then I don't care after that. I mean, I guess Mac Jones. But...
yeah, we had a heated debate on Mac Jones last night, so...
Wow.
Yeah, we did, me and Matt. But, I love Elijah Moore, though. I exactly agree with Brandon there. They could use him if that offense functions like it does in San Francisco a little bit, with just tons of different ways to get him the ball. He's more dynamic, I think, than Debo, who's a fine player. But Eli Moore's got next level, first step. And I love it. He does not move for me. I had him as my wide receiver 3. I think he's going to stay there after that landing spot.
Yeah, he might actually move up for me. I had him as 5. And I might move him up to 4 for myself, because I just don't necessarily trust what the Eagles do, and that might move Devonta down, a little, because I don't know what that offense is really going to look like.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Well, Moore could get 10 targets a game. Easy.
Well, that's crazy. Come on. Sorry.
Well, you're right. You do have to get to Corey Davis and stuff like that, but those guys, I feel like, aren't the volume guys that Moore could be. Shorter ADOT, but just electric. With the ball in his hands.
I'll tell you this right now. I mean, this is off the top of my head. I haven't officially done my rankings. I still think I'm gonna have Trey Lance at 4. I just don't. We have this. Oh my gosh. Kyle Shanahan, he touched this player. Oh my God, he's gonna be a Hall of Famer. Like I'm just, it used to be the Sean McVay thing. Like Sean McVay had a coffee with the guy. Let's make him a head coach. I mean, he knew him. I mean,
had a coffee with the guy.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan brought in Jimmy G. Right, that was his boy. Didn't work out. Drafted CJ Beathard. That didn't work out. Dante Pettis was going to be the next Julio. My gosh, I mean, that's what he does. Didn't do anything. Pounded the table for Joe Williams. Nothing happened. Signed Tevin Coleman. We have, yes, he's hit on some guys. I'm not saying he doesn't hit, but we have this whole thing of like holier than holy with Kyle Shanahan. I think we need to check that he's had 1 season with 7 or more wins and 4.
Well, in defense of Kyle Shanahan, I do agree with a lot what you're saying, but he has been successful with some pretty crappy quarterbacks and all those injuries at running backs. So they have had crazy injuries. So I give him that, but I do agree there's somewhere in the middle of him being a god and a genius to being, not able to evaluate talent. He's somewhere in the middle.
Good. Yeah, he's great at the in-game, like coordinating the game itself, but the talent evaluation that he has just doesn't seem to be there.
And that's what makes me wonder. Like, he picked Lance. That just makes.
Well, I mean, in fairness, the Jets picked Wilson, so they both passed on the best quarterback or the second best. I think the best quarterback, but for most, the second best quarterback.
Wow.
Well, again, I will openly say there may be a tad bit of bias there, but I think I go based solely fantasy wise, right? I'm not NFL, so I mean, you're a coach. You know 10 times more than I will think of in my entire life. You'll forget more in the next 10 seconds than I'll learn in my entire life. I go purely based on fantasy, and I know Trevor Lawrence is an athletic quarterback as well. Dude, Karan, I saw him juke out our safety and pretty much put one of the nails in the coffin in the playoff game 2 years ago. I know he can, but I think what Fields does with his legs and his arm, I just don't think we've seen his ceiling yet. He has not even played half the games Trevor Lawrence has played yet. And so that's why I have Fields just a little bit higher, because I think if you put them by each other, stand them next to each other, and he matches up already with Trevor Lawrence, and we haven't seen quite as close to his ceiling. What I did want to ask, Nick, because you study all these college guys. You used to put out these awesome Devy reports and everything. There's a guy that a lot of people were talking about, including Damien Parsons, who was on here earlier, and Josh Palmer from Tennessee. He just went to the Chargers. I've seen a lot of people talking about him. Do you have any thoughts on him? Do you think that's a good landing spot for him, and how good of a wide receiver he could be?
Gosh, you're talking about a guy that could be just like the boomer bust. I mean, that's a guy that you could get in your third round of a rookie draft. He's got size. I don't think he's necessarily a blazer, but he does flash some solid athleticism. He showed up in some big games, and I think that's what got the noise for him. You just didn't see it consistently at Tennessee. But to his credit, when can you ever see anything consistently at Tennessee? Like forever with that whole organization. It's just it stinks. And I say that, and I have a roommate that actually is within that football organization. But I think it's enticing because Mike Williams hasn't been the guy that you wanted him to be. And Keenan Allen has been amazing, but Keenan Allen is not young. So what else? And I love what they've done with that offensive line this offseason. That is just a great story. That one in Kansas City, just turning that around, and the Raiders just wanting to not. I mean, they did draft a guy in round one, but they just cut everybody. Was it weird? It's just a weird concept. Like they're like, hey, let's build offensive lines, and they do nothing. But I think that's going to support Herbert a lot. And so investing a third in Josh Palmer really could pay some dividends.
And imagine shoring up your offensive line for your young stud quarterback. I mean, who would have thought that's a good idea?
Whoa, yeah, Cincinnati.
Seriously.
Yeah, we had a whole thing about that. Who was it that posted you could have had they could have taken Sewell, and then if you're big on Terrace Marshall, they could have got Terrace Marshall easily in the second and probably looked a lot better right now than they did if they went Chase.
Well, there's some people who did they get in the second? Some people like him a lot, I guess. Didn't they get? Oh no, they got the Clemson guy.
Yeah, they got like the seventh tackle or something.
Yeah,
I don't have him that high. Brandon, what do you think about getting Walter Little?
I really like it. I like I know he has had some injuries, and with them signing or franchising Cam Robinson, I was talking about this earlier. They can kind of redshirt him or just kind of bring him in and maybe be a backup. Or if he really impresses, then a lot of people in Jacksonville want, outside the organization, want them to move Cam Robinson inside anyway. They think he would be better fit as a guard. So if, Little does, do well, in practice in training camp, that could be a part. And then you kind of shore up, another part of the line. So I think it's a solid piece of it. And, I think they're doing some really good things in the draft, even though a lot of people are criticizing them for that Travis Etienne, pick in the first round.
I don't know why. Like in the end, I mean, people are like, oh, running backs, bad way. If you pick good football players and you hit on good football players, it doesn't matter what the position is, your team's going to get better. I mean, we know guards that have failed, tackles, corners, receive everyone. I mean, Jalen Reagor was supposed to be like this great pick, and all of a sudden Jalen Reagor was like, whatever pick it was. You know what I mean? It's 1 year later.
That's crazy.
And plus, you have the rapport. I mean, you think about this is your franchise quarterback. You have a guy he's familiar with, he trusts. You need playmakers. Period. Now you have Visca and Shark, and now a tackle to help out with Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, they have Colin Johnson too, who I'm pretty high on of making another step. They brought in Marvin Jones, and I don't know if everyone saw this. Apparently, DJ Chark gained 10 pounds, and they say he's even faster. I actually went to the stadium last night, and they had Chark, Visca, J-Rob, and Josh Allen, and they were talking, to Chark, and he just kept on talking about how Urban's totally changed, everything in there, about how they perform and how they train and everything. They said, pretty much everyone's getting stronger and faster and everything. So I think just even from just the coaching and a organizational aspect, I think they'll be way better just, having someone that actually knows what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. No, I mean, I like the direction y'all are headed. I mean, you have a quarterback and you made him better throughout the rest of this draft.
Well, looks like we got a new guest in here. No more parties.
What's up,
Welcome
guys?
to the show, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to be here.
I'm going to take the torch, I suppose, as the MC, because all of our other guys are gone right now. So we were just talking about the Jags. Noah, you got a team?
Yeah, I'm a Packers fan.
Oh, geez. We could. I don't know if we have time to talk about that.
My condolences.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out here.
Yeah, Nick's a Bears fan. We were just talking about how the Bears could go from the worst QB to the best QB in the division if Aaron Rodgers leaves or retires or whatever.
Yeah, and in a couple of years, even if not. So things are looking up.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, do you have any thoughts on Josh Palmer? I think that's a really interesting pick. I mean, I just tweeted out that the Chargers wide receiver room is probably thinner than most people think off the top. I mean, Keenan Allen's great, but I don't think Mike Williams is much to write home about. And then after that, it's a bunch of complete unknown type guys. So 3rd round draft capital and Justin Herbert as your QB. I'm pretty interested all of a sudden, and he was like buried way down on my rankings. He's not going to fit any analytics model that you might want to have.
Definitely not. But, I mean, late draft flyer, you never know. You could do worse.
But he probably won't be a late draft flyer now that he's got 3rd round capital for the Chargers.
Well, he went above Diami. What the hell is that?
I'm so depressed.
That's just gross.
Wait, who took Diami?
Nobody.
I'm so depressed about that.
Palmer going above Diami is shocking. I had Palmer going like the 4th, 5th. I thought Diami could sneak into the 2nd. Like there was buzz about him going in the late 1st, as early as Wednesday. But
yeah, I think he was trending towards 2nd round draft capital and grinding the mocks, I think.
Yeah, man, Palmer above Diami is tough for me to really wrap my head around. I don't know about that one.
And Tylan Wallace. I mean, he's looking at we're looking at 4th round for some of these guys now, which really just you got to write them off, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Nico and Seth go here soon, so they could get day 2 capital.
Oh, your guy Seth too, yeah.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, where the hell is Amon-Ra?
Yeah, I feel vindicated about Amon-Ra.
Nico Collins.
Yeah.
People seem to love him.
I'm kind of surprised nobody's taken Schwartz yet. Not that he should have gone, but I thought somebody might have been dumb enough to do it.
Well,
right?
Tutu Atwell went in the 2nd.
The Raiders are on the clock, Noah. Seems like a Raiders
timing.
Pick.
Yeah.
When you bring the Rams up, they're gonna fuck up some wide receiver pick.
He ran what? Pick him.
So I have a couple of questions. If we just want to shoot for something, I would love to hear y'all's thoughts on Rondale Moore in Arizona, and how does that whole core and targets even break down?
I love it. I love it. I think he might be, the second receiving option eventually on that team because
I'm not even sure it's eventually.
Well, yeah, I wanted to, not say right away, but like Christian Kirk, you never know what you're getting with him. And AJ Green, I think he will be better for the team than individual performance. He'll be another option, but I think they're going to find a way to get Rondale the ball with, maybe do some with him in the backfield with Kyler, some sort of read options, which would just be insane. I really like Rondale at that spot. He really ended up in a good place.
It's an open depth chart. I think AJ Green is dust, and Christian Kirk hasn't shown enough to pop, especially while having all those injuries. I mean, he's going to jump Andy Isabella immediately. I think he can probably garner the second most target share. I don't know that Cliff knows how to use him. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury is like a sharp football mind. I think he's kind of like
he's
a fake sharp
genius, fake genius or something.
Yeah, Well, I mean, he is.
Yeah.
I think that he's like a fake sharp. I don't really buy his whole Wonder Kid persona because everything he's done up this far in the NFL has been suboptimal decision making, which to me is like he doesn't go for it on fourth down. He always kicks it. Like he's not an analytics guy. I don't know that he'll be able to use Rondale, but I do think Rondale's the second most talented wide receiver on that roster now. So for a team that likes to. With a team with Kyler Murray, I'm here for it. Like, whatever. It's good enough. He got the second round draft capital I wanted. I'll live with it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm there.
I mean, you guys are probably, Thor. He's amazing on Twitter. We've had some fun chats about Cliff after he got hired, but like Cliff wasn't good at Texas Tech.
No.
He got fired from there and then got hired. I mean, it's the whole, he looks like Ryan Gosling is almost most of it. And then he could be like this guru, but I mean, it's a ton of short passes with all of those weapons that they have. I mean, Hakeem Butler left, Isabella, not even like used. It's just, I mean, you're just going to keep throwing capital in here. And it's like, really, how good is this guy? His last winning record, I can't even think of when his last winning record is there, despite them having lots of resources. So, I do like Rondale there. I have a personal story about Rondale if you guys ever want to hear it. But just, I mean, he fits everything's going to be like a 5-yard pass offense that they run anyway, like screens and everything.
Horizontal.
Yeah, but it's just like they need somebody vertically or change the scheme. I mean, like, please, just to help someone in that offense.
Yeah, I think their red zone offense is horrible too with Cliff. I had Kyler and D-Hop last year, so I watched a lot of Cardinals games. And pretty much, they would make horrible. They would run like 3 straight, quarterback runs with Kyler from the 10. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense, and it would get him beat up. And that's my worry too. When Kyler got a little nicked up, that offense just went horrible. So. I do worry about that, but I just feel like, if you can get Rondale the ball enough and, they don't really have someone to take away those targets, then I just think, his talent will show enough, or at least that's, what I think will happen.
So Noah, you're an analytics guy. What's the scoop?
On Rondale Moore?
On Rondale Moore in Arizona. What you think?
I mean, I think he's kind of what everybody who is a Christian Kirk fan wanted Christian Kirk to be. And like Christian Kirk is fine, but he's that like, low ADOT, like dynamic returner type yak guy. I just think Rondale Moore is faster and more explosive and better at that. And I don't know if that like turns into anything for fantasy, but outside of Hopkins, Rondale Moore is going to be the one that I'm taking a shot on in Arizona for the long term. So I like it.
Yeah, no doubt. I'd like to see Chuba go there maybe in the 4th.
Kenny Gainwell.
Yeah.
He hasn't been taken yet, has he?
I don't think they have a pick till the 5th, though. I don't think they have a 3rd or a 4th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or maybe they didn't. Yeah, I don't think they have a pick till the 5th. So they're going to be – it's the Chase Edmonds, James Conner clusterfuck, whatever you want to call it.
That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible.
I like or maybe Gainwell to Arizona or to San Francisco would be interesting too.
Draft update. We have Hunter Long going to the Dolphins.
Yeah, above Jordan.
That's probably good
Yeah.
for Tua. Just and kind of he's like a decent blocker, I would imagine.
They got a real tight end there now.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean for Gesicki though?
Gesicki's not good.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a Y receiver basically.
Well, yeah, that's what I need for fantasy.
Sure. He's not a tight end though.
But he's not a good wide receiver, even if he is a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, he's
sucks,
labeled as
man.
a tight end, so he does well enough to be worth starting in some leagues, I guess.
I'm sure he could beat my ass, but like he plays soft. But I mean, I'm not an NFL. I'm not an NFL.
I mean,
player.
he is from Penn State, so
I don't think
could
that's a
probably
question.
beat
Now.
Tutu that well, guys.
No offense, Alfred. That's not really
You
a
don't think
question.
I'm an
That's
NFL player?
I think he could take you.
No.
So what does everybody think about Brevin Jordan falling? I mean, I don't think it's a huge shocker based on his athletic testing.
Yeah.
But he was definitely – it was a solid top 3 until he kind of had his athletics measurables. Like, what are our thoughts on that?
I would love for him to drop to the 4th so the Jags could pick him up, but I've always been pretty high on Jordan, so even after the athletic testing. But
Would you choose him over Tebow?
I mean, that's such a hard pick because if you got Tebow, you've also got the minister on your team, so he plays both roles.
I remember a game when Tebow started that they had no business winning Denver, and they came back and beat the Bears. So like you have like this, just
he's a winner. He wins.
Side.
Just that good luck charm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I liked Brevin Jordan's film a lot. I mean, I also like Tommy Tremble, who Hunter Long went in front of both of those guys too. So that's another interesting one.
Hunter Long is like just a guy every coach loves. Like you just know what you're going to get. You're a quality football player. Get your hand in the dirt.
First in, last out.
Get in the trenches. First downs. Make first downs. But nothing flashy.
What are they doing?
So all the cliches.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, to me, the biggest question. I mean, I love that they have the speed. I mean, when you have Fuller and a Waddle, I mean, that just opens up everything else. But what are they doing at running back? That's the biggest question.
I mean,
It's the Gaskin
Gainwell's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah.
Do they have another pick?
In this round? No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They just picked their second pick in this round already. I think. Yeah. Anyway, I wish they were gonna go Sermon actually. Once Javonte, I kind of wanted Javonte Williams for fantasy there, and then I was like, well, maybe they'll go Sermon. But at this point, I guess they're just happy to go with Gaskin again.
Oh, looks like I know you guys were talking about Diame right as I jumped off earlier.
Did you go to Washington?
To Washington.
Hell yes!
Oh, that's a real good landing spot for him.
Interesting.
Yes.
Didn't Washington bring somebody in free agency though?
Samuel, who's slot, and then Diame gets to play the other outside to Terry's. And you got Yolo.
Good offense with Fitzpatrick back
It's
there.
magic back there. Yeah.
I'm so happy. That's great.
You can get on board with that.
Nick looks very, very unimpressed.
I mean, if you need a guy to run a stutter and go, he's your guy. You need a guy to do something else, he's not your guy. I mean, Kelvin Harmon tore his ACL. I mean,
I liked Harmon too, actually.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm hating for fun a little bit, but like, I'm just not that excited. I mean, he's fourth in target.
You think he's like limited as a receiver?
Yeah, he's limited, but I mean, he's fifth in targets. I mean, look at that team. I mean, both of those other receivers are higher than him. Obviously, Logan Thomas would be higher than him. Gibson would be higher than him, I would imagine. Do you want to say McKissick? Well, you don't think? I mean, how many targets are the guys going to get? I mean, you think of a team.
I don't know. I don't know if
Gibson they've
and
got
McKissick.
a good defense, so I don't think they're going to be behind in a lot of games trying to fight back either.
I just like Diami Brown. Okay, just let me have it.
Yeah, let the analytics people live for a second. Jeez.
You know me. I'm like generally just like negative as a coach, and people just like hate it. I should just like I should put like one highlight and like say they're going to be like the GOAT.
Look at that highlight. Did you see him right there? Look at this highlight right here. That's
I didn't
one
see it,
play,
but I
bro.
believe it.
Was it a stutter and
Do
go?
that one play every single
It
time.
was. It was, Nick. It was.
Stutter and go. Thanks.
Man, my TV is so far behind. They just announced it on my TV, so I am very far behind you guys.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
they
yeah,
haven't
same
announced
here.
it either on mine either. I just saw it in the chat, so I thought I'd post it.
Oh yeah,
so
it's because
we
you
can
have
get to
YouTube
talk.
TV, right
Yeah.
now.
Did they show the when he put his hand up against AJ Terrell?
Not yet.
No,
You know
not
that's
yet.
got to
Oh,
be
it's coming.
coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Gotta
It's
be.
on. It's on the career highlight reel. So Noah,
What?
is there a wide receiver that you've seen go that you really like their landing spot so far?
Let me look. Or let me just think of one. I mean, Rashad Bateman, everybody didn't want a receiver to go to the Ravens, but I'm in on Bateman.
Yep.
Like he's a stud. They need a number one wide receiver. Like I'm fading the landing spot noise and just taking a good player who's going to play with other good players. It's like AJ Brown a couple years ago. Like just take the good player. So I don't know if that's like me in on his landing spot, but it's like me in not caring about his landing spot.
In that offense, though, how I know I talked to Chris earlier in the Discord. How high do you think Bateman could be in that offense, like ranking wide receiver wise? Like, what do you think his ceiling
Like
would
in
be?
the pecking
overall?
order, I think like number one, right?
No, I
Yeah.
think he's
He's gonna
saying
beat out Hollywood.
in your personal rookie wide receiver rankings, how high can you put him?
2, I think, right? Jamar
2.
Chase,
Yeah.
Bateman.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would say if wherever you had Bateman before tonight or before yesterday, he shouldn't
change.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he just
I
shouldn't
completely
move.
agree.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what Damien Parsons of Crocker Report was saying. We had him on earlier, and he liked the spot. And Matt Waldman, too. He tweeted out when it happened that he didn't like it. And then when he came on with us, he kind of reversed course. Was like, now that I think about it, and him working in the middle of the field, he's like, I think that's a great spot for Bateman. So everybody seems to kind of be coming around on it after, like you mentioned, a lot of people maybe not liking him going there because of the issues with Lamar throwing the ball sometimes, and everybody seems to be coming around on that now.
Well, the thing with Lamar is that from between 20 and 30 yards, he's like a top 3 quarterback in the league.
Tommy Tremble, Carolina.
Yeah.
I think the Bateman pick says way more or hurts everyone else in that offense more. I mean, we already know Lamar doesn't throw to his running backs, so all of the J.K. Dobbins truthers, he had like 25 receptions last year. Ingram never got a bunch either, so I think that hurts them. Mark Andrews, probably not a top 5 tight end anymore.
That's
and Hollywood,
probably true. It probably really hurts Andrews.
Yep, and Hollywood Brown too, because Brown was like the only guy then, because we were hoping that Boykin would be something because he was fast and athletic, and he just didn't do anything. So I think it hurts everyone else more than that. So I agree with Noah. I love Bateman's tape. He was my number one receiver going into the year. Plus he had COVID. He had COVID. Do you remember this? Like that affects your like health and physical, being.
I think I've heard about that. Yeah.
Give him a break.
What is this, COVID?
And he still played above average for
exactly.
players that break out.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to get 160 targets, but like not all wide receiver ones get that. So, I mean, I think he could be the top guy there, and he's high end wide receiver 2 is maybe the same.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Well, and I mean, and I've been saying every time someone has tweeted something about if this wide receiver goes to the Ravens, stock down emoji and all this stuff. And I'm like, look, I think the reason they haven't utilized a wide receiver 1 is because they haven't freaking had a wide receiver 1. Yeah. Like Hollywood was never going to be that. And everyone just wanted to wish it into reality. We have no idea what that offense might look like with a true alpha target hog. And that's what Bateman is. So I have no problem. I think it's great. We don't know, but I think things might change in Baltimore from what we've seen because they just haven't had a guy to do it.
And at minimum, it'll make the team better, which could help sustain drives and have more volume in general for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of my stance on like the Dobbins thing. Like, I think Nick is right that he's not going to get targets, but like Lamar's a runner. We shouldn't expect that a whole lot of dump offs anyway. And so with Bateman, like that offense is just going to be better. That's going to be more yards, more touchdowns available for like everybody. I think.
Right.
So I think it helps in that regard. Like Dobbins is just part of a better offense now. So I think it helps.
Sorry, so I'm heading out, but I got this girl today, and I'm continually showing off as
what
like
a good
first time dad. Yeah,
Oh, sick brag. That's
so
awesome.
What's your name?
So I'm between two. Maybe you guys can help solve this one. So it's a rescue too.
Fields.
So I'm
Fields.
Bateman, Bateman's a good name. Agree.
Fields is definitely the way to go. There is no other name. That's the Fields.
It's a perfect name and it's cute. It's a girl. That's super cute too.
I know.
I'll even send you a Doggy Fields jersey. You just give me the address.
You better
and
hope
it's on the way, buddy. He's
that's
not.
the thing.
Moxley, I will kick you off the stream, buddy. I will. It's not busting.
Just saying.
No shot. No shot.
You don't want to name your dog Trubisky.
It hurts.
Why you have to send Nick off like that? He's about to leave, and you're taking a shot.
Right. Now I have to argue. Hey, true story though. One of my cousins. I have tons of Waylands. Okay, one of my cousins named his son Cade after Cade McNown.
Oh, yikes!
Yeah, he had to live with that one. So yeah, I do see the downside, but
that's really planting your flag.
Yeah. That one didn't work out, but I feel better about Fields. So, but anyways, guys, have a good night. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks Nick.
Take care, Nick.
So, Noah, I know how everybody else here feels about Kenneth Gainwell. I know you brought him up just a little bit ago. Does it worry you at all? You know, we know I'm not a big analytics guy, but I hear historically hit rates matter for running backs if they're not drafted by day 1 or day 2. If he's not drafted in the next, what have we got left? 11 picks, I think. How worried are you with that draft capital, him then going into the 4th round?
Pretty worried, I think. Getting into the 4th round, especially with a guy especially with how small he is and like the small school, like he's just got all these factors going against him, even though I think he's really good and I think he can like be a stud in the NFL and for fantasy. A guy like that's not like the prototypical guy needs buy-in, and the lack of draft capital just speaks to like teams maybe not being bought in. So, I mean, the hope is that like he lands somewhere, and is able to ascend the depth chart just based on talent. But the later and later it gets, like Eno Benjamin broke my heart last year, and I think Gainwell's better than Eno Benjamin, but like that's the risk you run with like these guys getting picked late. So it's scary.
We've got to talk about it because the private chat here is blowing up. I don't think it's a horrible pick, but Moxley, you and Brandon don't seem to like it. Amari Rodgers goes to Green Bay. I mean, who would you have preferred them take? I mean, Amon-Ra is probably the one that pops off the top of my head.
Wallace.
Maybe Tyler Wallace.
Yeah,
Tyler Wallace, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, I don't even really like Nico Collins.
Johnson.
Yeah, there are like Amari Rodgers is like a tweener who can't really play either position. Like, what the hell are you going to do with Amari Rodgers?
Put him in the slot.
Okay,
this isn't going to pacify Rodgers. This isn't going to make him any happier.
No, I would be pissed if
Rodgers to Rodgers touchdown connection. What are you talking about? It's happening, baby.
I don't even like a lot of the wide receivers available, to be honest. Like, I'm not big on Amon-Ra. Like, I think he hit a couple efficiency metrics that I like, and he was productive from like a market share standpoint. But I'm not the biggest Amon-Ra St. Brown fan. Like, I wish that he was a little more productive in the context of the offense. I don't like Tyler Wallace being a senior, but I definitely don't like Amari Rodgers. That is the bottom line. I think that's a bad pick. They could have gone a lot of different directions. Oh, Felix is back. What's up, Felix?
Do you agree with that? You look like you were about to go it sounded like you were about to go the opposite way of what Moxley was just saying. Do you like the Amari Rodgers pick?
He's got a WR next to his name, and that's all I really give a shit about at this point. And I mean, they've been looking for that Ty Montgomery replacement, so they got it. This guy plays wide receiver. Even if he's shit, the rest of their guys are shit, so he can get on the field.
It's a warm body.
Yeah,
I agree. I think that's a good call on kind of the Montgomery, replacement. That's an interesting call. I think that's the kind of guy he is.
I mean, but is that good?
No, it's not good. But
Brown, who gives a shit?
Yeah, he might be better than MVS. I mean, MVS didn't have a great profile coming in, and he hasn't done a ton.
Yeah, exactly. Their other guys just aren't that good, and I don't know. I'm just happy they didn't pick some defensive end I have never heard of. So,
no, what picks have you liked the most? I mean, you've got Jamar Chase landing in Cleveland, but we just saw Tommy Tremble go to Carolina. You got Davis Mills, who could potentially start in Houston. Dwayne, I don't know what Seattle's doing, taking Dwayne Eskridge. You got Javonte Williams. The Broncos trading up for him. Is there a pick that stands out to you that you like the most?
The Travis Etienne pick broke my heart as like a James Robinson guy, but as a Travis Etienne guy, I love that. Like, that's going to be so much fun, him playing with Trevor Lawrence. He's not going to be a third down back. Like, he might get eased in like DeAndre Swift was, like J.K. Dobbins was, but it's going to be wheels up for Travis Etienne at some point.
Don't give up on J-Rob. Twitter last night was big on burying J-Rob. They're both going to have a role.
Yeah, I'm buying J-Rob. I'm picking Etienne at the 101 in single QB.
Were you doing that before he went to Jacksonville? I mean, I know you love Etienne. He grades extremely well for you in your model. So does his landing spot in Jacksonville change anything for you from a pre-draft perspective? Because I thought he was your top-rated player probably in 1 QB leagues.
Yeah, he's definitely my top-rated running back. I mean, Najee Harris is right there. It's not like it's a big gap, but and I'm really trying to not care about landing spot, but like it's exciting. So it just kind of solidifies it for me.
Does it worry you that so he's year number 1, and I know you really like him, but does it worry you that he's come out and said his playing weight is below 215? He said it's closer to 205. And he is a senior, and he ran slower than we thought he would, even though he put on a little more weight. Do any of those things worry you in his profile?
Not really. My stance is kind of like we had these expectations for him, and then he like either met or didn't meet them, and so we like recalibrate based on that. But like I just like plug the numbers into a spreadsheet and it tells me what it tells me. And like the spreadsheet doesn't have preconceived notions. And so like he ran a 4.45 or whatever, like that's good enough. He was a stud, starting as a freshman at Clemson. Like he didn't get worse by playing as a senior. Like that's good enough. And whether he's 215 or like 205, like we've seen these guys be good. And like Aaron Jones is right around that 205, 210. Like Christian McCaffrey was like 200, 205. Like Etienne can play, at whatever weight he's at. And if he's running 4.45 at 215, then he's probably running 4.38 at 205. So it's like a give and take both ways. I'm satisfied.
Minnesota's building up that offensive line for Kellen Mond. The future.
Hey, let's reset. Let's just reset right here. You are watching the CampusToCanton.com's coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. We got Noah Hills of the Breakout Finder joining us right now. Hey, do us a favor. Go to our YouTube page. Search for Campus, the number 2 Canton, and subscribe to the YouTube page. Hit the notification bell. If you're watching this, you should be subscribing anyway. CampusToCanton.com. That's the website for all of your Campus to Canton needs. Noah, what's my question for you? What's been the worst pick? I mean, was it that Kellen Mond pick when they're taking him in the second round or I don't know if it was the second or third round, and Kirk Cousins isn't really going anywhere. I don't think that they're going to be starting Kellen Mond anytime soon. Was there a pick that you had a particular issue with?
I think the worst pick so far is the Tutu Atwell pick.
Speaking of Atwell, the Rams just traded their pick to the 49ers, but continue. Sorry.
Gainwell.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 5'7", and I lost weight in the last year to get like lighter than Tutu Atwell is right now. I don't know how he's gonna play. Like,
I literally have no idea.
Like he's like Puka Williams. Like I don't see any difference to what they're gonna do on the field. Like Tavon Austin, the dude's just gonna get smushed. He's a punt returner. Like, what is that in the second round?
So the question that I have, and maybe Felix, you can answer this because you've played at a collegiate level. how the hell are you going to be 153, 150 pounds as a wide receiver? Like, how do you not put on at least like muscle mass at that size? Like, what is going on with Tutu Atwell's weight? Because he's not like he's not 5'5". He's not like the tiniest guy in the world. So what is going on with Tutu Atwell's weight? I cannot understand. I cannot make sense of that.
Well, if they're smaller, they have to be faster. And so if you know, in my college, the best wide receiver on our team, we actually had two, but the slot wide receiver was a guy named Brandon Langston. So you can look up Brandon Langston, Grand Valley State University, and see how he did in college. But first of all, he went to the Rams. He's not going to be the primary target. And you look at what I think that Rams team is trying to do. They got Robert Woods, they got Cooper Kupp. Who's going to take the top off of the defense? Well, it's probably going to be Tutu Atwell now, as Kevin Coleman of the Hammercast and Fantasy Pros joins us. It's going to be Tutu Atwell is going to be their deep threat, right? So I actually don't have a problem with that because he's being used kind of schematically, like Ted Ginn for the Carolina Panthers was just a deep threat to have that threat there. I don't think he's somebody who's going to have 1,000 yards in the NFL at any point, but can Sean McVay use him to threaten the defense? Yeah, I think so. Can he use him to keep guys out of the box so that they can run the ball? Yeah, I think so. Can he open things up for Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods? I actually think he can. I think he can.
Do you like it in the second round?
No.
They already have D-Jacks. I mean, they signed D-Jacks in free agency. What's really the difference?
No, I've been talking all day. I don't know who's being taken when. Like, it's just people telling me I don't know what round we're on. Oh, snap. 49ers just took Trey Sermon.
We got a fantasy relevant pick.
Okay. That's interesting. Kevin
Matt
Coleman,
Waldman's number one running back.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
What's up, Kevin?
Thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin, same question for you. Is there a pick, fantasy relevant pick that you particularly liked in this draft?
I like Trey Sermon to the Niners. I actually that just happened. I think that's a great spot for him.
Yeah.
A good draft capital, and that's probably his best that you can think of for Sermon. Right? He's going to a spot that he can compete right away, I believe.
Oh, yeah, compete right away. And, he's going to Kyle Shanahan. Eventually, Trey Lance – they got two Treys. Trey Lance is going to start there, so you have to like, Sermon being paired with a dual-threat quarterback. Noah, a lot of people had
Justin Fields.
Chuba Hubbard potentially being an option there in San Francisco. I don't think he's come off the board yet. What does your model say about Chuba Hubbard? I mean, he was productive his sophomore year, not so productive his junior year. What do you think about Hubbard?
I never liked Chuba Hubbard, even like the Giant year. Like the production was obviously nice, but he was always like a skinnier guy, and he didn't catch the ball a whole lot. And that's just like, you either got to be like built like a workhorse or like contribute on third downs. And he's just like a tweener that didn't really fit either style. So like, it was clear that he could run the ball, but I didn't know what kind of role he was going to have because he just didn't have the frame and wasn't a third down guy. So it just always seemed like one of those guys that was going to be a beast in college and then like didn't really fit in the NFL. So yeah, never a fan.
Well, let's circle back here to Sermon, since he's just come off the board in a very attractive situation. Guys, in non-Superflex leagues, is Trey Sermon now a potential first-round pick?
Not for me, but he will be.
No, yeah. I think he
will be in Superflex too.
No, because I think there's still plenty of receivers I'd rather have.
I would rather have receivers too, but it'll happen. Keyshawn Vaughn happened last year in one of the in a much deeper draft.
And freaking Moss.
Jared,
Zach went in some first rounds, didn't he?
Jarek, I don't know that we got your. I asked you about your take on Trey Sermon with Waldman on. I don't know that we got it, but I am really interested to hear your take because Trey Sermon. I mean, we're going to continue to see stories like his with the one-time transfer exemption rule. We're going to see players who don't produce and then go to different schools and then kind of don't really play and then they kind of have like Trey Sermon, his season ended well, and then he's kind of increased his draft stock here. What's your talk? Your thoughts on Sermon and how confident should dynasty leaguers feel in drafting him?
Yeah, so generally, I found that the best year at the running back position is kind of the most predictive to how they're going to be at the next level, and that was obviously this year for Trey Sermon. His other 3 years were kind of, I don't know, not the greatest. But this year he actually hit above the for yards per team play. He hit above the top 24 average for year 4 players. So he does have that going for him. He's got the good size, and I currently have him as my RB5 behind Gainwell, because I just like the receiving potential that Gainwell has if he goes in the next like 5 or 6 or 7 picks.
We're getting close to the end.
If Gainwell doesn't go, today, then I will be moving Trey Sermon above him. I personally wouldn't be taking Trey Sermon in the first round, but I definitely see it being like ADP consensus that he'll probably be a first round pick now that he's with San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, we've already talked about Bateman to the Ravens, but there's definitely going to be people who take Sermon over Bateman just because he went to the Ravens, I think.
Yeah, I mean, go look at what Nick Whalen was just talking about with us and how people seem to. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan is a great offensive mind, but Nick said maybe some people are overrating his offensive mind. I think that's going to shoot up his capital, especially with the way people view running backs in Kyle Shanahan's system. I would not be surprised if his ADP in Superflex and just regular. Oh God, that's a horrible spot for Nico Collins. For the way that they view running back, or they view Kyle Shanahan's running backs, I think he's going to end up getting a back end 11, 12 ADP there for round 1. Nico Collins goes to the Texans, by the way.
Well, it's not a bad spot if Deshaun Watson's the quarterback.
Davis Mills is their future. You didn't see?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Well, Kev, you're a Michigan fan, Kev. So talk to me about Nico Collins and what do you think that? I mean, could he? Who is it? Brandon Cook still in Houston? Like, who else do they have there? But Kev, talk to me about Nico Collins and what do you think his NFL potential is?
It's so hard to judge Michigan position players because we're so bad at Michigan position players there. But I like him. I don't necessarily hate the spot. I mean, Brandon Cooks is there, and then who else? Kiki, Cootie, Isaiah Coulter, those kind of guys. I think he'll get targets, but who's going to be throwing in the ball? I think Tyler Taylor's fine. If Deshaun's there, that's a good fit. But that's not the most ideal spot that I want to see Nico go to.
I don't think Houston is the ideal spot for any player for any reason for the next couple of years. Samantha Holt, welcome to the live stream. Sam, you and Austin are Steelers fans. Austin's not here. I know what his position is on the Steelers taking Najee at 18. How do you feel about that pick?
I'm still tired from all the dancing I was doing yesterday in my kitchen by myself. I think my neighbors already think I'm weird, but I just added to that. I had a pizza delivered during the draft when we were doing our live stream yesterday. And when I went to get the pizza from the delivery guy, he saw my Steelers hat and he's like, "Oh, good luck tonight." I was like, "We got Najee Harris." And he's like, "I'm scared of you."
Sir, ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay. So, and at work today, anyone that asked, what are you doing this weekend? I'm like, Steelers got Najee Harris. And so, I'm just that kind of pumped level where I'm not answering questions properly.
Well, Sam, thank you for joining us. Since I have the smart analytics guys, Jarek, Noah, the third round is going to be done here soon. How much should people care about the players taken on day 3 between the 4th and 7th rounds?
Very little. There's just general history of players hitting there is very poor. And usually if a player does start to hit, that's when you should sell them. James Robinson. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't get excited for those players.
Yeah,
Noah?
I can speak to running backs a little bit. Just the way I have guys graded out. Historically, like if there's a dude who I had graded out as like a 2nd round level guy or like a 1st round level guy who like fell to the 5th or whatever, generally those guys hit at the same rate as like a your average 2nd round pick or something like that, but there aren't any of those running backs in this draft. So I wouldn't be excited about really anybody who's fallen that far. Maybe Kenny Gainwell, but outside of that.
Look at the size of Myles Garrett. Sorry, he's
such a massive, sexy human
look
being.
at the size
He's
of that guy. That's a human being.
Your stream is way ahead of mine.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't seen it.
Literally ripping through his blazer.
Probably be about 3 more minutes until I see it. Oh, there he is.
If I could be anybody in the world, it'd be Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I don't know that he had tried that jacket on before today. Because
if I had a body like that, I would wear that jacket out. It's amazing.
But then you'd rip like all your clothes.
Yeah, how is it staying together? That's what I don't understand.
Like it's definitely screaming at the back. Like if you look at it from the back view, it's screaming. It's about to tear.
Well, let's talk about the pick. I mean, Bruning, you get a field stretcher.
I'm behind.
And,
I'm behind. I don't know who it is. I'm behind.
Spoiler alert. I don't have it on.
Okay, well let's wait for
if it's a wide
wait
receiver. I'm not going to be
catch
happy
up.
about it, which I'm assuming is who it is.
It sounds like it's going to be.
Oh, I take that back. I like it. I'm happy.
He can run so fast.
Oh,
I have to say, and I want to get you guys' take on this. I have to say, for a team like Cleveland that's going to run the ball, it really works to have a player that you can sneak behind the defense on those long stretch play action runs, those long developing plays, because you have to respect the run in Cleveland. You have to respect the run in Cleveland.
Yep.
And let's say you get a healthy Odell Beckham Jr. to pair
That's
with
what I was gonna say.
Jarvis Landry, and then they like speed in Cleveland. And then Anthony Schwartz to run, these backside posts on these long stretch play action plays. Baker Mayfield is going to have some options, including Harrison Bryant and the receivers that we mentioned, and the two running backs. How are we Samantha? How do you feel about Anthony Schwartz, speed guy, going to Cleveland?
Well, I think I feel the same about it as I've felt about every good pick everyone in my division has made, which is like, cool. That's nice. I mean, I think it's a great pick for Cleveland. I definitely think for their purposes, it's a great pick. Divisionally, I'm annoyed. It's a good pick. I like it.
Hey, we've had to deal with that for like ever. So let us have our shine. You got like six Super Bowls. Give us a couple winning seasons, and you guys can go back to dominating again. I've been miserable my entire life. Just give me a couple years. That's all I'm asking for.
I like winning so much. Like why?
Well,
why
I
would I want to stop winning?
Brandon, Kevin, Noah, I think that Schwartz is probably more of a scheme fit than a fantasy relevant player in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Is that how you all see it? Or is he someone that you're looking at in the second round of dynasty rookie drafts?
No, I'm not touching him in the second round. I don't think, unless OBJ got moved, but I don't think he's going anywhere. So I don't think the targets will be there. I mean, he's kind of a third round if he falls and taxi guy. Maybe. Might as well roll with it, but I don't see giving up a second round pick for him.
Yeah, I just don't see it because they have Higgins and Landry And they still have DPJ, they got last year, who did some nice things. So, I wouldn't see drafting him that high.
I mean, he's probably like a more reasonably ADP priced Henry Ruggs.
Damn, I was going to say that.
Right? I mean, at least they didn't have to spend the wide receiver 1 overall pick in the whole draft on the guy.
I agree.
Yeah,
That's where he should have gone.
To Atwell in the second, that's for sure.
Or Atwell in the second. It's the same guy.
Yeah.
I think this is going to open up the field for Odell. I really do. And I agree with what Kevin said. I think he's a guy you stash on your taxi squad because in 2 years when Odell and Jarvis are off this team, Anthony Schwartz could be a guy who's going to break out for the Browns. But I think he's more of they're going to throw it down the field to him a couple times, try and open up the field in the short area. Maybe they move Jarvis back into the slot where I think he thrives at more than being on the outside and possibly opens up the field more for Odell. So I love it. It's been an amazing draft for the Browns. Really has.
Noah, running backs are your specialty. Is there? Are we done caring about running backs for this class? Are you done caring about running backs for this class?
I'm not done caring about Kenny Gainwell until he goes in like the
He's got 3 more picks.
6th round or something.
3 more.
Ramondre Stevenson still available, but that's about all I care about at this point. Ramondre Stevenson needed to get picked in like the 2nd round for that dream to stay alive, so that's probably gone. But Kenny Gainwell, I don't know, Dolphins or somebody might scoop him up in the 4th, 5th. I don't know, but it's not looking good.
I mean, anybody with a pulse at any point in the draft that goes to the Dolphins, or even an undrafted free agent that you like J-Rob it doesn't matter who it is. Anybody that goes to the Dolphins is like, okay.
Michael Carter.
Yeah.
That brings up a good point. Everybody loved Michael Carter. He was most people's 4 or 5, and he is yet to even be talked about.
Not me. Not me. He was like 10.
Yeah, he's Giovanni Bernard on a good day.
I love that comp, by the way. You hit that in a clubhouse like a couple months ago, even, and I was like, "That's perfect."
That's what he is. Giovanni Bernard on a good day.
He's had a good career.
Well, yeah, on a good day. So he's having a bad day.
I mean, we gotta realize that these guys who are built like that, they just do not. They don't become NFL RB1s.
I am shocked that people were really hyping up Carter to go in the 2nd round at some point. Like what the hell was that? He's not big. He split a backfield. He wasn't necessarily productive. He was a senior. What was that? He's going to be a day 3 pick. That's appropriate for him, and that's fine. I mean, I think he's a good player, but it is what it is. Come on.
I'm actually shocked.
I gotta love this class. Sorry, I'm just talking.
No, I was just saying, I'm shocked Kenny Gainwell has not gone yet. I'm actually I thought he'd be gone already. That hurts me a little bit inside.
I'm wondering how many picks, if you're in dynasty rookie drafts, how many picks do you feel super confident about? I think we thought the wide receiver class was really deep. But that included guys like Tamarion Terry and Seth Williams who haven't been selected yet. So, we've got 3 running backs that we feel good about. The quarterbacks, I feel good about the quarterback, at least 4 of the quarterbacks. I feel good about the tight end. I feel good about Waddle, Smith, Chase. But, I don't know. How are you guys? Maybe we should just do a mock draft. We got enough people.
Well, I have to say, guys, there are some interesting players that could still land with a team like the Dolphins. And, I mean, all of a sudden, you got to be interested. Kylan Hill, Jamar Jefferson. I don't know.
Jared just
Did someone say Jamar Jefferson?
Care about them.
Did someone just say Jamar Jefferson?
Did I miss that? Did Jared just say all those names?
No, Jared said that we shouldn't care about the players taken on day 3.
Yeah, but at some point, you got to say the depth chart, just like we did with J-Rob last year to the Jaguars. I mean, at some point, you got to say the Dolphins do not have a starting running back.
J-Rob is good, though.
Well, yeah, he's fine.
Jamar Jefferson is bad.
Uh-oh.
Who said that?
Thank you, Noah. Thank you.
Is that
Yeah.
Noah?
You're in trouble,
Us,
Noah.
Noah. Thanks for joining us. It's great having you on the stream. I'm just messing with you.
Anybody have any formed opinion on Elijah Mitchell?
Bad. He's bad. This dude. Okay, what? Okay.
I mean, he couldn't command a backfield at Louisiana, so I mean, I get it.
Yeah, if you like him, you better like Trey Ragass or whatever his name is. Like, he was never super efficient. He never dominated in the passing game. He never won a backfield to himself, and then he blows up the combine, and now he's, Darren McFadden. He's not good. I don't know why everybody thinks he's good.
I'm sorry, I don't have rag ass on my board. Can you be more specific?
Rag ass.
That's my nickname for Jamar Jefferson.
Okay.
God, Noah, I just brought you back. I'm
Keep
sorry,
going,
guys.
Noah,
He
keep
can't come back now. He cannot come back. He is done.
I'm learning how you get kicked off.
All right, Kylan Hill, go. Round table.
Bad. He's bad.
Too slow.
I think you could be a satellite back. I think he'd be fine as a satellite back, but I'm done. The running backs that I would care about, well, there's only 2 actually in this class. They've already been taken. So, and then Ramondre Stevenson, if he lands in one of those depth charts, Alfred, that you mentioned, maybe I'll care. But as far as using my valuable, first and second round draft capital, I think that those players have already been selected.
Yeah, it's true.
I was going to say when we reset the show, I said my goal is to keep Alfred awake because you looked very comfortable over there. Let's do a super flex tight end premium rookie mock draft. Can we do that?
Yeah, we got enough people to do the whole draft.
All right.
Are you gonna do it on
how about? No, we're going to do it right here, and I'm going to write it down right here. Samantha, we'll let ladies go first.
Okay.
So if you need me to filibuster, or if you're ready to take the pick,
wait, I'm confused. Is this just rookies that we're picking?
Just rookies in this class, just rookies. Super flex rookie mock draft. Samantha, you got the 101 tight end premium. You got the 101, and we'll go up to Brandon, then to me, then Brooding down to Kevin. We'll do almost like an S. So Samantha, you go first.
All right, I appreciate the going first. I'll take that wherever I can get it. And then in terms of my first pick, I'm gonna go Trevor Lawrence. I know I should go Kyle Pitts here just because he's that crazy athletic talent. But at the same time, I know if I wait after all of you guys, I'm not gonna like the quarterback I'm left with. So I'm gonna go ahead and take him now so that no one else can.
101, Trevor Lawrence. Brandon Haye, unmute yourself and give us your pick.
I mean, this hurts, but give me Justin Fields. I think he's by far the second best quarterback in this class, and I think all those teams that passed on him are going to regret it.
Why does that hurt? Are you physically okay? You have been up for a while. I appreciate you hanging out this whole time. Are you okay though, Brandon?
No, it hurts my soul to have to support a Buckeye.
Oh, hey, I draft that team up north players all the time. It doesn't hurt,
No, you don't. There's no players to draft.
Who are you drafting?
I got DPJ, baby. I got DPJ.
Well, he's on your
That's
Browns.
More because of my
that doesn't
Browns,
count because you.
But still, I've got him. Might draft Nico Collins this year. He's a decent player.
Man, once they graduate, it's all about the fantasy squad, guys. Come on.
Exactly. That's not true at all.
All right, I'm going to take a pick here. I'm going to go Trey Lance. I think I'm going to move Trey Lance up to quarterback 2.
Wait, hang on. Did I miss Zach Wilson coming off the board?
Whoa.
You didn't, but I like.
I'm taking.
I like the
Trey Lance here. Burning.
Felix Sharp is a faker.
Thank you.
He's fake. No, Evan, I'm going to help you out because unlike Felix, I stick to my board and I go with my real what I say. I don't back out and just go, I'm going to take Trey Lance now because he went to fancy San Francisco. I'm taking Mac Jones because I think he's going to be good and I think Zach Wilson's going to bust. So Merry Christmas, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to take Kyle Pitts. And
okay.
If it's tight end premium,
what keep happening?
I'll take Kyle Pitts at tight end premium.
So who is it? Me now?
No, it's Noah.
Let's go over. Let's go down to Noah, and then we'll go back up.
All right.
If it's me, I'm taking Travis Etienne. I'm taking RB1 at like 107 or whatever this is, 106. I'll take that.
Moxley? You're muted, buddy.
Well,
we know it.
I'm taking Jamar Chase. This is easy. I'm running the podium. I'm falling over tables to get Jamar Chase on my team.
All right, can you review for me, Felix?
Sure. We got 101, Trevor Lawrence. Number 2, Justin Fields. Number 3, Trey Lance. Number 4, Mac Jones. Number 5, Kyle Pitts. Number 4, number 6. Number 6, Travis Etienne. Number 7, Jamar Chase. And your number 8, Alfred.
Man, there's a lot of good options here. In Superflex, I have to take Zach Wilson. I mean, I just have to. I kind of don't want to, but like I have to. So Zach Wilson, Superflex.
Okay, Alfred, let's make this back around, and you go again.
We'll get back to back.
Yep.
Waddle.
That's a very interesting view, Alfred.
Yeah, we just lost a lot of viewers, Alfred. Thank you for that.
Sorry, guys. It's a family show.
This is not a family. I'm gonna have to go mark this as an R rating now when we go into YouTube. I appreciate that.
Do I get Chase? Najee Harris.
Go ahead, Mox.
Yeah.
I'm not even the biggest fan of taking a 47-year-old rookie, but I mean, he's drafted in the first round and will have opportunity. So Najee's easy here.
That's pick 10. That's pick 10. Pick 11.
I'm going Rashad Bateman. 111.
How do you get sniped in one of these? I don't understand how that works. I guess I'll take Devonta Smith. I'll be the guy to take Devonta Smith.
I would have taken him right here. How many rounds are we doing, by the way, Felix?
We're just going one more time around.
One more time around.
So everybody just picking twice.
Give me Javonte. I mean, I've never really liked Melvin Gordon. Denver's got a loaded offense. I think he could be good there, so I'll go Javonte.
Is it on me?
Yes.
Let's see. I haven't been watching the draft. That's the problem. All I've been doing is talking, so I don't know who is going where. Let me think. So the 3 running backs are off the board. We got all 5 quarterbacks are off the board.
Tutu Atwell.
Oh, this is easy. No. I'm taking Elijah Moore.
Yeah,
easy one.
I'm sure you wouldn't notice that.
Tutu Atwell is still available. He has second-round draft capital as well, as Noah was just mentioning.
I'll take Elijah Moore. So Brandon Haye, back to you.
Yeah, this makes it easy because I was between Elijah and Rondale. So give me Rondale Moore.
Let's stop here for a second because I'm going to filibuster so Sam can make her last pick. I think it's going to be I think that's a difficult decision to pick between Elijah Moore, who might be the best wide receiver that the Jets have, and Rondale Moore, who is in a great situation in Arizona with a great quarterback, great system with I was going to say Graham Harrell, but Cliff Kingsbury. Noah, Rondale Moore or Elijah Moore?
Oh, man. I think Rondale Moore. I think they're pretty even for me as prospects. I'll just default to who's playing with the better quarterback, and I think Kyler Murray is that. So I'll go Rondale Moore.
Alfred, I feel like I know your answer to this question already, but who are you going?
Yeah, I'm just going to go Eli Moore because I agree with Noah. I mean, the quarterback. I mean, Kyler's a great. I really like Kyler a lot, but I just think they're going to force feed Eli Moore. I think he's the most dynamic guy on the field for them. I mean, on the whole field because they don't have a running back, and he's the most dynamic receiver. So he's the best player.
Max.
So this is close for me. I think I'm going to end up going Rondale. I think his freshman season was so impressive, and I think that the type of system that they're running in Arizona can probably fit him in to be successful. I think, like I said earlier, Cliff is a fake shark, but you know how to get that guy the ball. I think just based on what Murray does and how they're going to succeed. And I like Eli Moore, but I think Rondale Moore is he's like kind of like Superman. I love Rondale Moore, and I'm glad he got second round draft capital. So he's my guy.
Anyone else got a strong take on that Rondale Moore, Eli Moore question?
It's Rondale easily for me. You and Austin have been high on him all off season. I said my biggest thing was him. He needed to land on a good team with a good offense and get that draft capital, and he got all of it. And I think I like Elijah Moore, but I think Rondale is much more talented than him. He was in my tier 1 as well, so give me Rondale all day long.
All right, Samantha, who are you taking at pick? It's technically pick 16 to close us out.
Well, I know that I missed writing down someone that someone took because I'm off on numbers of people taken. So hopefully I don't say someone that was taken because that would totally be me in this situation. I'll go Terrace Marshall Jr.
Oh, yeah.
He just landed with Carolina, and I like the landing spot the most. I feel like what Carolina's doing is they're trying really hard, and I appreciate it, trying really hard to make Sam Darnold successful by giving him weapons because he needs someone more than just Christian McCaffrey. And what I like about him is his size. He's 6'3". I love me a big wide receiver, big red zone target, make it easy for Darnold. So I think that's just going to be really just slam dunk for him to get the ball open. So when everyone's covering McCaffrey, he's going to be over in the corner, just hands up, catching touchdowns. So I'm happy to get him there.
And you got to believe he's the third option there, which means he's going to be probably the third corner on the team. He could hopefully he can take advantage of those matchups. It's just going to be whether or not Sam Darnold can, raise the tide for all the ships there. All right. 101, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, number 2, Trey Lance, number 3, Mac Jones, number 4, Kyle Pitts, number 5, Noah took Travis Etienne at number 6, Chris Moxley took Jamar Chase at number 7, then Zach Wilson in a super flex tight end premium fell to number 8. Jalen Waddle goes at number 9, Najee Harris, number 10, Rashad Bateman, Devonta Smith, Javonte Williams, Eli Moore at number 14. That's a pretty good second-round pick there. So I'm trying to get that 13 and to pick 13 and 14. Rondale Moore falls to number 14, and Terrace Marshall Jr. Rounds it out at pick 16. That's still a pretty strong. At least in Superflex, I would feel good about those second-round picks. So that's Williams, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, and Terrace Marshall Jr. You still have Pat Freiermuth out there. Tommy Tremble got third. I can't remember which round, third or second round draft capital. So I still feel pretty good about those picks in the second round. Do you guys feel good about them?
Oh, yeah. I think I was interested to see what I would end up with at the very end of that snake. But I think it just goes to show how deep this class is that you can still get good value later. So I think it's going to be, fun. I just want to start drafting.
I think my Brevin Jordan hype train is dead. I don't think Brevin Jordan's a thing anymore.
Yeah, that's just a little shocking.
He's still got like 5 picks. We got 5 picks, comp picks left.
Yeah, but Trey McKitty just went in front of him. That doesn't make me excited about life.
I still think it's a challenge
Justin
for him in the
Fields
4th round. He is the head of that depth chart, even above Tebow. So
Brevin Jordan was a bad athlete who also has kind of like questionable tape. He's not like attacking the catch point. So I have concerns about Brevin Jordan for a lot of reasons. So I'm not surprised he's falling.
Noah Hills of the Breakout Finder. You can find his written content there on the Breakout Finder and your blog. What's the name of your blog, Noah, that you post on from time to time?
Yeah, like once a year maybe. It's called the Vitruvian Prospect. So you just Google that. It's like the only thing that comes up. So.
This is not hyperbole when I say that Noah is one of the best writers that you will find really anywhere, but definitely in the fantasy space. So Noah, I appreciate you taking the time for us. Hopefully, you'll be writing some stories about your time in Alaska that we can read up on.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not a time that I want to remember much, but maybe I'll get around to it. So. I appreciate you guys having me on. This is fun.
Man. Thanks for hanging out for the past hour and a half, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, dude.
He was on for an hour and a half.
He came on when Nick came on. Yeah, he's
And
been on this entire time.
I missed Nick's appearance in its entirety.
Yeah, we did a lot of Justin Fields talk, new puppy. What else did we talk about?
Yeah.
I don't know. I had to bail for 10 minutes. So
okay, all right.
It takes a whole other level to do these marathons, though. So props to you guys for powering through. I did one yesterday, and I'm still tired. So
And
Okay.
Sam, I saw yours.
It's
It was
okay.
just the three of you. I mean, we all had each other to lean on. Was it just you three the whole time?
no, at most I think we ended up having 5 people on.
Okay.
which was which was good too. But yeah, just powering through those picks, and the picks in the first take way longer than day 2. So it was just vamping in between. But thankfully, enough crazy stuff happened that it filled in the blanks easily for us.
Brandon, you posted Herbert in the private chat. Did he go?
No, I just like to say his name.
You got me all excited, buddy.
Because I really like Khalil Herbert.
I
but
know.
just
So do
really
I. I was all excited. I was trying to figure out why my thing was showing Quinn
Oh,
Burke on
yeah,
here.
I think people are talking about running back, so I always like to throw out the Herbert name.
Dude, I don't know if anybody's watching these highlights of this guard from Wisconsin,
Yeah,
Whitewater,
knocking
but
the trees
he
over.
kills people.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's a
yeah.
monster.
His Senior Bowl was he was a legend. He's a Senior Bowl legend now.
Man, just incredible. Just murdering people out there.
I'm not gonna lie. Probably one of my favorite things to watch are tapes like this. Just being able to watch these guys. And that guy was down, and he took him down again. He's like, "You stay down."
Yeah. Just nasty. And he's going to be blocking for Javante, so you love that.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, PJ, he was MVP of the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. So
He's
Kevin,
the
I don't know if they asked you earlier or Samantha. I don't know. I was kind of in and out there at the beginning when you guys first jumped on. Is there a pick that you guys have really loved in these first couple rounds? Someone that it doesn't have to be one of the top guys. Just anybody that you think has fallen to the perfect landing spot outside of Justin Fields, of course. We already know him, so you don't have to talk about it.
I mean, he's not in my top favorite, but I'm gonna hopefully not get kicked off the show for that.
I'll leave you on because we're almost done, so I'll be nice.
All right. Well, I mean, I feel like it's a homer pick to say, but I am very excited about Najee Harris being on my Steelers. No big deal, but I'm just excited that we have a powerhouse back to finally get the running game going. Do we need offensive linemen? Yes. Have I liked the rest of our picks? Not necessarily, but that doesn't mean that we can't fix it later. I think there's still some pretty good value we can hopefully get, and I trust that the front office will make the right moves so that we can be successful. I'm just very excited to have him. I also just really love the landing spot for Jamar Chase. That Joe Burrow just called the worm. It's like, you're getting him, right? And they're like, oh, we thought you were kidding. We wanted to get you protected and get all these other things. He's like, no, you got to get my guy. And then they're like, okay. So I think it also says a lot that, Joe Burrow has that pull with that organization to just go get his boy. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, my guy, I mean, you guys, well, I think Matt knows. Trey Lance has been my QB2 for a while. So I love seeing him go to San Francisco. And he's in that tier with Fields. I love Fields too, now that he's out in, that one school. But, I love both those guys. So I love seeing Lance. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's some school that gets a lot of sanctions because they cheat. So, no, I think Trey Lance,
if you're not cheating, you're not trying, my friend.
Yeah, well, we know that.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, Tennessee in their McDonald's bag. But no, I think.
See, we're smarter than that. So
yeah, you guys got the boosters. So exactly. you're using Bitcoin now. But I think Trey Lance is. I love that spot for him, and I actually like Waddle's spot. I think he's going to go in there, and I love everything there. And the analytic guys, it kind of depends with who you talk to with Waddle, but I think that's a hell of draft capital, and I love that he's going to come in there and get those targets. And it helps out by Tua shares because I still believe in Tua.
I was going to say, do we still believe in Tua Tagovailoa?
I better, because I just bought two Tua rookie cards tonight, hoping that he's going to blow up.
Well, maybe because you did that, he's not going to do well now.
I don't have that kind of pull.
Alfred, something about your look right now looks like you're
It's
some
Miami
sort of
Vice,
rich
man.
drug dealer. Yeah, I was going to say he looks
He's
like
giving
some
us
sort of rich drug
serious-
dealer.
You
Like,
should have seen him
no-
earlier.
Yeah.
He was on some like furred out couch, and I was like, dude, you're giving off some serious Miami Vice vibes right now.
It's a cover for our couch for the dog, so like the dog can sit on it and it doesn't like get the
Gotcha.
couch all
Okay.
smelly.
Like, no judgment, but is there also like a very wide open bowl of just Coke next to you? 'Cause it
Well,
feels like
again,
that might
I mentioned, how do
No
you think you're
judgment,
getting
no
through these
judgment.
draft shows? Alfred supplied all of us with a little bit of that dust there to get us through this stuff.
I think Alfred's been up for like 48 hours.
I grew up in Miami.
You're not helping your case any, Alfred.
What else? What kind of appetizers do you serve at your house?
Oh man. What's the question that we're on here? Oh, a player that we like, landing spot or whatever.
Yeah.
Or just that you like. You know, you can go whichever way you want with it.
I feel a little vindicated. I had Trey Sermon as my running back 4. He went as the 4th off the board, and I really like the spot in San Francisco because Raheem Mostert will keep getting some touches probably, but after that, I mean, it's Sermon. He's going to get the dual threat quarterback to open up some running lanes. Big fan of that move.
I mean, for dynasty purposes, it's a good move to get more running backs in a run heavy offense. So for that reason, it's a fantastic fit.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes this class now has 4 running backs that, you know, you can legitimately kind of think going into the season that are going to be useful. So, I mean, it adds a running back to the class that we thought there was only really 3.
And I mean, to add on to the Sermon point you were just talking about, Mostert is a free agent after this year. So, I mean, that really could mean wheels up for him next season.
Yeah, if he's good, like if they look at him and they go, oh, no, this guy can like carry the backfield, then, you know, maybe they don't even bring too many people in or whatever.
Chris.
I'm just saying we're talking about 3rd round rookie. We gotta pump the brakes. I mean, he's gonna get replaced within a year, even if he's all right. I mean, we just saw it.
Well, he won't. I don't think he'll get replaced in 2022. I mean, unless they take, you know,
they're not
Isaiah
even having
Spiller.
early picks.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, running back, you can get replaced kind of taken anywhere in the
That's true.
first three rounds. But I'm not really afraid of the running back classes between now and well, really any class between now and 2023. 2023 is the next class where, you know, if somebody might get bounced. But no, if Trey Sermon becomes the starter, like, is Kyron Williams going to be a first round draft pick in 2022? And
Kyron Williams is like 190 pounds. I don't think he's really.
He's a top 5 running back in that class.
Yeah, I mean, Felix makes a good point. That 2022 is probably open, and then you maybe worry about 2023.
He's still to win the job. Also, like, he still has to prove that he can play. Like, he's still behind Raheem Mostert. He's still behind
Jeff Wilson Jr. You're right.
But Jeff, I mean, they both were successful in the NFL last. They were both good last year in their sample. I don't.
And they love Wilson around the goal line. They love giving Wilson the ball inside the 5.
But those are all UDFAs. We're just talking about how when you don't have draft capital, you get replaced. And now a 3rd round guy's coming in with a bunch of UDFAs on the roster.
Okay. Like 3rd round running backs don't hit, though. At least not at a good enough rate to be.
I mean, I'm not going to take him with a 101, but I just think it's relevant. He's relevant.
He's going to go in the 1st round.
Well, not for me.
Well, not for me either.
Fellas. Let me get Miss Holt out of here. Samantha, thank you for joining us. Samantha Holt of the Fantasy Focused, of the Samantha Holt, One-on-One with Samantha Holt, and the Fantasy Debate podcast. Sam, anything else that you want to plug before we get you out of here?
Gosh, if I had more shows, I mean, I would just be so exhausted. I don't need any more shows. No, thanks, guys, for having me on. It's been a marathon of a week. You're my 5th podcast of the week, 6th podcast of the week. So, I mean, I am just honestly, I'm just so grateful that people reach out when I have me talk, because I still am surprised that people want to hear me talk about fantasy football. So thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you, lovely gentlemen, and I'm glad I hopefully haven't offended anyone by making fun of your team or your picks. So hopefully you guys
Well,
have
Brooding is very, very sensitive. So
I
even if
am,
you
and
did
I am
offend
very
him,
offended,
so-
but I'm trying to keep it together right now because we're almost done. I'll go cry as soon as we cut the stream off. So
You know, are you gonna go cry in the shower like most people do?
absolutely, that meme where he's whatever that is, Arrested Development. Yeah, that's me. It's coming.
Yes.
It's I've got the bowl of ice cream ready. It's going with me into the shower as well. It's not going to be pretty sight.
Can I just say, if you're gonna go do that, you know, shower beers are always good because if you've got that shower niche, you can like tuck it away and it doesn't get water in the top. It's always a clutch move. Just saying.
I appreciate that. I don't know about ice cream and beer
Pro tip.
mixing together, but I'll figure out a way. It sounds like a solid strategy.
Float? Vanilla with a good stout beer float? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Do you even know how to party?
That's the best take of the night.
That is the best take
Easily
of the night, actually.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Sam.
Bye.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
We are struggling to the finish line here on campus2canton.com.
I mean, it's a long night. Who's been here since 7? Felix has. Chris has.
Me and Moxley.
No.
That's it.
It's me and
Hey,
Brooding.
well,
have been
Brandon's
on
been
since
here
7.
pretty much the whole time too. You've taken
has.
like
Yeah,
a couple
for
breaks
like an
off.
hour,
But
but I've been here quite a bit.
Man.
Yeah.
because I have no life. Alfred, thanks for throwing it in my
Alfred,
face. I appreciate that.
Alfred, did you hear any of the interviews, or were you not? I thought we did a good job with. Well, you were on with Matt Waldman,
Matt,
but
yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
PJ's been here the whole time too. Literally the whole time.
Yeah,
commenting.
PJ, get out of
PJ.
here. All you do is talk trash. That's all.
PJ, what do you
He's talking
think
trash to
about
me
all the
right
guests we had? I thought it was fun. I mean, I thought that we put together. I mean, we are almost done. I thought that we did a good job putting together a comprehensive draft coverage show. I mean, for our first time doing this, we brought in some of our friends like Kevin. We brought in analysts. We brought in former players.
I mean, Kevin's an analyst too. Don't just like he's just a friend. Hey, Kevin and Brandon are both analysts. You're like, we brought in some friends who kind of know what they're talking about. Then we brought in some analysts. It's like, well,
that's not what I meant. I meant
Brandon
we
and
know
Kevin.
Kevin.
Like, well,
We know
right?
Kevin.
Thank
We
you,
don't know
thank you,
Matt
Matt.
Waldman.
I appreciate you, Matt. I thank you for that.
I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't call Matt Waldman a friend of ours. I would call Kevin.
Well, yeah, he's an analyst, but so are Kevin and Brandon. Like,
Friend
it was
and
like,
analyst.
Friend and analyst. Yeah, there you go. You just throw the analyst part in there. They spend a lot of time doing what they're doing. They're not just here to hang out. Like Kevin just popped by. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to hear and hang out with these guys at 11 o'clock at night. No,
I've seen some of these live drafts where these streams where they've just got 2 people on. I have no idea how that's possible.
I did it last year with 3. It was just me, Matt, Fox, and Dennis for 2 days, and it does get a little rough.
Oh my
As you're going toward the end, you're just sitting there like, especially last year because we did it that Friday. Like you guys know, I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and last year it went even later. And I was just sitting there, I was like, oh my god! I was like, why can't this just end already? They picked when Kansas City took CEH. I was like, that was a horrible pick. We're done, and I just cut the stream and got off because I was like, I can't do this anymore.
I feel like the second and third round really moved quickly. I mean, I don't know if the NFL told the teams, like, you guys just need to freaking pick and don't wait in between or something, but it moved pretty quick. It was nice.
Yeah, it's Damien Parsons, PJ, at DP_NFL. I mean, look, no disrespect to anybody that's come up. He was amazing. He really was really good. I enjoyed talking to him and getting his all of the knowledge that he has, all the tape that he breaks down and everything. I was DMing him. Whether Felix or Austin like it, I told him he's coming on the Debbie debate. So I really enjoyed.
Yeah, DP's great.
Kicking off, so.
And Matt, DP he tweeted out that the Browns were killing the draft, so he agrees with you.
I mean, they are. Like, objectively, they've had a good draft. They have.
Who's up next? Rams?
How many picks do we have left?
We have
3 more.
3 more.
Rams, Ravens, Broncos.
Felix, I haven't heard your Tommy Tremble take yet.
Oh, yeah. The new Ian Thomas.
Yeah, I love Yeah, I love. No, he's a better player than Ian Thomas.
I'm messing with
I love the spot. I would have liked it a lot more had the Panthers taken Justin Fields. I would have liked a lot of their picks a lot more. You know, if you just swap Horn and Fields.
Look.
Then,
Moxley is
Marshall.
already having a rough time knowing that they passed on Justin Fields. You don't have to keep rubbing it in, Felix. He knows.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
been here.
just think. I mean, it would be we would be just excited about everything happening in that offense as we are with, the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. Like, everybody's giddy, like, oh, we want Trey Sermon now. We got to get Trey Lance. Well, I mean, Joe Brady and Matt Rule. I mean, that's a pretty dynamic pairing there in North Carolina. But they decided to stick with Sam Darnold.
I'll just say this. I'm throwing all this shade you're throwing at everybody here on the end of the podcast, or at the end of the show here into the podcast. It's all going in there.
I'm not throwing shade at anybody. I'm just saying
we'll eventually be up sometime Monday because it's going to take a lot of like going through to finding out what I'm cutting and not cutting. So,
I was just surprised you did the graphics, Matt. I didn't expect that.
He's a big graphics guy.
I spend a lot of time doing that, and I'm not good at it either.
You do a good job. Nah, man, that was good. You've actually
we
done
all
an
have
excellent
our
job. I thought it was the math guy, but no, it was, I thought it was Bacchus, but I'm impressed by you.
No, Bacchus is the brains behind everything else. See, yeah.
I've been trying to do graphics. It's a pain. It's a pain.
Use Canva, man. That's what I
do.
Use. It makes. Oh, you do? Okay. It's taken me so long to learn how to use that and do that stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I've saved like so many different ones so that I can just go in and use those templates to just make stuff look good because it's so hard going in there and creating all that stuff. Yeah,
I'm colorblind too. So the problem is when I make it, I got to ask my wife. I say, hey, can you come check these colors real quick? Make sure that they're actually the right colors.
Yeah, I can imagine that would make it even more difficult.
She loves me. Yeah, she loves it.
Lions have not
never.
They have had not a sexy,
not happening,
sexy
PJ.
draft at all.
I'm gonna in 2 years when I'm looking like the smartest man in the world because Mac Jones is going to be as good as Kirk Cousins. I have nothing to edit out. I'm good with it. I like Mac Jones. He's going to be all right.
Is that a compliment?
It is a compliment. You need to have quarterback twos as well. You can't. We can't all be Patrick Mahomes,
but not for necessarily NFL purposes.
How do you feel about your Lions there, Felix? You guys gonna have anybody to throw the ball
I'm
to?
catching up. No, and it's going to be DeAndre Swift is going to run for 1,500 yards next year. How do I feel about it? It's not a sexy draft. It looks like they tried to shore up the defensive line because their defensive line is absolutely trash last year. I honestly do not know the players that they took in the second and third round. There's a defensive tackle from Washington. But when I think about the Sewell pick, well, first of all, I'm thinking, how are they building this offensive line to take care of the, either Sam Howell or Spencer Rattler? Well, they get Penny Sewell. They're going to move Taylor Decker to right tackle, and I have I forgot my man's name. Our center, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but he's a Pro Bowl. What?
Rad News or whatever.
Ragnow, Frank Ragnow,
or Ragnow.
Frank Ragnow. Yeah, and so and then we just got a lineman from a guard from Kentucky last year. I like what they're doing in their offensive line. Their offensive line has never really been a strength. They've never been able to run the ball. We're going to see a different offense than I've ever seen in my generation because they can't win games by throwing the ball. They're going to have to play ball control, slow or speed the game up by having the clock running the ball, tire out the defense, that sort of thing. And it's just they've never been able to win that way. I mean, you go back to Scott Mitchell days in the 90s, and they've always been a passing team. They've never been able to run the ball. I mean, when Barry was there, they could – even the funny thing is, even when Barry was there, I feel like at times they couldn't run the ball, even against good teams. Anyway, they're going to be – they definitely weren't a ground and pound offense. They were always a high-flying offense, and they're not going to be high-flying anything this year. So that is my 11:41 Eastern time take on the Detroit Lions. You West Coast people, Kevin. I mean, you guys can just it's what time? It's 8 42. It's not even 9 o'clock for you yet.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
I love West Coast times for
What a
sports, man.
life.
I love it.
I
over
think
here.
I think Central Time is a liberal hoax. What do you guys think about that?
Here we go. Final pick of the third round, day 2. Who's going to get that magic day 2 draft capital?
You know who I really hope it is? Khalil Herbert. I said Denver would be a great spot for him.
Common Rock.
It's a Buckeye.
Is it?
Some linebacker. Browning?
Browning? Wow, really?
Oh, gross.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think Baron Browning and Pete Warner are just like okay. I don't really think they're great.
So
I don't know. He went way earlier than I thought he
way
was going
earlier
to.
than I thought he would go.
Like, we were talking Pete Warner, linebacker for Ohio State. Like we were talking. I don't remember who we were talking to. It may have even been Waldman. And I was because I'm listening to it in this ear, and I hear him going. I was like, "Why the fuck did someone just draft Pete Warner this early?" But teach their own. We see a lot of GMs make bad moves.
Who is the best remaining offensive player for day 3?
Wallace,
right?
Jamar
Wow,
Jefferson.
Tyler Wallace.
Yeah, Wallace didn't get drafted either.
I'm
St. Brown and Wallace, man. Those are 2 big fallers. I mean, everyone just wanted speed.
Well, I think it's they don't create a lot of separation, right? And I think that's a big thing for a lot of wide receivers nowadays. Both Wallace and Amon-Ra, you can say the same thing for them, right? They don't really create separation.
Yeah,
and we don't see those wide receivers succeed as much in the NFL nowadays.
We're just continuing to go with speed. I mean, the entire second and third round was filled with guys who were just absolute burners.
Yeah.
Well, it's also surprising to me that I think Michael Carter and Kenneth Gainwell fell. Like I thought both were going to be third rounders, and I'm surprised both fell out. Maybe if one had fallen, it would be more surprising. But I mean, everybody seemed to be on Michael Carter. Like the hype was there. I'm fairly surprised he's going to be a day 3 pick.
Do you think the Jets pick one of the running backs? They have the second pick tomorrow.
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That would be an interesting spot.
They'll take one of
fits
Herbert.
well with them.
Chuba.
You're probably right. Chuba does fit well in that with that outside run zone. Because I mean, I was thinking about that, like Herbert, Gainwell, Jamar. I don't think any of those guys fit really with what New York's offense is going to run, and they already have Tevin Coleman and LaMichael Pirine, so they need that guy.
I guess maybe Gainwell. Maybe Gainwell isn't he? Wouldn't he be good in like a one cut and go?
I think Chuba's better. What Kevin said, I didn't even think about Chuba. That his name was not even on the top of my head. So I don't think he's that good, but I think he fits that offense. Who said Hawkins the other day? Because that's who was it? Jarek?
I think it could be him.
Jarek or Austin said that yesterday that they thought getting Hawkins in the third round to the Jets would be a great fit. Because me and Colin were both like, "Yeah."
I said that.
Oh, well,
I was talking about him.
Of course, it had to be
his own
Felix,
scheme runner.
and now I just gave him wrong.
I said that he's a fit there. They need a zone scheme runner, and that he would be a fit there. The Jets would need it. So
I guess I got to agree with him.
It's easy to confuse noted analytics geniuses Felix and Jared.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very easy.
You know what's funny is that, like, I thought I was getting better with technology, and then our ranking sheet is just a simple spreadsheet, and apparently I was messing up the order.
Again?
No, I just stopped. Okay. I stopped trying. I was just like, you know what? You see what would have happened if I tried to do that myself? I would have messed up all the rankings. That's why I just keep my own Word document with my rankings. And then I asked Bruning, I say, Bruning, can you go update my rankings for me?
Yep. It's fun too. Like last time he sent them to me, he sent them in 30 minutes later. I was like, okay, they're updated. He's like, wait, already? It's like, yeah, man, it's really not that difficult to go in there.
That'd take me 2 hours.
Man. I messed up the Fantasy Pros rankings. I did something wrong the other day, and I was doing the Debbie rankings on there, and I screwed it all up. I had to email the dudes and be like, I don't know what happened.
Congratulations, by the way, Kev, for getting that gig.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
I mean, I know I've told you before, but who wants to sign us off?
I mean, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, do you want to sign us off?
Go ahead, Felix. or Alfred, bringing that.
Well, I
Miami.
mean, Felix is better at it than me, but you've been watching the Campus to Canton live stream of the 2021 NFL Draft. And special thanks to all of our guests.
So tired.
I am tired. What you doing? You're the one who's always asleep by now, Felix.
You're damn right.
Why don't you do it? You're better. You're the voice of
No,
Campus.
you were doing fine. I was just giving you shit. Go ahead.
All right. Well, we look forward to some day 3 gems, even though Chris Moxley does not think that exists. And stay tuned with Campus to Canton for all of your Devy Dynasty C2C needs. And we will see you next time. Thanks for joining us.
We should point out we will not be live tomorrow, guys. So just so
and
you know.
Thank you to all of our guests: Kevin Coleman, Samantha Holt, Noah Hills, Lewis Sharp, Brandon Carr, Cameron Bradfield, Nick Wayland, and Damien Parsons, and Matt Waldman. Thank you to all of our guests.
Oh yeah, you did say.